Introduction. If you were bestowed with the ability to manipulate the dreams of others, how would you choose? Would you seek to vanquish evil or indulge your own desires? The protagonist stands at a crossroads, torn between upholding the justice within or becoming an apostle of darkness. Chapter 1. In September 2016, within the confines of a certain group company's branch office in the bustling metropolis, the doors and windows were tightly shut and the blinds drawn. The dimly lit, murky 10-square-meter office housed Director Wu and two young men, their expressions grave. None of them had the inclination to illuminate the room with artificial light. In the oppressive atmosphere, cigarettes were lit one after another, as the three engaged in a heated argument. "Are you out of your mind?" Director Wu erupted, pulling a box of neatly stacked red bills from his drawer and slamming it onto the table. The sum was no less than 500,000. The young man appeared momentarily stunned. With years of experience under his belt, Director Wu suddenly smiled coldly, speaking softly. "Meng Xian, you were once my a procurement specialist. I never expected you to be so unreasonable. I offer you one last chance. Hand over the recording and the so-called evidence, and this money is yours. I might even welcome you into my fold." The fair-skinned man across from him glanced at the pile of money, his heart racing. Yet he shook his head resolutely. "I'm sorry, but I have my principles." "Principles? You're still too young and naive. Let me tell you, I have my own principles as well, and that is to make money big money." Director Wu continued to tempt him. "In this life, who doesn't want to make things a little easier for themselves? If you refuse this money, someone else will take it. Working for others is a life of exploitation. Who would want to rise and take control? Your stubbornness will lead you to be cast aside by the world." Director Wu, "Further discussion is futile. You should consider surrendering." Meng Xian straightened his back, his youthful eyes sparkling with determination, refusing to back down. Director Wu took a deep drag from his cigarette, cursing inwardly, and cast a sidelong glance at him, laden with meaning as he inquired, "Do you understand the consequences of your actions?" Meng Xian frowned. While he may not grasp the nuances of political maneuvering, it did not imply ignorance. Otherwise, he would not have uncovered the secret dealings between Director Wu and the supplier regarding the embezzlement of the company's assets. The magnitude of the corruption was staggering, with only the tip of the iceberg revealed, sending shivers down his spine. It was evident that Wu Wenbin, a mid-level manager in a subsidiary, could not possibly stir such turmoil. He was merely a pawn, and even the several bosses of the branch were not significant enough. Based on Meng Xian's deductions, the true mastermind must be among the upper echelons of the group, potentially one of the top 3 executives. The evidence he possessed pointed solely to Wu Wenbin and the supplier's owner, while other information remained beyond the reach of someone at Meng Xian's level. Therefore, his confrontation with Wu Wenbin primarily aimed to force a confession and reveal the powerful figure behind him. The latter being the pivotal point in this confrontation. Meng Xian was acutely aware of the shortcomings inherent in state-owned enterprise management. Without substantial evidence in hand, the higher-ups would face no repercussions. They would merely discard the pawns and find scapegoats to absolve themselves of blame. To speak candidly, while Director Wu appeared to wield significant authority, the reality was that such individuals were plentiful among the senior leadership, and replacing them was a trivial matter. "I seek to follow the trail and uproot this nest of tigers and flies," Meng Xian motivated himself. However, this resolve was not as fervent as he projected. He was accompanied by an ally from the sales department, Wang Quebec. A subtle glance towards Wang signaled that it was his time to perform. Wang Ke finally diverted his gaze from the pile of money, cleared his throat, and prepared to deliver some lofty rhetoric as an opening statement. Unfortunately, experience proved to be invaluable. At that moment, Director Wu spoke with an unhurried demeanor, his deep voice reducing Wang's elevated tone to a stammer, rendering him utterly speechless. Wang Ke, 30 years old, with 8 years of service, earns an annual salary of 150,000 before tax, along with a sales commission of 50,000. As an outsider working in Shanghai, you married last year, bought a house this year, and welcomed a child, accumulating a loan of 2.5 million. With a monthly repayment of 15,000 and your wife's modest income, your family savings have been depleted by the home purchase. It is indeed a laborious existence, which is why you work diligently. Yet, lacking acumen in management, advancement in a state enterprise is challenging. Though life may seem stable, crises abound. Director Wu calculated with a knowing air, speaking gravely like an elder. Stagnation in your career is minor, but should you face layoffs, will your years of experience suffice to secure a position with comparable salary? Your parents, now in their 60s and farming, should they fall ill, would likely endure in silence to avoid burdening you. What if one day you or a family member encounters an unfortunate incident? Shall I continue? Enough. Wang Ke abruptly stood, his body trembling. Meng Xian retorted angrily, Wu Wenbin, you are hardly in a position to intimidate my colleagues. We are not like you. Of course, the esteemed and the destitute are worlds apart, Director Wu scoffed. Extracting a banknote from the table's pile, he mimicked the demeanor of a gambler, lighting a cigarette with an air of arrogance. Toppling us would serve you no benefit. No leader would trust you. You scoundrel. Meng Xian felt an impulse to call the police immediately. Wang Ke tugged at his sleeve. Wang Ke, you may leave now. Your presence is no longer required, Meng Xian said, noticing the cold sweat on Wang's brow, feeling somewhat guilty for dragging him into this predicament. He had not anticipated Wang's timidity. Wang Ke whispered, we cannot win this fight. This is not our battle to fight. His eyes darted away, unable to meet Meng Xian's gaze. Meng Xian fell silent, contemplating for a brief moment. Meanwhile, Wu Wenbin continued to extol the enticing benefits of joining forces with him, promising that within a year, each of them would secure an apartment in the inner ring. One was earnest, the other a rogue. They were fundamentally incompatible. The cunning fox, it seems today I cannot outsmart you, Meng Xian muttered under his breath, observing his ineffective ally. With a sigh, he grappled with the reluctance to concede. Wu Wenbin had been persistently luring him with temptation, yet he had divulged none of the details regarding the mastermind behind the scenes. In truth, within the enterprise, one could roughly deduce the connections among individuals. But Wu Wenbin remained as inscrutable as a bottomless black water tank, leaving everyone perplexed about his allegiances. Thus, the standoff between the two parties persisted for 3 arduous hours, culminating in an inconclusive end that heralded the failure of Meng Xian's confrontation. I truly cannot embody a hero, Meng Xian reflected, possessing an inexplicable sense of righteousness. Although he lacked the heroism, he did harbor the courage of one. Wu Wenbin is impervious to persuasion. I must abandon the approach of tracing the roots of this issue. It is now time to leave the matter to the police, hoping that the relevant departments and inspection teams can unearth the hidden connections, Meng Xian declared, rising to his feet and glaring at Wu Wenbin with stern resolve. Since you refuse to cooperate, any ensuing consequences shall be of your own making. Ha ha! How amusing, Wu Wenbin scoffed, finding Meng Xian's stubborn sense of justice laughable. Can righteousness serve as sustenance? Only currency can. Meng Xian departed with the ineffectual Wang Ke in tow. He understood that following the confrontation, Wu Wenbin's faction would undoubtedly fortify their defenses, hastily erasing any incriminating evidence. Time was of the essence. He resolved to organize the documentation and evidence upon returning home, intending to send one copy to the inspection team and another to the police. At this juncture, Meng Xian remained oblivious to the encroaching peril. As he rode his motorcycle towards the outer ring highway, Wang Ke stealthily returned to Wu Wenbin's office. Upon entering, Wu Wenbin displayed no surprise, calmly remarking, "You are more astute than him." Wang Ke felt like a traitor, offering a wry smile tinged with resignation. "It's because I fear for my life." "Ha ha! Those who are unafraid have already perished." Wu Wenbin's eyes glinted dangerously as he extinguished half his cigarette and retrieved his phone. "The boss has spoken, let us act." A chill coursed through Wang Ke, yet he soon found solace in his inner apology. Half an hour later, a traffic accident occurred in the outer ring highway tunnel, causing significant congestion during the peak of the evening commute. The traffic police determined that the accident was instigated by a container truck making a sudden stop, leading to a rear-end collision with a motorcycle that could not decelerate in time. Following closely behind was another truck, whose driver claimed fatigue prevented him from slowing down, resulting in the motorcycle rider being grievously injured, leaving a scene of carnage with no intact body. With the cause clear, the truck driver readily accepted full responsibility, and the police swiftly resolved the case. An hour later, the road was cleared. In the vast city, the loss of a single life, although tragic, elicited little concern beyond the traffic police, who were the only ones to acknowledge the death of a stranger. "Captain, we have identified him. His name is Meng Xian, an orphan with no relatives," reported a traffic officer. The squad leader nodded, "Then notify his workplace to see if they will handle it or if we shall proceed according to protocol." Not long after, Director will receive a call from the traffic police squad. "Comrade Meng Xian has always been a model employee under my supervision. I am profoundly saddened by his untimely demise. I firmly believe that as a responsible enterprise, Our company is willing to take on all necessary arrangements following the unfortunate death of our employee. Director Wu lamented, though inwardly he was elated, for he was aware that at that very moment, Meng Xian's home had already been cleared. Both Director Wu and Wang Ke understood that in this world, if the small and insignificant do not go with the flow, they can only face demise. Chapter 2. The Immortality of the Spirit. The saying goes that when a person dies, it is akin to a lamp extinguished. Regardless of how one lived, death marks a definitive end. Dust returns to dust, and all matters cease. Meng Xian's physical form had perished. Yet it seemed the heavens were playing a cruel jest upon him. That evening, with the moon dim and stars sparse, the air was thick with a sense of drowsiness, punctuated by distant rumblings of thunder. Within the repair garage of an accident handling center affiliated with the Suburban Traffic Management Office, 2 wrecked trucks, alongside a motorcycle reduced to scrap, had been brought in. They were temporarily seized pending the conclusion of the investigation. What purpose does this battered motorcycle serve? Do they think we collect junk? Grumbled the on-duty administrator. The person responsible for the vehicle's transport, a young man named Xiao Zhang, slick-haired and possessing a somewhat shifty demeanor, dismissed the temporary workers. He shared a conspiratorial glance with the on-duty administrator, Master Shun, and pointed to a severely deformed corner of the motorcycle, revealing a crumpled yellow license plate. This piece is worth a fortune. Master Shun, wise to the ways of the world, understood the implication. That iron plate was worth at least 200,000 in the market, far exceeding the value of a typical small car. He shook his head. What does that matter? It's just scrap. The young ones find it thrilling, but I've seen it all too often. It all ends up in a small box. Xiao Zhang chuckled. Oh, old Shun, you failed to grasp my intention. Ensuring no one was around, he leaned closer to Master Shun and whispered, the individual who died. I've inquired and discovered they have no relatives. No one will come to claim the belongings. Hence no transfer of ownership will occur. Master Shun, seasoned and unflappable, had seen everything. Upon hearing Xiao Zhang's words, he immediately grasped the young man's scheme and shot him a disapproving glare. Are you thinking of scam? Dream on. The traffic management office will cancel that license plate. You 1T get away with it. Xiao Zhang smirked confidently. Brother, I have my ways. Master Shun regarded him with a penetrating gaze, but chose silence, tossing him a set of keys. Humming a tune, he strolled back to his office. Shortly thereafter, he instructed everyone to take a break before inviting a few friends out for late-night snacks. Once the area was deserted, Xiao Zhang swaggered back, approached the motorcycle, and pried off the license plate with tools, replacing it with a counterfeit. He intentionally distorted the plate to give it a battered appearance. With no witnesses to contradict. If they claim I used a fake, the Bureau's data can be altered. Who would ever know? He sneered, anticipating a significant profit, though he begrudgingly acknowledged that a portion would have to go to Master Shun. Clearly, this young man was no novice. He was well acquainted with the ins and outs of such affairs. As Xiao Zhang reveled in his scheme, contemplating a casual encounter with a mechanic on the way, he noticed that the traces of blood that had been cleaned away with a high-pressure hose had inexplicably re-emerged, seeping from the crevices of the motorcycle. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, unsettling him. Xiao Zhang, wary of such omens, hastily departed, mentally berating the temporary worker for failing to properly cleanse the remnants of the corpse. No sooner had he taken 10 steps than a tremendous thunderclap shattered the silence. A bolt of lightning struck the motorcycle with unerring precision. Boom! The motorcycle erupted into flames. Startled, Xiao Zhang recoiled, feeling the searing heat wash over him. At that moment, he noticed a faint glow of blood rising amidst the flames, resembling a ghostly apparition, reminiscent of the ethereal beauty of paper figures floating in the tales of Liao Zhai. What could this be? Little Zhang's calves trembled, sensing the eerie presence. Nearby, a passerby shouted an alarm. Fire! Call the police. After all, it was not he who had ignited the blaze. Leaving now could hardly be deemed an escape, thus avoiding the awkwardness of explaining his presence should the authorities arrive. With this thought, particularly upon witnessing the haunting bloodlight still lingering, he dared not linger any longer. Summoning his courage, he leaped into his vehicle and swiftly fled the scene of the incident. As an ordinary mortal, little Zhang remained oblivious to the origin of that sanguine light. The essence of blood, unbound by parentage, born of heaven and earth, transcending the six realms, had met its corporeal end, only to be reborn anew. Meng Xian himself was unaware that he was a rare manifestation of such a blood spirit. Upon his sudden demise, his soul could not descend to the underworld, his name absent from the ledger of life and death, marking him as one transcendent. He was destined to ascend and cultivate in the celestial realm. Yet alas, the heavenly gates had closed, leaving no vacancies for such as he. The heavens could only unleash fierce thunder to preserve his soul, allowing it to roam the mortal realm. Of course, Meng Xian remained entirely oblivious to all of this. Soon, the bloodlight faded. Meng Xian's spiritual form materialized in this material world, formless and flavorless, silently floating above the flames. No human could perceive him any longer. Gradually, his spiritual essence began to take on a human silhouette, albeit only the size of pinky finger. Everything transcended the limits of human perception. At that moment, Meng Xian's spirit was in a state of chaos, vaguely following the nearest life form, swiftly darting to hover above it and attaching itself there. Little Zhang hurriedly departed the processing center, during which old Shun had called to berate him. Little Zhang, feeling a surge of indignation, thought to himself, I was merely trying to economize. Who knows what dastardly act that old turtle committed to incur heaven's wrath upon his workplace? Why should he blame me? Your lair is ablaze. Do not come seeking me. With a carefree attitude, he didn't tee head straight home. Instead, he visited a bathing center to unwind and relax his tense nerves. Still unsatisfied, he sought a masseuse for some additional special services. After indulging in these activities, it was already 10 o'clock. Little Zhang contemplated taking a short nap before heading out for a late-night snack and perhaps enjoying the nightlife, hoping to charm a lovely companion. For him, the vibrant city was best experienced in such a manner. Before long, Little Zhang dozed off in the private room of the bathing center. Where am I? Am I not dead? Is this smooth-skinned man my body? A willful consciousness murmured, unheard by anyone. Meng Xian's spiritual form regained its wits. In less than a second, he surveyed his body, startled by his own condition. Am I a ghost? Meng Xian's spirit was intensely agitated. Curiously, the human shape formed by his spiritual essence flickered in sync with his emotional upheaval, showing signs of instability. Am I dead? Yes. That large truck suddenly swerved in front of me, and before I could react, I crashed directly into it. Suddenly, I was enveloped in a bewildering haze, only to feel an overwhelming force compressing my bones, and before the pain could register, consciousness slipped away. As Meng Xian recalled the scenes prior to his demise, a wave of trepidation washed over him. He pondered, perhaps he had transformed into a ghost. Legend spoke of the deceased being escorted by the yin and yang officials, along with the ox-head and horse-face, to the underworld, where their deeds would be judged by the king of hell, either to suffer in the depths of hell or to cross the Naya bridge and reincarnate. Glancing around, he saw no trace of the ghostly messengers. Not even a single specter was in sight. Could it be a holiday, with the underworld's civil servants on leave? It must be, for how else could there be so many wandering souls? It seemed that, much like the mortal realm, the functional departments of the underworld were equally ineffective. Truth be told, being a ghost wasn't so dreadful, as long as memory persisted, even devoid of a physical form. One could still be considered alive in a certain sense, spirit unextinguished. Coming to this realization, Meng Xian swiftly adapted to his new role, genuinely perceiving himself as a ghost. After all, he was without parents or kin to concern himself about. What vexed him was his inability to personally exact justice upon that band of vermin, led by Wu Wenbin. With a shake of his head, he sighed. In his understanding, humanity had traversed millions of years from the era of primitive man. Thus, there should be an overwhelming multitude of spirits in the world, yet he saw none of his fellow phantoms. His attention shifted to Xiao Zhang. When Xiao Zhang turned, revealing his features, Meng Xian noted the rat-like eyes and thieving brows, confirming that this was not his own corpse. The man before him was undeniably unattractive, a stark contrast to his own once handsome visage. Should Meng Xian discover that his flesh had long since turned to mush, he could only imagine the shock. The crucial detail was that this man was still alive, snoring rhythmically. Suddenly, a burst of multicolored light radiated from his head. Meng Xian's curiosity piqued. Accepting his ghostly existence, he found himself filled with a fervent desire to explore the unknown. A minuscule entity, no larger than a thumb, composed of spiritual essence, nimbly descended and landed atop Xiao Zhang's forehead, fixated on the vibrant orb of light that occupied a quarter of his skull, situated at the back of his head. Meng Xian discovered he could bypass physical barriers with ease, effortlessly merging into the man's mind. Upon reaching the luminous entity, a wave of harmonious sensation enveloped him, filling him with joy. Subsequently, the orb blazed with brilliance. A peculiar tableau unfolded within the sphere. Inside, the man was engaged in a raucous revelry, drinking and conversing with others, his expressions exaggerated and exuberant as he exchanged toasts until he was rendered unconscious. The entire scene unfolded at a dizzying pace, akin to a fast-forwarded film. If the normal flow of time was measured at 1, this sequence was at least 4 to 6 times that. Meng Xian marveled at the spectacle. Abruptly, Xiao Zhang shifted his posture, and his sleeping face turned grave. The imagery within the light abruptly changed. The previous scene, chaotic and disjointed, came to a sudden halt. Before Meng Xian could fully comprehend the shift, the background transformed into a room where Xiao Zhang was embroiled in a fierce argument with a beautiful woman, culminating in a physical altercation, after which the woman stormed out in tears. Xiao Zhang collapsed onto the sofa, silent and contemplative. For half an hour, 4 distinct scenes appeared in succession. Every scene is devoid of logic, appearing and vanishing in a thin air, scarcely qualifying as a coherent narrative. This is a dream. Meng Xian widened his eyes, utterly astonished. He could perceive the dreams of others. His fingers pressed against the luminous orb, captivated by its allure. Suddenly, a powerful force emanated from the orb, drawing Meng Xian's entire ethereal essence into the realm of dreams. Chapter 3. Entering the dreamscape, Meng Xian found himself in an extraordinarily enigmatic realm. Was this a dream? He shook his head, uncertain. Before him lay a multitude of bubbles, each varying in hue and size. Each bubble resembled a cinematic screen, incessantly playing scenes in an array of lengths and narratives. The larger the bubble, the more vibrant its colors, and the longer the duration of the film within. This loop played on endlessly. Meng Xian stood at the periphery of this space, surrounded by bubbles predominantly of gray, some teetering on the brink of collapse. He gently touched one, and due to his ethereal essence, he grasped the insubstantial bubble in his hand. Closing his eyes to attune his senses, a fleeting, nebulous memory from another entity surged into his consciousness. This sudden influx startled him. In an instant, he hastily discarded the bubble, his expression akin to one who had just ingested something foul. The memory belonged to a young boy named Zhang Biao, recalling his first furtive encounter with inappropriate literature. How revolting! I have no desire to witness such male displays. Beautiful women would suffice. Meng Xian spat in disdain. However, upon reflection, the fundamental elements of cinema, time, characters, environment, and plot seemed to align in this chaotic tableau. The time appeared to be childhood. The characters were indistinct, yet names and a narrative-like interpretation spontaneously emerged in his mind, while the environment remained shrouded in confusion. The entire experience was nothing short of chaotic, a veritable Picasso in its disorder, clearly not a film. Could this possibly be fragments of someone's memory? Contemplating this, Meng Xian employed the same technique to delve into several other bubbles. Memories of gambling, of wooing, of fraudulent dealings. Goodness, the owner of these memories must be a scoundrel. An increasing number of alien memories began to resonate within Meng Xian's consciousness, echoing his own recollections. As he engaged with more bubbles, he gleaned insights into the life of this Zhang Biao, albeit only in fleeting glimpses. Meng Xian discerned that the more vibrant the bubble's color, the more profound the impression the memory left on its host, or the closer it was to the present, thus yet to fade. Conversely, the more distant memories manifested as dull, lifeless bubbles, drifting aimlessly in the space, offering scant information. Countless memory fragments surrounded him. As he ventured toward the center of this realm, Meng Xian was taken aback by the sight before him. A colossal head hovered in midair, its lower half a chaotic amalgamation of human faces, all bearing resemblance to Zhang Biao, perhaps no fewer than 100. The expressions ranged from joy to sorrow, anger to indifference. Each visage epitomized a nuanced human emotion. The forehead of this head was transparent and smooth, radiating a gentle luminescence, starkly contrasting with the gnarled faces below. Around the head, vibrant memory bubbles swirled, their activity causing them to collide randomly with the head. An astonishing scene unfolded. The faces eagerly devoured these memory fragments. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the head. The multicolored orb emanated from his mind. A dream, Meng Xian exclaimed. Foreman, why can't we wake this guest? A tall technician grew anxious, vigorously slapping Zhang Biao's cheeks. This fellow was sleeping like a log. Don't rush, let me take a look. The foreman arrived leisurely, and upon assessing the situation, peeled back Zhang Biao's eyelids, which were quite vacant. After a moment of contemplation, she cast a reproachful glance at the female technician. Did you not administer the medication? The technician immediately grasped what was implied by the medication, shaking her head in fright. Oh dear, how could I dare? This gentleman is rather delicate. He falls asleep right after the procedure. The foreman, uncertain, realized there was no time to deliberate. If this man were to perish here, it would be a disaster. Acting on impulse, she resorted to drastic measures, performing heart resuscitation, applying pressure to the diaphragm, administering artificial respiration, and even delivering a swift kick to the groin. Yet, he remained unresponsive. What now? The two women exchanged glances. Had Zhang Biao not been breathing steadily, they would have already called for an ambulance. At that moment, Zhang Biao, in a daze, muttered something in his sleep. I'm alive. I'm alive. The technician wondered aloud. What could this guest be dreaming about? Returning to the realm of dreams, Zhang Biao orchestrated an emergency response, signaling the police vehicles to clear the way, instructing his subordinates to tow away the two collided container trucks. In the midst of them lay a motorcycle, crushed into a mangled heap, its rider unrecognizable. Goodness, that's brutal, he mused, noting that the rear truck had not even slowed down. It was a veritable sandwich of destruction, rendering even the mother unrecognizable. Though Zhang Biao had been in this line of work for only a few years, he had witnessed his fair share of accidents, and truth be told, there were scenes far worse than this. Flesh and blood had become a mushy amalgam, clinging to the vehicles, while vibrant entrails and splattered brain matter littered the ground. Having grown accustomed to such horrors, his heart had become somewhat callous. Sympathy, after all, does not generate income. Zhang Biao soon became interested in the motorcycle's yellow license plate and concocted an excuse to call the system. Before long, a smile crept across his lips. It appeared there was profit to be made. The ambulance arrived swiftly, hastily placing the bodies into bags, laying them on stretchers, covering them with blankets, preparing to transport them to the morgue for potential autopsy requests from the family. Zhang Biao was aware that the ensuing tasks would fall to him. He exerted himself, directing his subordinates to tow away the wrecked vehicles. He refrained from physical labor, opting instead to stand aside, smoking and supervising. Everything seemed to proceed exceedingly smoothly. Just as Zhang Biao pondered ways to earn some extra cash, commotion erupted at the ambulance. What is going on? He muttered irritably, turning to look. Upon doing so, a chill ran down his spine. The corpse, which had been wrapped up, was suddenly sitting upright on the stretcher. The white blanket slipped from its face. Bloodied and mangled muscle tissue began to quiver, with several disjointed tendons twitching in response to the facial nerves. The sound of a strong heartbeat resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Paramedics, traffic officers, and onlooking drivers gaped in disbelief, all breath held in astonishment. The entity that mere moments ago had been a lifeless body was inexplicably revived. A normal person transformed into a mere puddle of flesh? Impossible. Undoubtedly, what lay before them was no longer human. Zhang Biao's face turned ashen, and the cigarette he held slipped from his fingers, falling to the ground. It's a monster. Everyone run. A voice rang out, and without hesitation, all fled in panic. The once congested drivers, seeing no alternative, abandoned their vehicles without a second thought. In that moment, who could say what that thing was? Survival was paramount. Time in the dreamscape slipped away in an instant. Soon, Zhang Biao found himself utterly alone, confronting the horrifying blood-soaked figure that slowly rose. Trembling all over, his face as pale as death, his feet felt as though they were firmly gripped by an unseen force, rendering him immobile. Was this the fabled blood corpse? Don't come any closer. I'm not a bad person. Zhang Biao cried desperately. I don't want to die. The blood figure steadied itself, slowly raising its arm, which was little more than a skeletal outline, grotesque and terrifying with jagged bone protrusions. Its eye sockets, oozing with blood, were hollow and eerie, devoid of eyeballs yet seemingly fixated on itself. Yes, this blood figure was attempting to perceive its surroundings. A rasping sound escaped its throat, akin to water gushing from a tap. Suddenly, the blood figure expelled a grayish bubble from its mouth. An astonishing scene unfolded. As the bubble burst, a pair of jade-like hands emerged from the figure's eye sockets. The hands, fingers splayed, revealed a pair of piercing eyes in their palms. The hands see all, Zhang Biao gasped, realizing this vision mirrored the divine powers he so adored from the investiture of the gods. Could this blood figure be a deity? As Zhang Biao's thoughts swirled in disbelief, the blood figure finally acquired the ability to speak. Ecstatic, it danced and shouted, I am dead. I am truly dead. So this is what it's like after death. How revolting, Zhang Biao muttered under his breath, reflecting on the decency of humanity. To proclaim oneself dead while rising from the grave, where is the dignity in that? The blood figure continued to converse with itself. I am Meng Xian, and I can traverse dreams. No, I can not only traverse dreams, I can alter them. With that, it exhaled 3 bubbles, fragments of Zhang Biao's memories. The first bubble burst, revealing a memory from Zhang Biao's fitness days. In a flash of white light, the blood figure morphed into a robust young man. The second bubble followed suit, exploding into memories of thrilling American action films. A gust of wind, seemingly conjured from nowhere, whisked away the cigarette but Zhang Biao had discarded, sending it to land precariously on a motorcycle's fuel tank. In an instant, flames erupted, igniting the motorcycle and the nearby construction machinery, unleashing a wave of heat. Zhang Biao's mind went blank in sheer terror. Let us relive a tragic childhood memory, Meng Xian declared, igniting the third bubble. A stream of yellow liquid trickled down Zhang Biao's trousers, followed by an unbearable stench. Chapter 4. The Dream Intruder. Not long ago, Meng Xian witnessed faces imbued with various emotions devouring fragments of memories, thus giving birth to vivid dreamscapes. He suddenly realized the 2 essential elements that constitute a dream: memory and emotion. The images, characters, sounds, and other components contained within memory are mere projections of tangible entities within the dream. Memory serves as the foundation and material for imagination, while emotion dictates the trajectory of the dream's narrative. The emotions experienced in dreams can significantly influence a character's judgment, potentially leading to scenarios that starkly contrast with reality. For instance, a person who is generally amiable may find themselves embroiled in heated arguments with friends and family over trivial matters in their dreams. Take Zhang Biao, for example, who dreamt of a traffic accident that left a profound impression on him that day. Since it was a dream, it could not merely be a straightforward repetition of memory. That would be mere recollection. In truth, even without Meng Xian's interference, Zhang Biao would not follow the sequence of events as they unfolded in reality. If at that moment, a memory fragment related to dining fortuitously collided with his consciousness and was drawn into the dream, it is likely that Zhang Biao would abandon his work and head directly to a restaurant. As for logic, it is absent in dreams. Only the cumulative effects of memory fragments prevail. The progression of a narrative requires the supplementation of other memory fragments. Without timely additions, the dream may very well fizzle out. In fact, the vast majority of dreams lack both a beginning and an end, existing only as a process. By sheer happenstance, Meng Xian seized several unique bubbles, using them as keys to masquerade as a part of the memory fragments, thereby infiltrating Zhang Biao's current dream. To put it in an inappropriate analogy, Meng Xian now assumes the role of a virus, an unequivocal anomaly. This, of course, spells disaster. Within a single dream, two distinct conscious entities coexist, one belonging to the dreamer and the other to the intruder. Returning to our earlier analysis, we understand that dreams possess no inherent logic. Their development relies on the release of emotions and the infusion of memories. This results in the dreamer's conscious awareness being primarily emotional, if not entirely irrational, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to engage in rational thought within a dream. In contrast, the intruder possesses a crucial difference. They are acutely aware of their existence within the dream. Hence, the intruder is capable of complete and precise thought, adeptly utilizing all available knowledge to influence the dream. Back in the dreamscape, upon realizing his ability to affect the dream, Meng Xian was filled with exuberance. Utilizing the memory fragments encapsulated within the bubbles, he began to steer the narrative of the dream. Stay away. You are me? Zhang Biao, feeling an unsettling chill in his lower body and a foul odor assaulting his senses, remained oblivious as he fixed his gaze on the naked man emerging from the flames. As the man's visage grew clearer, Zhang Biao's pupils dilated in shock. The man bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Meng Xian clicked his tongue in delight. It was simply exquisite. He released the last bubble he had concealed. With a pop, the bubble exploded, and in an instant, the entire space was engulfed by a tempest, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as the rain began to pour heavily. I can summon the winds and rain. In this realm, I am a god. Meng Xian raised his arms and proclaimed, being a ghost isn't so bad after all. At that moment, the earth began to tremble and fissures soon appeared. Meng Xian's expression shifted to one of caution. Zhang Biao stood there, his gaze vacant, his entire body cracking. This is not good. The dream is about to collapse. Meng Xian furrowed his brow, realizing he had yet to fully comprehend it. He noticed his own form was also disintegrating. A rumbling echoed. The entire dreamscape began to cave in. Before long, a vortex drew Meng Xian's spiritual essence within. He was expelled from the peculiar individual-s mind, accompanied by hundreds of memory fragments that constituted the dream. Meng Xian returned to his original appearance, standing in the void, surrounded by swirling bubbles. Wait, something feels off. Why do I sense my body has solidified slightly? Though minimal, a tangible change had indeed occurred, as if my mental fortitude has intensified. Meng Xian pondered, scrutinizing the transformation of his own body. For Meng Xian, the dream realm was an entirely foreign domain, rife with the unknown. Yet, he harbored a strong premonition that he could acquire unprecedented power through these dreams. He had never yearned for strength as he did now. An orphan, he had endured scorn from a young age, but through diligence, he graduated from a prestigious institution, securing an enviable job. However, the malevolence of humanity left him disheartened. He remained true to his principles, yet society compelled him to bow his head. Should he go with the flow or remain steadfast in himself? Meng Xian chose the latter. In the face of Director Wu and the vested interests behind him, he felt sullied, engaging in a meager struggle against them. In retrospect, he found himself laughable. The outcome was evident. They thrived while he had become a mere cold, lifeless shell. Is this fate? Meng Xian refused to accept it. Thus he met his demise. Yet, this time, he had been granted a second chance at life. It was time to pursue the endeavors he had once dreamt of but could not realize. Meng Xian initially intended to await rebirth within the dream, to continue his exploration. However, an unforeseen event led to the entire space's collapse, with both the memory fragments and the mind disappearing into another dimension. This incident was triggered by Zhang Biao awakening. Meng Xian had indulged too deeply, causing a significant emotional upheaval in the dream's primary consciousness, which in turn affected the dreamer's physical reflexes. In other words, Zhang Biao was startled awake. Ah, don't come near. Zhang Biao jolted awake, beads of sweat pouring from his forehead. The female technician and the female supervisor exhaled in relief. Brother, you are finally awake. Still shaken, Zhang Biao's eyes bulged with tension as he murmured, was that just a dream? Who? I dreamt I had transformed into a monster, or rather, the monster had become me. It felt so real. He touched his back, finding it damp. The two women nearby lamented about how arduous their care had been, fretting over the possibility of him passing away and whether they should inform the boss. How long did I sleep? Zhang Biao inquired, glancing at his watch, which indicated he had only been asleep for an hour. He recalled the horrifying images from his dream, and, although he recognized it as a dream, he remained deeply unsettled. What was the origin of the corpse I dealt with earlier? Suddenly, he shuddered. That deceased figure had ultimately transformed into himself. Does it foreshadow my own demise? A hint of death? If that spark from the repair center had been just a tad closer, it could have struck me. And that ghostly figure. The more Zhang Biao contemplated, the more his heart raced with trepidation. Where are you going, dear guest? You look unwell. Perhaps you should rest a bit longer. The female technician remarked, immediately regretting her words as her supervisor shot her an exasperated glance. How could she dare to keep someone who might collapse at any moment? Surely, she was not expecting to receive her bonus. Zhang Biao, consumed by paranoia, immediately linked the technician's comment about his pallor to the ominous notion of misfortune, firmly believing he had been ensnared by something malevolent. He tossed down some cash and fled the bathing center without a backward glance. In the dead of night, he made his way to Longhua Temple in search of a master to divine his fate. Truth be told, he was overthinking things. Whether he would experience nightmares again remained uncertain. Yet the instigator of this particular nightmare, Meng Xian, had already departed from his body. With the unclean entities gone, the master unwittingly gained renown. But that is a tale for another time. An invisible, ethereal entity spiraled through the sky. Amid the urban splendor illuminated by neon lights lay a profound solitude, the glittering facade concealing a world of filth. I have no home. Meng Xian found himself at a loss for direction. The funds in his account felt trivial. He had transcended the mundane allure of material possessions. Within the towering concrete structures, countless orbs of vibrant light flickered in and out of existence, visible only to Meng Xian. These luminescent spheres represented innumerable dreams, signaling that the city was in slumber. Let me first see how my dear friend Wang Ke is faring, Meng Xian mused, and promptly sought the path etched in his memory. Relishing the joy of soaring freely, he remained oblivious to the gradual depletion of his spiritual energy amidst the tempest. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the city, a nefarious figure was engaged in a sordid act, verging on criminality. The man, named He Jiesi, is indeed Chinese, so there should be no misunderstanding regarding his name. He was the second son of the He family, a quintessential playboy with a penchant for frivolity and a penchant for women. Ha ha ha, my lovely little beauty. Those curves are irresistible. He Jiesi salivated, his eyes gleaming with avarice akin to that of a cunning wolf. In the opulence of a luxury hotel's presidential suite, a stunning woman lay languidly on the bed, her hair disheveled, makeup scant, yet her delicate and enchanting features appeared even more captivating under the dim, yellowing light. She lay there, unconscious, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. It was evident that this woman had been rendered insensible. He Jiesi, ever the predator, had 100 ways to ensnare any woman who did not surpass him in status, even if she were married. Like a famished wolf, he pounced. Such occurrences had become commonplace, the so-called splendor of life overshadowed by rampant immorality. Chapter 5. Nightmare, oh, why has it shrunk? It has diminished by a quarter. Could it be that I am to vanish from this realm? Ah, the dreamscape. Perhaps I can take refuge within it. After soaring across half the city, Meng Xian finally recognized the transformation occurring within his own being. His corporeal form, composed of spiritual energy, was dissipating at an alarming rate. He had always believed himself to be a ghost, yet thus far he had encountered not a single companion. Where have all the spirits gone? It dawned upon him that perhaps these phantoms had faded into the fabric of existence. No, I must hasten to find a dream to conceal myself in. Alas, dawn approaches, and many will soon awaken. Lacking the ability of clairvoyance, Meng Xian darted into an apartment complex, navigating through the concrete and steel, searching for a suitable dream. This vibrant orb of multicolored light is remarkably potent. This will do. Overjoyed, he did not take the time to inspect the contents of the dream before immersing himself within it. This was the realm of a middle-aged man. Having entered a similar domain before, Meng Xian felt quite at ease. Within this expanse, countless bubbles swirled, and, at the center, a grotesque figure, a brain adorned with human faces, floated ominously. This space nurtured dreams. I shall name it the dream-weaving space, he mused, as he began to assign names to the unknown phenomena he encountered. The bubbles could simply be referred to as fragments of memory. As for that brain, which intertwined memories and emotions to weave surreal dreams, transforming the tangible into the ethereal, I shall call it the mind's eye. After half an hour, Meng Xian's spiritual essence began to stabilize, ceasing its disintegration. He breathed a sigh of relief. However, he would not depart before the man awakened. With nothing to occupy his time, Meng Xian began to extract and interpret the memory fragments. To be honest, there was a certain thrill in peering into the secrets of others. In other words, before him, everyone stood bare, regardless of any attempts to conceal their truths. What was meant to be seen would inevitably be revealed, devoid of any privacy. According to Meng Xian's reasoning, this was a matter of mutual awareness. He, the ghost, was privy to their truths, yet could not divulge them to others. Thus, he thought, one must adhere to a code of conduct, though he had never heard that ghosts were bound by any fundamental laws. And so, Meng Xian embarked on his unprincipled voyeuristic journey. 1 bubble, 2 bubbles, 3 bubbles. The number of memory fragments was incalculable. Some lay submerged at the depths, akin to an ocean. Absorbing a single memory fragment took several seconds. To peruse them all would likely span years. Of course, by that time, one's understanding of the individual might surpass their own self-awareness. Meng Xian held little interest in the dust-laden memory fragments. He specifically sought those vibrant and vividly gleaming bubbles, either steeped in profound memories that were hard to forget or containing significant recent events. As he delved deeper into the memory fragments, Meng Xian's expression suddenly changed, his face revealing shock. Such a thing exists. He glanced upward towards the apex of the mind's eye, where the dazzling orb of multicolored light shimmered, a glint of severity flashing in his eyes. Ah, you vile person, to plot for wealth and life while still indulging in sweet dreams. Meng Xian, recalling his past struggles against malevolent forces, felt an intense fury surge within him, ignited by his righteous disdain for evil. In an instant, he soared upward. He discovered through fragmented memories that the master of this dream was indeed a nefarious individual. These memories contained a sinister murder plot. No, I must deal with him appropriately. Suppressing his rage, he refrained from abruptly entering the dream, meticulously selecting several memory fragments before sneering. Ha, just the right subject for my research. With that, he forcefully inserted each memory fragment into a singular visage within his mind. This face, rife with anguish and sorrow, epitomized the emotion of fear. Due to the diminutive nature of this fearful countenance, it seldom encountered memory fragments, thus preventing the dream from entering a state of terror, indicating a robust psychological endurance. At that moment, forcibly thrust into its mouth, it emitted a series of gluttonous burps, greedily chewing while its expression grew increasingly tormented. Meng Xian enveloped his spiritual essence around the bubble, disguising himself as part of a memory fragment, and soared into the gaping maw of the visage. If you had a heart condition, you'd surely be scared to death. He spat venomously. Under Meng Xian's influence, a new dreamscape gradually began to take shape. 10 minutes later, a piercing scream erupted. Oh, damn it. Thank goodness I don't have a heart condition. I almost died of fright. The middle-aged man jolted awake, clutching his chest, his heart racing violently. An unprecedented terror was etched upon his face, a bone-chilling sensation that persisted even in wakefulness, as if his heart might leap from his chest at any moment. Each pore on his body stood on end. It took him a considerable time to regain his composure. He lit a cigarette, the fiery sensation in his throat finally imparting a sense of vitality. How strange. I've had nightmares before, but this time was truly uncanny. It was nothing but fear, a fear that penetrated to the very marrow. Such a pure feeling, it's almost supernatural. The more he pondered, the more bizarre it seemed. As if the most terrifying memories from the depths of his soul had been unearthed, all negative emotions thrown into a cauldron, stirred until he felt utterly drained. In the dream, the vengeful spirits of those he had once slain clamored for retribution, dragging him towards the abyss of hell. He felt utterly helpless, struggling in vain, unable to utter a sound, as darkness consumed all hope. It was as if he had traversed through hell itself. The middle-aged man spent an entire hour extricating himself from the grip of these negative emotions, evidently having lost all desire for sleep. With the night's plans looming, he felt a wave of frustration. A successful assassin must achieve optimal mental state before work, and he was far from that. He placed immense importance on the night's operation, allowing for no errors. The task's patron was an old client, one with urgency and an unprecedentedly high reward. The middle-aged man contemplated that once this job was completed, he would retire and return home to run a business. The profession of assassination had recently fallen on hard times. In China, professional assassins were a rarity. In fact, he himself was not one, merely a mercenary selling his life for money, lacking the connections of figures like Wang Yaqiao, unable to form an organized industry, thus rendering the notion of being trapped in this life moot. He unlocked his phone, revealing information about the target of this mission. He meticulously cross-checked the crucial detail for the 5th time, knowing he must consider every nuance. Most importantly, he rummaged through a box beneath his bed, unearthing 3 explosives he had labored over for 3 consecutive nights, ensuring they would detonate on schedule. With his mind intensely focused, an unwelcome thought surfaced within him. Having committed numerous sins, could this nightmare be an omen of his impending downfall? The thought of the impending slaughter sent a shiver through him, the morning chill proving somewhat disconcerting. He glanced up at the ceiling, smirking at his own folly. Surely, divine beings existed just 3 feet above, but would they attend to him? Humans frighten humans, and spirits fear the wicked. He dismissed the thought. The middle-aged man's fleeting notion was quickly buried in the recesses of his mind as he returned to his work. The ethereal essence of Meng Xian silently floated above him. Ever since the middle-aged man awakened from his slumber, Meng Xian had been cast out. Presently, Meng Xian's mood was far from pleasant. How naive he had been. To think that nightmares could frighten a robust adult man to death was an insurmountable challenge. It seemed utterly implausible. Unless that person suffered from conditions like heart disease or cerebral thrombosis, which could be exacerbated by extreme emotional fluctuations. The notion of dream-induced murder was akin to a fanciful tale. Zhang Fei, indeed, was a fierce warrior. A mere roar could send someone to their demise. But how had he achieved such a feat? Meng Xian pondered. Despite failing to extinguish the assassin's vocation, Meng Xian's exploration of dreams yielded a significant breakthrough. Firstly, he discovered that by controlling fragments of memory to enter specific emotional states, one could greatly influence the nature of the dream. The visage of fear determined nightmares, while the visage of joy dictated beautiful dreams. Even fragments of pleasant memories, when infused with fear, could be swayed by emotions and develop into negativity. Not to mention those already unpleasant memories, magnified by fear, becoming utterly horrific. Secondly, as previously surmised, the instantaneous dissolution of dreams could replenish Meng Xian's mental energy. The spiritual energy lost in the urban leaps was restored to its original state, with a slight, albeit negligible, increase. This revelation brought a long sigh of relief to Meng Xian, imparting a sense of fortunate survival against the odds. The continuation of dreams required mental energy. Once a dream shattered, any excess energy should ideally dissipate, yet fortuitously, it had instead entered his being, becoming nourishment for him. Meng Xian speculated thus, especially upon witnessing the middle-aged man's exhausted and disheveled state after awakening, suggesting a significant loss of mental energy. Wait, if Meng Xian's mind jolted, a spark of inspiration igniting within. Could he potentially enhance his own physique through this means? Having once been enamored with tales of celestial beings, he recalled a fundamental practice of cultivation, absorbing the spirit of the heavens and earth, refining qi into the ethereal. Although Ming Xian lacked understanding of what spiritual energy entailed, he was aware that mental energy existed within dreams. If he could devour enough of it, might he not have the opportunity to ascend? Dreaming of immortality, what a splendid notion. The mere thought of it sent his heart racing. Yet, this was an ephemeral fancy, not something to preoccupy his mind at present. However, a troublesome matter demands attention at present. Meng Xian cast a disapproving glance at the middle-aged man. Chapter 6. The Arrival of Death on a Night Imbued with Celebration. He Lan, accompanied by 3 close companions, reveled in the festivities of her 18th birthday. He Lan, the cherished granddaughter of He Jianshu, the chairman of the He Group, was born into immense wealth, her family's fortune exceeding billions. From the moment of her birth, she achieved financial independence akin to the character Jia Baoyu, a privilege that would take an ordinary person a millennium of toil to match. Raised in a family of great affluence, He Lan could have easily embraced a life of simplicity, indulging in the pleasures of food, shopping, and leisure. Following the traditional path laid out by her elders, she could have attended an elite school, married into a powerful family, and produced children who, like her, would inherit a golden spoon. Yet, fate has its peculiarities. He Lan fell prey to a common affliction reserved for the upper-class ladies depicted in Western literature. She developed an independent mind. Yes, she refused to accept a predetermined destiny. Why? With such wealth, did her friends and family feign affection, their smiles laced with envy, eager to drain her of her resources? Why, amidst such riches, did her father and uncles harbor animosity towards one another, engaging in treachery and forming cliques, driven by the ruthless pursuit of inheritance? Why, despite her fortune, had she seldom experienced the warmth of familial love, with her only doting grandfather, now gravely ill? What use was all this wealth? He Lan grappled with these questions, feeling an overwhelming sense of unhappiness. Her favorite pastime became retreating to her Maserati, shedding a few tears, capturing a selfie, and posting her introspective musings in a private space, where she could ponder the meaning of life in solitude. When she discovered that Guamimi drove the same car, she impulsively traded it for an Aston Martin, continuing her contemplation of wealth's inability to purchase happiness. How could women with incomes below $1 million dare to criticize her? They simply did not understand her sorrow. They were oblivious to her tragic background. Did they know the depth of her suffering over the years? They presumed she spent lavishly for pleasure, but in truth, it was a fade to mask her emptiness, for without spending, she felt devoid of purpose. Possessing a resilient spirit, He Lan continually motivated herself. I am a remarkable woman, akin to Lin Huyin. Although the reality of being extraordinarily wealthy cannot be altered, I must don a mask and endure, quietly bearing the burdens that accompany this fortune, for within my heart lies poetry and dreams of distant horizons. Such was the essence of He Lan. Returning to the narrative of her birthday night, the 4 newly adult young women had rented a cinema owned by the nation's beloved actor, selecting the film The Age of Gold from the Tiny Time series. He Lan discreetly dismissed all the bodyguards her father had assigned to her. She cherished her solitude. Unbeknownst to her, however, a cadre of over a dozen security personnel remained stationed at the cinema's entrance. As the 4 girls engaged in light-hearted banter, Guli emerged as the central figure, her wealth affording her the spotlight, while the other 3 clung to her side, driven by their desire for luxury. It was evident they had procured their fur coats at a discount from Haining, mere imitations of true opulence. As for Lin Xiao, she was but a trifling distraction, a plaything He Lan had entertained for several rounds, merely for amusement. They foolishly believed her to be their friend, which brought a smirk to her lips as she reflected on their naivety. I have already raised more than a dozen. To be honest, it's a bit bothersome. By the way, my father's listed entertainment company has just welcomed a new male star, quite handsome. Should we invite him to dance for us? He is trained in Korea and has a rather alluring physique. Oh yes, that sounds delightful. Lan, why do you seem so disinterested? Cheer up. Today is your birthday. Aren't you planning to embark on a hiking journey in southern Europe for a year and a half to celebrate tomorrow? Hai Lanlin lifted her eyelids slightly, sighed, and replied, I know. Don't mind her. She is always like this, another girl murmured. Suddenly, Hai Lanlin languidly confessed, I want to be in a relationship. The three girls thought they had misheard her. It took a while for them to react, their faces flushed with excitement as they began to bombard her with questions. Lanlan, are you serious? What kind of person are you looking for? It goes without saying, it must be a refined and handsome gentleman. Wealth is secondary, after all. No one is richer than Lanlin's family. Come on, tell us, who is it? Could it be the heir of the Liujiu group who pursued you recently? Hai Lanlin shook her head, elegantly smoothing her long, dark hair, curling the ends around her fingers and softly brushing her lips. Her gaze became dreamy, as if she were envisioning her ideal partner. Under the intense anticipation of the three girls, after a long pause, Hai Lanlin finally smiled contentedly and revealed her criteria for a partner. The man who can marry me must be someone who understands me. He should lead me beyond the mundane, forsaking all vanity and grandeur, to achieve the purification of the soul and the redemption of the spirit. One girl gently touched Hai Lanlin's forehead and said earnestly, Lanlan, it's too late. Your man, Shakyamuni, has already attained enlightenment. Stop joking. I'm serious, Hai Lanlin retorted, annoyed. Who told you to speak such nonsense? This standard is nothing but a fantasy. Where can one find such a person in reality? Another girl exclaimed, there is someone out there. I will definitely find him. You I will. The commotion of the four girls even drowned out the sound of the movie, but soon, a sudden explosive noise silenced everything. Bang! A tremendous blast erupted beneath the front row of seats, sending 7 or 8 chairs soaring towards the ceiling. The red fabric disintegrating into fragments scattered everywhere. In an instant, smoke enveloped the air. The four girls were paralyzed with fear, having never encountered such an event. They screamed in terror and instinctively turned their bodies, seeking refuge beneath their seats. At that moment, bang, bang, bang. Explosions erupted all around. The entire screening room was engulfed in chaos. An explosive device detonated behind the four girls. Hai Lanlin felt as though the world was collapsing. Her head spun, and she was struck by metal fragments on her back and limbs, excruciating pain causing her to cry out. She bore the agony, tightly burying her head in her knees as a final act of protection. A few seconds later, silence swiftly returned. Hai Lanlin realized she was gravely injured, uncertain of the fate of her companions. Lanlan. Black Lanlan heard someone calling her. It was Luo Ting. She hesitated to lift her head, fearful that doing so might lead to her demise. In the prime of her youth, who wishes for death? A pair of damp hands weakly pressed against her neck. It hurts so much. I don't want to die. Luo Ting cried out in desperation. Black Lanlan hesitated for a moment, slowly turning her head. In just a glance, she saw that half of Luo Ting's face had been severed by a metallic shard, revealing stark white bone, and one eyeball dangled loosely from its socket. Luo Ting spat blood as she called to Black Lanlan. I feel such agony. Don't come over. Black Lanlan, in a frenzy, desperately crawled backward, each movement deepening her wounds, the immense pain nearly causing her to faint. She stumbled over something, looking down to see the bodies of 2 other girls, still warm, lying there with fatal injuries to their chests. No! Black Lanlan shattered. At that moment, an explosion ignited a fire, and fortunately, the ceiling sprinklers activated in time. The cascade of water drenched Black Lanlan as she sobbed uncontrollably beneath its flow. Outside, footsteps hastened. Miss, are you all right? Black Lanlan did not respond. The water washed away the blood oozing from her wounds and the warmth from her body. She felt a void in her mind, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, before collapsing to the ground. In her fading moments, she vaguely saw a figure, no larger than a thumb, floating above her, gazing down with tenderness and compassion, smiling at her. At that instant, warmth enveloped her, pain dissipated, and an overwhelming sense of peace washed over her. Am I free? Black Lanlan murmured. Lanlan, wake up quickly. Lanlan, come on. It's such a beautiful day, and you are sleeping. Black Lanlan felt someone shaking her and slowly opened her eyes to see Luo Ting looking at her with annoyance, muttering, You've been asleep for half an hour. Luo Ting, you're not dead? Black Lanlin's eyes widened in disbelief. Luo Ting, upon hearing this, became irate, exclaiming, "Oh, finally speaking the truth, you've always wanted me dead. Haven't you?" Black Lon Lon did not retort, but instead fell into a daze. Ignoring Luo Ting's reaction to her indifference, she called for their companions to mediate. The screening room, the age of youth companions, was it all a dream? It occurred to her that, feeling exceedingly bored, she had merely dozed off for a moment. How amusing to dream such a peculiar dream. It must be the result of staying up late the previous night. Black Lon Lon chuckled at herself, feeling a sense of relief. Unbeknownst to her, just above her head, an invisible spiritual entity was cursing with exasperation. "I've expended so much of my spiritual energy, and you, little girl, are still here watching movies without a care in the world. Do you even realize how exhausting it was for me to search for fragments of memories resembling this scene? I'm barely left with the energy of a fingernail." With all its might, it influenced the course of the dream. As it faced imminent demise, it could only assist her thus far. Meng Xian was on the verge of giving up. He was acutely aware that the time remaining for the middle-aged man's countdown was dwindling, and for the young girl before him, the prospect of falling back into slumber seemed nearly impossible. Meng Xian's method of utilizing dreams as a harbinger could not be employed a second time. Overwhelmed with anxiety, Meng Xian found himself in a state of disarray. 3 girls nearby were chattering away, while He Lon Lon felt a growing unease, sensing that something was amiss. A woman's intuition rendered her unable to dismiss the significance of that dream. Perhaps she should take a look beneath her seat. She gradually bent down. "Lon Lon, what are you doing?" Just as He Lon Lon noticed nothing unusual under her seat and was about to rise, her peripheral vision caught sight of a black box secured with yellow tape beneath the row of seats behind her. Instantly, her pupils constricted to pinpricks. In a flash, she realized the immense danger lurking beneath her. Run! Her face drained of color, she disregarded everyone else and bolted towards the exit of the screening room. Chapter 7. A narrow escape miss. How did you manage to get out? The bodyguards, disguised as customers, exchanged bewildered glances as the dark-skinned young lady frantically pushed her way into the crowd, momentarily leaving them in confusion. "Catch up to her. Do not let the young lady come to harm," the head of the bodyguards commanded. Without a second thought for maintaining their cover, the bodyguards surged through the throng in pursuit. "I must leave this place at once. The farther the better." He Lon Lon clenched her delicate fists, resolutely distancing herself from the screening room, oblivious to the shouts of her name behind her. Meng Xian floated above her, trailing closely. What a selfish woman, he thought, only concerned for her own safety, completely disregarding the innocent bystanders at risk of an explosion. Doubt crept into his mind about the wisdom of rescuing such a woman. However, upon seeing 3 other girls escape as well, and realizing the screening room had yet to detonate, he felt a slight relief wash over him, though his disdain for He Lanlin's behavior deepened. He Lon Lon shoved past several obstructing pedestrians, drawing their ire and scorn. "Get out of my way. Don't block the path of your ladyship," she called, not bothering to look back. At that moment, a large hand clamped down on her arm with a painful grip. Fury ignited within her. "Do you know who I am? Release me at once." He Lon Lon spun around to confront a middle-aged man with an unremarkable face. The man, wearing sunglasses even at night, smirked as if to say something, but He Lon Lon could no longer hear him. In his other hand, he revealed a glinting dagger, cold and lethal. "Alas, it seems I must take matters into my own hands," the middle-aged man mused bitterly. The furious shouts of the bodyguards were closing in, and the sound of their footsteps grew increasingly near. The opportunity was fleeting. Though he was baffled as to how the target had discovered his bomb setup, he could no longer dwell on it. He understood that if he failed this time, there would be no second chance. The target's family would protect her as though she were in an impregnable fortress. Moreover, his client was not one to be trifled with. Failure could very well cost him his life. Fortuitously, this confused woman had strayed beyond the protective range of her bodyguards, inadvertently colliding with him. The middle-aged man, who had nearly abandoned hope, felt a flicker of renewed ambition to carry out his murderous plan. Fortune favors the bold. He was convinced he could evade the frenzied retaliation of the bodyguards. All transpired in a flash. The dagger struck like a venomous serpent, aimed directly at Hei Lanlin's heart. A lethal blow was assured. The middle-aged man was confident in his skills, convinced she would feel no pain, nor utter a final word. This was his last gesture of pity toward his prey. "Oh, innocent soul, may you find peace," he smiled cruelly. Suddenly, at the critical moment, a swift kick appeared from nowhere, sending the dagger flying. As the blade soared, its tremendous force carved a wound across Hei Lanlin's beautiful right cheek, blood oozing forth immediately. The middle-aged man grimaced in pain, realizing with horror that his wrist had fractured, rendering his hand useless. "Who dares?" he gasped, turning to face his assailant, astonished. No answer came. Instead, a powerful punch struck him down to the ground. The middle-aged man felt as though he had been struck by a cannonball. His head throbbed as if it would split apart. Such formidable force and astonishing speed indicated he had encountered a master. Flee! This was the singular thought that surged through his mind. He wasted no time rising to his feet, nor did he spare a glance at the assailant's visage, for such delay would jeopardize his escape. Propelling himself forward from the ground, he summoned the strength in his waist, aiming to dash into the crowd of onlookers, hoping to throw a few unfortunate souls behind him as a barrier against his pursuers. Alas, despite his seasoned experience, he underestimated the adversary's prowess. Just as he began to gain momentum, a bodyguard shouted, "Don't let him escape." With a disdainful snort, the opponent lunged and seized the middle-aged man's heel. With a forceful tug downward, the man fell face first to the ground, landing unceremoniously. Blood gushed from his nostrils, and as he attempted to struggle, an elbow struck his waist, causing the breath to escape his lungs, leaving him utterly weakened. Despondency enveloped the middle-aged man. It was over. "No struggling, serender obediently," the assailant commanded with an air of righteousness, expertly restraining him. Nearby, a terrified Hei Lanlin, having narrowly escaped, realized that her savior was a young man, broad-shouldered, with a square jaw that, while not conventionally handsome, bore sharp, defined features that exuded a sense of reliability and fortitude. Hei Lanlin's heart raced, her admiration for her rescuer blossoming. "Miss, are you all right?" A voice called out. "Miss, your face." Upon touching her cheek, Hei Lanlin felt the dampness, and upon inspecting her hand, saw it smeared with blood. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. The bodyguards were thrown into a frenzy. "Take the young lady back to the mansion. Summon the private medical team to arrive within 15 minutes. After issuing these commands, the head bodyguard bowed deeply to the mysterious young man, expressing profound gratitude. "May I inquire your name, brave hero?" "Jiang Lang," the young man replied succinctly. "You have saved the Hei family's young lady. Whatever reward you desire, we shall fulfill," the head bodyguard offered. "I require nothing," Jiang Lang responded tersely. The head bodyguard continued, "Please allow us to take this man. He will face the appropriate consequences." Jiang Lang shook his head, retrieving a sturdy pair of handcuffs from his coat pocket. With a click, he secured himself and the middle-aged man together, flashing a bright smile that revealed his white teeth to the astonished bodyguards. "It would be better if you leave him to me. I am a police officer." Without waiting for the stunned head bodyguard to respond, Jiang Lang led the middle-aged man out of the cinema. He placed the man into a private vehicle, noting that he was off duty that day. "Huh, who would have thought I would end up in the hands of the law?" the middle-aged man scoffed. Jiang Lang started the engine and, glancing at the criminal, said coolly, "Your name is Tu Tianming, is it not? A killer?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically, his body trembling as if electrified, overwhelmed with shock. "How do you know my name?" Jiang Lang smiled faintly, looking upward as if to ponder aloud. "I do not quite know." He turned to the middle-aged man and inquired, "Do you believe in dreams?" I had a peculiar dream." No sooner had he spoken than a deafening explosion resonated from within the cinema. A frail spiritual entity flickered erratically, darting towards a certain location in the city at varying speeds. Meng Xian departed. The interrogation of Tu Tianming by Detective Jiang Lang. The Black Clan's revenge as they sought their elusive employer, the aftermath of the cinema explosion, the media's response, and the transformation of Hei Lanlin's character due to the scars on her face. These were matters that did not concern him, at least through his efforts. No harm had come to anyone. How fortunate that it was a close call. Meng Xian patted his chest. Though his spiritual form did not require breathing, he still maintained human habits. From the outset, Meng Xian had not placed all his hopes on He Lanlin's response to danger. Dreams are not omnipotent. They can influence one's judgment, but cannot dictate one's actions. All Meng Xian could do was exert his efforts and leave the rest to fate. To be cautious, he searched within a 10-kilometer radius of the cinema, where a certain individual with the capability to deter Tu Tianming's desperate actions was still asleep in broad daylight. After numerous failed attempts, he finally discovered the single detective Jiang Lang, who was enjoying a day off, soundly asleep in his home. The national champion of police combat, an officer in the municipal criminal investigation team, with a composed and meticulous demeanor and decisive in action, he was the ideal candidate. Jiang Lang had just resolved a hostage situation the previous day and was resting at home today. His dreamscape was filled with countless memories related to various cases, and Meng Xian amalgamated these fragments to simulate a series of criminal scenarios. In essence, Jiang Lang had experienced no fewer than 10 nightmares involving heinous crimes. The specifics of these dreams were irrelevant. What mattered was ensuring that the awakened Jiang Lang retained two crucial points. Meng Xian referred to this as psychological suggestion through dreams. The first was the location, the cinema 3 kilometers from home, particularly near the screening hall. The second was the repeatedly manifested visage of the assailant. In his dream, Meng Xian had synthesized the appearance of a middle-aged man while continuously murmuring Tu Tianming's name in a narrative manner. It was impossible for Jiang Lang to forget. Jiang Lang endured great discomfort, awakening to the visage of a middle-aged man, leading him to question his own sexual orientation. The cycle of waking and sleeping left anyone feeling that something was amiss. Guided by intuition, Jiang Lang donned handcuffs, adopting a mindset of simply strolling through shops, and made his way to the cinema. Just as he began to doubt his own sanity, he uncovered Tu Tianming's desperate attempt to kill and flee. When the moment called for action, he acted decisively. Tu Tianming was no match for Jiang Lang. This time, accolades and honors were inescapable for him. However, the situation was far from simple, and that is another story. Meanwhile, Meng Xian, in his quest to save others, also sought to bring Tu Tianming to justice, expending a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Fortunately, it was nightfall, and many were lost in dreams at their bedside. He proceeded, pausing intermittently, awakening numerous individuals from their nightmares. Upon reaching the residence of Wang Ke, his spiritual entity had largely regained its strength. He discovered that the intensity of nightmares varied greatly, and the mental strength he acquired was remarkably diverse. Meng Xian meticulously regulated the severity of the nightmares. He would only employ the most effective absolute terror dream for those who were truly wicked. His gaze settled upon the easternmost unit of a high-rise building. It was a 90-square-meter relatively new apartment, the very one that Wang Ke had just purchased, nearly depleting the couple's entire savings. Meng Xian had assisted during the move, and it all flooded back to him as cherished memories. "My dear friend, I wonder how you are faring," Meng Xian mused to himself, only to find the thought amusing. After all, it had not been long since his demise, and Wang Ke, being the timid and conservative person he was, would likely be the same as ever. Gradually, his ethereal form descended from the sky, moving to hover outside Wang Ke's balcony. Inside the living room, the lights were aglow. Chapter 8. The Green Giant Wang Ke. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the entire neighborhood was enveloped in an eerie silence, with only a few rooms still illuminated, signaling something amiss. After a cursory inspection of the modest dwelling, Meng Xian felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Wang Ke was not at home. His wife, Zhang Xiao, sat alone on the sofa, her knees drawn up to her chest. The warm glow of the lamp beside her cast a harsh shadow on her face, accentuating her forlorn expression. She remained silent, lost in thought, her gaze vacant, and traces of tears lingered on her cheeks. The absence of a child suggested they had likely been sent to their hometown, Meng Xian mused. Zhang Xiao was a strikingly beautiful professional woman, her toned calves and curvaceous figure often attracting the attention of men. Despite her allure, she was quite reserved, working diligently in an office supplies sales company, exhibiting a timid disposition akin to her husband's. Both she and Wang Ke led a life of quietude and simplicity. At this moment, however, Zhang Xiao appeared utterly despondent and helpless. In Meng Xian's memory, she had always been the embodiment of optimism. What could have transpired to render her thus? Though curiosity gnawed at him, the fact that she was awake made it impossible for Meng Xian to delve into the depths of her thoughts through dreams. Furthermore, as the wife of a dear friend, he felt an awkward reluctance to pry. Indeed, humans possess a profound memory of desire. Within the repository of dream materials, fragments of memory, there exists a considerable amount of content that is decidedly inappropriate for children. Having infiltrated countless dreams, Meng Xian had developed a keen awareness of this phenomenon. The thought of intruding into his friend's wife's dreams, potentially uncovering intimate details meant to remain private, was a prospect that Meng Xian could scarcely bear. Should he wait for Wang Ke to return? With 3 hours until the average person would awaken, there was ample time to explore myriad dreams. Since discovering that inducing nightmares in others allowed him to absorb the excess mental energy released upon their awakening, thereby enhancing his own power, Meng Xian had become quite enamored with this ability. Through numerous trials, he realized that to exert the maximum influence over a dream, he must expend a significant amount of his own mental energy. In essence, altering a dream required a mental expenditure akin to an outflow. Conversely, when a dream was shattered, the resultant mental energy could be viewed as an inflow. It was a straightforward concept. Only when income exceeded expenditure could one experience a growth in mental energy. Additionally, Meng Xian had previously observed that a mental entity, when anchored in the material realm for extended periods, would gradually deplete. This depletion accelerated in states of high activity, directly impacting the size of the mental entity. Meng Xian had yet to master the delicate balance between income and expenditure, resulting in fluctuating levels of mental energy. To resolve this conundrum, he needed to persistently experiment, requiring a plethora of dreams. The goal was to expend the least amount of his own mental energy while extracting the maximum residual energy from the dreamer. Only then could he aspire to become truly powerful. He surveyed the entire neighborhood, with its hundreds of households and thousands of dreams, all unguarded and exposed, awaiting the invasion of his consciousness. The vast majority of dreams Meng Xian entered culminated in the dreamer awakening. Thus, he had taken to calling himself the Dream Terminator. As Meng Xian contemplated seeking nourishment elsewhere, Zhang Zhao's phone suddenly rang. A picture arrived via WeChat. Who could it be at this late hour? Initially, Meng Xian paid little attention, but Zhang Zhao's hands trembled slightly, and her complexion turned ghastly. Curious, Meng Xian crossed the glass wall to the phone screen. There, he beheld an image of a scantily clad young woman lying nude on a hotel bed, accompanied by a lecherous man taking a selfie. The woman in the photograph unmistakably resembled Zhang Xiao. Meng Xian was utterly bewildered, his expression one of disbelief. Had the virtuous Zhang Xiao betrayed him? Was his good friend Wang Ke being deceived? The world seemed to shift too rapidly for him to comprehend. However, something about Zhang Zhao's posture in the photo appeared off, rigid and unnatural, her underwear hanging around her ankles, her clothing torn into tatters, carelessly discarded to the side. The scene was one of utter depravity. Zhang Xiao, in a panic, deleted the image from WeChat. Ding! Another message arrived. Come and serve me obediently. You and T want your husband to discover this disgrace, would you? Zhang Xiao clenched her fists, her meticulously manicured nails breaking without her noticing. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, You beast. I will report you. You drug me and... Just as her message was sent, a response came swiftly, accompanied by a smirking emoji. It read, Do you think I care who you are? If reporting worked, why would I have amassed so much wealth? Ha ha ha. If you continue to resist, I will upload these photographs to the cloud for all men to admire your body. Will your husband still want you then? What will your son think when he grows up? Overcome with shame and anger, Zhang Xiao exclaimed, May you suffer a terrible fate. Almost immediately, a barrage of explicit images flooded her screen, depicting the lecherous man violating her body. Even Meng Xian, a seasoned veteran in such matters, felt his heart race and hastily turn away. Zhang Xiao finally crumbled, deleting the contact and collapsing like a deflated balloon onto the sofa, weeping into a cushion. Fate had bestowed upon her a warm and loving home, only for it to be shattered by a devil. She grappled with how to face her husband and son in the future, yet she feared even more that this devil would not relent, that he would not tire of tormenting her. The thought of a life filled with humiliation rendered her dazed, wishing only for death. Before deleting the man's WeChat, Meng Xian clearly saw the name. "Hey, Jesse?" he murmured, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Had he not heard that name before? Indeed, in He Lanlin's dream. This He Jesse was none other than He Lanlin's uncle, a director of the He Group, in fierce opposition to He Lanlin's father, He Jiren. Could it be mere coincidence that they shared the same name? Meng Xian could not ascertain whether this He Jesse was indeed the same individual. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Regardless of identity, this He Jesse was doomed. Witnessing his brother's wife subjected to such humiliation stirred a tumult of emotions within Meng Xian. Were ordinary individuals destined to endure suffering, to be trampled upon and toyed with by the powerful? He silently vowed to avenge Zhang Xiao. Though he had not intended to invade Zhang Xiao's dreams, he resolved that this time, for the sake of vengeance, he would have to cross that line. He quietly floated above Zhang Xiao, entering the dreamscape as soon as she succumbed to sleep, searching for those unbearable memories to unravel the intricate narrative of events. Zhang Xiao's tears soaked her pillow. After an outpouring of grief, she felt utterly exhausted, profoundly weary. She yearned to contemplate her future, yet each thought brought forth a dismal bleakness, leading her to simply desire a slumber, hoping that upon awakening, it would all prove to be but a nightmare. That nothing had transpired. How wonderful it would be if it were merely a dream. With her eyes closed, the weight of drowsiness gradually enveloped her. Meng Xian waited anxiously, as a flicker of light slowly took shape within Zhang Zhao's mind. The dreamscape was beginning to materialize. Not everyone dreams during sleep, yet when the mind is highly active before slumber and emotions are in tumult, the likelihood of dreaming approaches certainty. Ultimately, dreams are merely an extension of our feelings. As Meng Xian gauged the timing, a sudden sound of a door creaking open pierced the stillness outside. Zhang Xiao was stirred from her reverie. Weary, she rose from the sofa, wiped her tears, and upon reaching the entrance, she found Wang Ke had entered. Zhang Xiao held deep affection for Wang Ke and wished to conceal her distress. She forced a smile and softly greeted him. "You're back." Wang Ke reeked of alcohol, nodded in acknowledgement, removed his leather shoes, and leaned against the wall, slightly inebriated, saying, "Director Wu asked me to entertain some clients. They were quite wild, and it ran late." Noticing Zhang Zhao's pallor, he playfully pinched her nose, offering a gentle smile. "Look at you worrying. With so many social engagements ahead, you needn't wait for me. It's already late." "It's fine. The child is at my mother-in-law's, and I happen to be on leave for a few days," Zhang Xiao replied calmly, omitting the fact that her time off was thanks to a favor from Heiji's to her boss, who dared not offend this charismatic figure. "One que caresse un chien es face." Realizing she had lost considerable weight during this time, his heart ached, and he promised her, "My dear, you've endured so much over these years. But worry not. The company leaders value me and have promised greater commission. By year's end, we shall move into a larger home." Zhang Xiao, rarely smiling, teased, "What nonsense! Are you unaware of the current housing market, based solely on your meager salary?" Wang Ke refrained from explaining, instead chuckling softly. "You'll see then whether I spoke in vain." He was well aware that the dark commission promised by Wu Wenbin exceeded his regular income. "By the way, Meng Xian's memorial service is in 3 days. Should I attend?" Zhang Xiao recalled and inquired. Upon hearing his name, Meng Xian jolted. "A memorial service? I actually have a memorial service. Which leader is so benevolent?" Upon hearing Meng Xian's name, Wang Ke's expression shifted, his gaze evasive as he deliberately avoided Zhang Zhao's eyes, replying, "Go ahead, it's just a friend." He sighed deeply, murmuring to himself, "Ah, living is better than being dead. My apologies." "What did you say?" Zhang Xiao didn't catch it. Wang Ke waved his hand, feigning nausea. "I'm drunk. help me to rest. Sensing Wang Kei's reluctance to discuss Meng Xian, and seeing his troubled countenance, Zhang Xiao assisted him back to the bedroom to rest, knowing he would need to rise for work in just a few hours. Returning to the bed, Wang Kei suddenly felt invigorated. He embraced Zhang Xiao's slender waist, planted a kiss on her lips, and playfully remarked, "Darling, I desire a second child." Zhang Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment. "You rascal. What if one day I were to leave?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Kei replied, "Then I shall perish." "Do not speak such nonsense. It may come true," Zhang Xiao exclaimed, covering Wang Kei's mouth in alarm. Unfazed, Wang Kei took the opportunity to push Zhang Xiao down, and the couple commenced their unreserved marital intimacy. Meanwhile, the somewhat morally conscious spirit Meng Xian, with a sheepish grin, exited the bedroom. Hearing the sounds from within, he shook his head and decided it would be best to seek sustenance elsewhere in the realm of dreams. "Wang Yi, Azabroder, I shall not allow you to suffer in vain," Meng Xian silently vowed as he soared away. Chapter 9. Meng Xian's Fury. "Ah, my dear, what troubles you? It is but 6 in the morning. I had a nightmare. I dreamt we went to the zoo, and when I opened the car door, a tiger bit my face, and mother also perished. It terrified me." "Ha ha, spare yourself. Dreams often convey the opposite. Return to slumber. At 7:30, we must take the children to the wildlife park." Another call came through. "Father. Son, what brings you to call?" "Father is away working on a film. I shall return next month." "Do you miss me?" "Father. I had a nightmare, sob. I'm so scared. I dreamt that you and mother were arguing, and mother ran away with someone else, abandoning me." "Ha! Silly child, dreams are deceitful. Come, allow me to tell you a story. What would you like to hear?" The child pondered and replied, "Water margin." "Very well. Once upon a time, Wu Song, the tiger slayer, became a great hero, and in a moment of triumph, arrived at the home of Wu Dalong. After hanging up, the child contentedly drifted back to sleep. At that moment, the door swung open, and a tall man announced, "Breakfast is ready. Rise and eat, for school awaits." "All right, Uncle Song," the child sleepily responded. "Xiao Ming, I had a nightmare." Xiao Ming awoke early, performing sit-ups, for how else could he maintain his impressive six-pack and slender waist? He inquired, "My dear, what nightmare did you encounter?" "I dreamt I won the Best Supporting Actress award, but everyone was mocking and teasing me. I felt so innocent. Sobi. Xiao Ming opened his notebook and scoured various forums. Turning back, he gently addressed the beauty on the bed. "My love, that is not a nightmare. It is reality." Meng Xian wandered about, inadvertently bestowing upon others a handful of unpleasant dreams, yet the instigator felt no remorse. As he put it, he was a spirit, and spirits need not adhere to the basic laws of existence. Upon returning to the Wang family residence, his form had undergone yet another transformation. What had once been the size of a thumb had now grown to that of an adult's palm. He had become increasingly adept at manipulating dreams. He learned to adapt his approach, aligning with the existing dream narrative to exert influence, inducing the dreamer towards the anticipated nightmare outcome with minimal expenditure of mental energy. However, he did not go to extremes. All nightmares remained within a controllable scope. Meng Xian would not permit a dreamer to awaken still shaken, lingering in the weakened state wrought by the nightmare. Of course, certain nefarious individuals were exceptions. He would assess the dreamer's character through fragmented memories. If one were to categorize the severity of nightmare-induced terror into 10 levels, Meng Xian meticulously regulated the nightmares of ordinary individuals to levels 1 through 3, representing typical nightmares. Having once been an ordinary citizen himself, he empathized with their plight and would not conjure needless suffering merely to enhance his own spiritual power. As for figures like Tu Tianming, whose heinous deeds warranted multiple capital punishments, Meng Xian showed no leniency. He unleashed nightmares of utmost ferocity upon such individuals. Much like the nightmare experienced by Tu Tianming, the terror emanates from the very soul, possessing a minimum intensity of level 6. As for a level 10 nightmare, Meng Xian himself could scarcely fathom what it might entail. Would it be akin to Freddy from A Nightmare on Elm Street, committing murder within dreams? Who can say? Meng Xian's exploration of dreams remains in its nascent stages. ZZZ. After a tumultuous night, Wang Ke, feeling utterly drained as if his essence had been siphoned away, finally succumbed to slumber, his snores resonating through the room. With half an hour remaining before work, every moment of sleep was precious. Zhang Xiao, her cheeks still flushed from the rain, sat beside Wang Ke's pillow, tenderly covering him with a blanket. Reflecting on her own loss of purity, she felt a pang of guilt towards her husband, sighing softly in a haze of confusion. Meng Xian awaited Zhang Zhao's descent into sleep, yet her heavy demeanor suggested she might struggle to find rest throughout the day. At that very moment, a dazzling orb of multicolored light began to coalesce within Wang Ke's mind. Meng Xian stroked his chin, pondering the nature of the dream this young man was experiencing. Let be. Should I truly exploit my brother's mental energy? I'm sorry, Meng Xian. Wang Ke's lips quivered, emitting a faint sound, unaware of the underlying tension. Zhang Xiao offered a bittersweet smile, remarking, "It seems Meng Xian's death has profoundly affected him. He frequently calls out his name these days. Alas, one cannot resurrect the deceased. Do not cling so tightly to the past. Meng Xian's demise does not concern you." Meng Xian's eyelids twitched. A dream related to me? How astonishing. I hadn't realized I held such significance in his heart. A sudden epiphany struck me. How foolish I am. I can induce nightmares, but I can also conjure pleasant dreams for those dear to me. Chuckling to myself, I thought, why not expend a bit of my own mental energy to ensure he experiences a delightful dream, ascending to the position of CEO and reaching the pinnacle of success? With this thought, my hands itched with anticipation. I extended my palm towards the vibrant orb, feeling its warm radiance envelop my spiritual essence. Closing my eyes, I dispersed my mental energy into the orb. As the pull intensified, I relinquished my resistance and swiftly merged with the light, effortlessly entering Wang Ke's dreamscape. At the center of this space, a vast, gaping void floated, the upper rim pulsating with the workings of dreams. Scenes from various dreams flowed like a fast-forwarded film, time within the dream advancing much more swiftly than in reality. I observed vividly colored bubbles curving through the air, colliding with a sorrowful visage below, which consumed them with a mournful expression, exuding an aura of despair and helplessness, merely a vessel of negative emotions. It seemed this was not a pleasant dream. A foreboding sense crept over me. I must investigate further. With practiced ease, I seized a fragment of memory, encasing it in my mental energy, disguising it before soaring towards the weeping face. This method, fundamentally akin to a virus invading an immune system, was my chosen approach. Wait a moment, this memory fragment is... Meng Xian suddenly cried out, desperately escaping from the mouth of the mournful visage, which grew even more unsightly, the face twisting in rage. Meng Xian could no longer contain himself. He was astounded by the fragments of memories that had been swallowed within him. Dreams may weave fabrications, yet memories remain steadfastly true. Though the details of memories may blur with the passage of time, their essence remains unaltered. This particular fragment dated back 2 days, its vibrant hues unmistakable, indicative of a deeply etched recollection, rendering its contents nearly infallible. It chronicled a brief exchange. "You are smarter than him," Director Wu sneered. "Wankedi, because I fear death." Those unafraid of death have all perished. Wu Wenbin's eyes glinted with malice as he extinguished his cigarette halfway and retrieved his phone, declaring, "The boss has spoken. Let us proceed." Wang Ke, overwhelmed by a chilling fear, trembled and almost pleaded, "Meng Xian, please no." Director Wu shook his head, coldly asserting, "This is an order from above." After a lengthy pause, a message arrived on his phone. Glancing at it, Wu smiled faintly. "It's over." He then handed a box containing 500,000 in cash to Wang Ke, his tone laced with menace. "Either we prosper together, or you join that ungrateful wretch." Wang Ke hesitated for a few moments before accepting the box, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Wu Wenbin erupted in laughter. The initial pain is always excruciating, but the ensuing thrill is unparalleled. Ha ha ha. The memory fragment abruptly ceased. Standing in stunned silence for an extended period, Meng Xian was reluctant to accept the truth. Yet the evidence was irrefutable. compelling him to confront it. Anger, betrayal, shamelessness, disgust. Meng Xian found himself engulfed by a myriad of negative emotions. His teeth clenched in fury, his spiritual form flickering like a malfunctioning light bulb on the verge of collapse. His mental strength rapidly dissipated. His once palm-sized body shrank to half its size in an instant. "Ah, this infuriates me," Meng Xian shouted skyward. He had always believed his demise resulted from a traffic accident. Although he harbored resentment towards the reckless driver, it was ultimately an unfortunate event, a fate he had come to accept. But now, the shocking revelation that he had been murdered, a vile act of malice. The perpetrator being the two-faced Wu Wenbin and the sinister interests behind him. Enraged, Meng Xian longed to enter Wu Wenbin's dreams and exact 1,000-fold revenge. "Calm down. I must remain composed." Meng Xian took a deep breath, horrified to realize his body had dwindled to the size of a pinky finger, his wrath having drained his spiritual energy completely. "I cannot die. I must seek vengeance, and make those who harm me pay. Blood for blood, none shall escape. Wu Wenbin, though I could not confront you in life, even as a ghost, I shall pursue my revenge. The heavens show no discernment. Evil begets evil, and goodness begets goodness? What a farce! Let it be I, Meng Xian, who enacts divine justice." With fury in his eyes, he clenched his fists tightly, struggling to maintain control over his emotions. After a long while, he finally managed to stabilize his shattered spiritual form. At this moment, his eyes were filled with coldness as he gazed upon Wang Kei's dreamscape. The original kindness within him utterly extinguished. "How foolish of me to have regarded you as a true brother, only to be met with betrayal. Yet, the instinct for survival is inherent to humanity. I should never have involved you in this affair. I harbor no resentment towards you, nor do I wish to bring you harm. Allow me to observe the dealings between you and Wu Wenbin." With that, Meng Xian plunged headlong into his sorrowful visage. Once a soul filled with good intentions, he was now oblivious to the transformation taking place within him upon discovering the truth of his demise. He had begun to embrace darkness. With unwavering resolve, he succumbed to the abyss of negative emotions, and thus, the harrowing path of dreams drenched in blood and chaos began to unfold. Chapter 10. The Path to Wealth of Wu Wenbin at around 7 or 8 in the morning. The weather was neither too cool nor too warm, and the sunlight cast a beautiful glow over the city. A gentle breeze caressed the pedestrians, providing a sense of comfort. However, Meng Xian felt quite ill at ease in such weather. He had never been fond of daylight. He discovered that under the sun, his mental energy would gradually dissipate. The breeze felt like a blade, slicing through his very being. The environment favored by humanity no longer embraced him. The reality was harsh. Meng Xian was no longer human. He could no longer walk in the sunlight. The passers-by on the street were strangers whose dreams Meng Xian had invaded the previous night. Dressed impeccably, beneath their refined exteriors lay countless sordid thoughts. Fragments of memories do not lie. No one is entirely pure, not even Meng Xian himself. They could walk proudly down the street, whereas Meng Xian could not, for he lacked the facade to conceal hypocrisy and ugliness. He preferred the night. The illusory realm of dreams suited his being far better. A faint smile graced Meng Xian's lips as he soared towards the place he had worked 9 to 5 for several years. His body, composed of mental energy, could teleport instantaneously, yet he refrained from doing so. Firstly, such a rapid movement would deplete his energy reserves too quickly. His current mental capacity could not sustain such a drastic expenditure. Secondly, Meng Xian wished to ponder for a while longer. From the fragmented memories of Wang Kei, Meng Xian uncovered the truth behind Wu Wenbin's design to murder him. He also learned that Wang Kei had joined the clandestine interest group behind Wu Wenbin. However, since Wang Kei was merely a low-ranking member, coerced into allegiance, he could not possibly know the core secrets of the organization. He was oblivious to the identity of the mastermind or to whom he was profiting. Wu Wenbin could not genuinely trust him. In Meng Xian's estimation, a person like Wu Wenbin could trust no one but himself. By cross-referencing the evidence and intelligence Meng Xian had possessed in life with the details Wang Kei knew about the interest group behind Wu Wenbin, he arrived at a preliminary conclusion. Meng Xian's former company was an electronics manufacturing firm, part of a state-owned conglomerate. Wu Wenbin was the head of the procurement department at this firm. In reality, there were many departments responsible for procurement, such as the technical department, security department, post-production department, and equipment department. The procurement department was primarily tasked with managing purchases, and in theory, it had no leeway for rent-seeking. Yet even someone like Meng Xian, who had merely worked a few years as a salesperson, was aware of the numerous underhanded dealings. The waters ran deep. All regulations and rules were executed by people akin to filling out forms after the fact, balancing accounts, and presenting a FAA of compliance while operating under the table. Wu Wenbin was shrewd and never acted alone. He collaborated closely with Director Tian from the technical department and Director Xia from the finance department. They were of one mind. Wu Wenbin, or rather the group he was part of within the company, had three primary avenues for wealth accumulation. The first avenue involved exploiting suppliers, where a project worth millions could yield kickbacks of 3 to 4%, a near-implicit rule. If that were the case, Meng Xian would not harbor such disdain for Wu Wenbin. It was simply that Wu Wenbin's manner of taking was too grotesque. It was akin to a common product on the market priced at 8 yuan. The Wu Wenbin gang established a shell company, acquiring products at a price of 6 yuan, considerably below the market value of 8. They applied for an array of dubious patents, claiming to enhance performance by 10% while engaging in fraudulent quality inspections. The so-called processing merely involved relabeling, incurring minimal costs, yet they marked the products up to 20 yuan, which were subsequently procured by Wu Wenbin. You might question the integrity of the technical department's quality control, but that is implausible. The head of the technical department, Director Tian, insisted that the products met the standards. And not only were they compliant, but the suppliers delivered promptly and exhibited excellent service, categorizing them as premium suppliers, with intentions to continue procurement into the following year. In fact, such reputable suppliers should ideally secure contracts lasting 5 years. No one ever questioned why this supplier had only one client. The price transformation from 6 yuan to 20 yuan raises the question of how much profit Wu Wenbin reaps, while others might receive kickbacks from suppliers. They themselves are effectively the supplier. Naturally, these illicit earnings are shared among the entire corrupt organization, with conservative estimates suggesting profits in the tens of millions. The second path involves dealing in substandard goods, a specialty of Director Tian. The company's standard compliance rate is 90%. Yet through his authority, Tian classified various passable products as defective for disposal. Where do these scrapped items end up? At the company owned by Tian's distant relatives, where they are resold for substantial profit. Unsatisfied with this, Tian and his accomplices audaciously classified qualified products as unqualified to be discarded. Since Meng Xian's entry into the company, the compliance rate has never exceeded 75%. This implies that from every 100 products produced, 10 are legitimately scrapped, while 15 are effectively manufactured for Wu Wenbin. Moreover, to address the issue of low compliance rates, Tian was responsible for assembling a task force for research and development, regardless of the tens of millions allocated. And with increasingly sophisticated equipment, no tangible results emerged. Tian claimed that insufficient budgeting was the primary constraint on research and development, insisting that money was needed. The third avenue was the manipulation of financial records. With an annual budget of 3 billion yuan, expenditures matched this figure, achieving a balanced budget. However, some funds were illicitly shifted through financial fraud. Director Xia, a graduate of a prestigious finance university, executed this elaborate scheme, which he termed capital relocation. Notably, the Municipal Audit Bureau had never uncovered any discrepancies. Thus, the trio of Wu Wenbin, Tian, and Xia formed a core faction of corruption, voraciously consuming the company's assets and cultivating a cadre of underlings beneath them. These were the revelations Meng Xian had before his demise. However, he became aware that behind the trio stood another figure, Li Ming, the deputy general manager overseeing finance, procurement, and technical operations. It is evident that without substantial backing, Wu Wenbin could not have amassed such influence. One might wonder whether the general manager was oblivious to these vast irregularities. Indeed, The former general manager was ousted during an internal struggle and relegated to a nominal position within a subsidiary storage company. The new general manager, wary of this hot potato, refrained from addressing the situation. None among them would dare to sever ties, for all are compromised. The choice between demotion and facing legal repercussions is painfully clear. Behind Li Ming, there are yet more individuals, right at the group headquarters. Based on the intelligence currently possessed by Meng Xian, he is only aware of the leaders of the procurement center and their collusion. The identities of others remain shrouded in darkness. As for the identities of these individuals, Meng Xian scoffed, concluding that he would need to delve into Wu Wenbin's mind. The conglomerate encompasses numerous subsidiary companies, employing tens of thousands, with total revenues in the hundreds of billions. If his assumptions are accurate, Wu Wenbin and his associates are merely leeches within a vast interest group. Meng Xian contemplated, seeking revenge solely on Wu Wenbin? No, he resolved to uproot all the parasites within this intricate web of interests, forcing them to bear the brunt of his wrath. As he approached the company, Meng Xian recalled the memories from Wang Kei's dream. In a moment of drunken camaraderie, Wang Kei had shared a heartfelt conversation with Wu Wenbin, who revealed certain intricacies of the organization, intending to impress upon Wang Kei the organization's formidable strength, compelling him to comply. It was anticipated that by the year's end, Wu Wenbin would be promoted to deputy director of the group's procurement center, with Wang Kei poised to succeed him. It is noteworthy that Wang Kei was merely an ordinary clerk, not even an assistant, making this promotion a remarkable leap of 3 ranks. Once the news became public, it would undoubtedly incite considerable upheaval within the company. Although Wang Kei possessed a timid disposition, it did not imply a lack of ambition. Had anyone suggested he might replace Wu Wenbin mere days ago, he would have dismissed it as mockery. Yet, as he began to grasp the immense power of that enigmatic interest group, his conviction in the organization's influence solidified. Last night, Wang Kei returned home late, having been taken by Wu Wenbin to meet a new client. Wu Wenbin, patting Wang Kei on the back with the warmth of an elder, earnestly conveyed, "Young Wang, I'm being promoted. My current position must be controlled by someone trustworthy to ensure safety. I recommend you for the role. I have always regarded you as my confidant. I initially intended to nurture you, allowing you to mature for 3 years before elevating you. Unfortunately, circumstances have arisen above us, and our superior wishes to shift positions. Although the headquarters is not lacking in insiders, having one more during critical times is preferable. So, I'm stepping up ahead. As for you, your abilities are unquestionable. However, a promotion of 3 ranks, even if secured through the company president's connections, will inevitably attract envy from others in the group's human resources. But fret not, my friend. I have it all planned. With 3 to 4 months remaining until year-end, you must significantly enhance your performance, generating economic benefits that far surpass everyone else to silence all dissent. Wu Wenbin introduced a figure resembling a businessman beside him, stating here, "Meet General Manager Qian of Haishi Group's subsidiary, Haixing Electric Company, Limited Young Wang. Whatever sales orders you have, he will purchase in full." The Haishi Group, the foremost investment consortium in the country. Wang Kei trembled with excitement. Wu Wenbin had connections to Haishi Group, and his earlier assertions were not mere idle talk. With this realization, his face flushed even deeper under the influence of alcohol. General Manager Qian flashed a cunning smile, exchanging glances with Wu Wenbin, then raised a toast to Wang Kei, saying, "To the future Director Wang, allow me to toast you. Wu Wenbin is an old acquaintance of mine, and as you are his confidant, you naturally become a friend of mine as well. Let us dispense with pleasantries. May our future business collaboration be fruitful, and may we all prosper together. A toast to shared fortunes." The 3 of us raised our glasses in unison. Amidst the clinking of cups, several exquisite technicians entered the private room. Returning to reality, Meng Xian exhaled sharply through his nose. "Wang Kei, you remain excessively naive. With so many subordinates under Wu Wenbin, why would he particularly cultivate you as his successor?" After a moment of contemplation, a faint smile appeared at the corners of Meng Xian's mouth as he coldly remarked, "Do not become a scapegoat for others. You may not even comprehend how your demise could unfold. Perhaps reminded of his own ambiguous and untimely end, Meng Xian's spirit and body trembled once more, flickering in and out of clarity. The He clan group. It seems imperative to investigate this company further, he silently mused. Chapter 11. Return to the company. Upon returning to the office, the building appeared as it always did. Those who were busy continued their tasks, while others feigned busyness. The leaders convened an expanded meeting in a large conference room. Meng Xian's desk had been occupied by a colleague transferred from another department. Throughout the morning, no one mentioned Meng Xian's demise. Perhaps the topic had grown stale. Instead, conversations revolved around real estate and the latest price hikes. A large company could function just as well without one individual. The deputy general manager, Li Ming, along with Wu Wenbin and others, were naturally engaged in their meeting. Meng Xian opted to sit in on the proceedings for a while. Ordinarily, he would not have been privy to such a meeting, but now that he was deceased, no one was concerned about the affairs of Ghost. Should Meng Xian desire, he could accompany someone from the conference room home that evening, even venturing into their bedroom without a second thought. In truth, this was exactly what he had in mind. Unfamiliar with Wu Wenbin's residence, he had no choice but to follow him home. Let's see how I deal with you tonight. Meng Xian glared at Wu Wenbin seated nearby with a menacing look. The meeting was tedious. Meng Xian found little purpose in listening. He understood the essence of company meetings quite well. First, topics discussed at this level were rarely of significant importance. Crucial matters were typically resolved in the general manager's office or over drinks. Secondly, meetings were less effective than simply reviewing documents. Reading documents was a skill, an art form reliant on intuition. In this context, one had to meticulously decipher the underlying meanings concealed within the text. Only by grasping these nuances could one truly comprehend the author's intentions. Thus, a profession existed for interpretation. Why could clarity not be achieved in writing? There were certain subtleties that could not be articulated too plainly. Meng Xian was acutely aware of this, yet his straightforward nature prevented him from adopting such an approach. He watched as leaders puffed out clouds of smoke, passionately debating, their faces flushed. While an unsuspecting observer might assume they were deliberating the company's strategic direction for the next 5 years. Upon closer examination, however, the discussion revolved around the third communication meeting regarding the distribution of soda to the workshop's frontline staff. Debates ensued over whether the soda should be classified as a labor protection item or an employee benefit, which budget it should come from, whether it exceeded the budget, which department would bear the cost, and how the audit would proceed. In times past, Meng Xian might have contemplated the implications of such discussions on the company's management structure. However, now he merely chuckled. How do people from the North express it? What nonsense! This hardly warranted such concern. Finding the proceedings utterly uninteresting, Meng Xian wandered through the company premises and stumbled upon an odd sight. On the 5th floor, in one of the general office's rooms, a young woman lay sprawled across her desk, asleep. Company regulations mandated that even within the office area, employees must wear work attire. Yet, this woman donned stockings and high heels, her upper body clad in a low-cut red cashmere sweater. Her fair, smooth skin and shapely calves were captivating, and her figure was enough to quicken the pulse. A kaleidoscope of colors shimmered around her, indicating she was in a deep slumber, lost in dreams. Though her face was obscured, her attire made it clear that she was Lu Xueli, the supervisor of the general office. It is not that Meng Xian's gaze is toxic. Rather, it is that Lu Xueli is universally acknowledged as the epitome of beauty among all male colleagues of the company, the first choice in their fantasies. Even from 100 meters away, one can discern her by the graceful sway of her figure. If Meng Xian were to drool, it would cascade like a waterfall. Upon reflection, it seems she is perhaps the only one in the entire company daring enough to take a nap in broad daylight. Should one venture into her dreamscape? While outwardly proclaiming lofty ideals, her heart harbors the more sordid desire of voyeurism. As Meng Xian twirled, his spirit transformed into a soft azure serpent, gliding from Lu Xueli's lips in her mind, entering the realm of dreams. One could witness vibrant bubbles floating into the cerebral abyss, where several faces clamored to consume them. Among them, One visage exuded a decadent smile, occasionally releasing an enticing fragrance. Meng Xian's eyes brightened. "It is you." He casually seized a fragment of memory and embedded it within the countenance of a particular face. Was this Lu Shueli's boudoir? Meng Xian immediately recognized it as a newly furnished apartment in the city, especially noting the view of the Oriental Pearl Tower from the bay window of the bedroom, an exorbitantly priced property. He had once accompanied Wang Ke to view the model apartment. The two of them, mere commoners, were soon escorted out by the saleswoman upon her discerning their lack of means. Wang Ke had even grabbed a bag of sunflower seeds on their way out. Could an ordinary supervisor truly afford such a luxury? Lu Shueli pouted playfully. "You rascal. Why did you take so long? It stinks. Hurry and take a shower." Meng Xian mused that he was masquerading as the figure within the memory fragment. Pondering what form he now embodied, he slowly approached the mirror, only to find Lu Shueli snuggling against him like a kitten, her arms entwined around his neck, planting a kiss on his right cheek. A jolt surged through Meng Xian, but upon gazing into the mirror, he felt as if struck by lightning. Grizzled hair, a rotund belly, a visage reminiscent of a pig. Was that Li Ming, the 58-year-old old turtle? The realization that Lu Shueli was entangled with Cheng, the general manager, left Meng Xian both astonished and slightly repulsed. Lu Shueli noted the difference in Cheng's demeanor, playfully inquiring, "Did you drink too much today?" "Hee, I knew you were no good. Feeling a bit unwell. Perhaps we should continue another time." Meng Xian retreated, feeling a wave of discomfort. Lu Shueli's eyes widened in surprise. "When did you become so coy? Is your professor wife being too controlling?" Sweat beaded on Meng Xian's forehead, and he could only respond with vague remarks. Half an hour later, Meng Xian emerged. Lu Shueli, still drowsy, yawned and stretched luxuriously. Her beauty was alluring, not strikingly so, yet unforgettable to any man who beheld her, lingering in their minds even as they closed their eyes at night. Glancing at the time, she retrieved an exquisitely crafted makeup kit, clearly imported from France, from her limited edition Louis Vuitton handbag to touch up her appearance. Next, she dialed her friend on the Apple 7P, a gift from her admirer, to gossip. Meng Xian stole a lingering glance at her enticing décolletage, reminiscing about the seductive visions of Lu Shueli's dream, licking his lips, still yearning for more. To his astonishment, Lu Shueli and Li Ming were entangled in a scandal, along with that black Jiez, the notorious scoundrel who had betrayed Wang Quebec. Before Meng Xian could awaken from the shattering dream, he extricated himself from the illusion and searched for memories of black Jiez within the dreamscape. There was no doubt. This black Jiez was indeed a director of the He family conglomerate, the uncle of He Lanlan. This 40-year-old man, with his lecherous nature, pursued women indiscriminately, employing every means to seduce those he desired, even going so far as to disregard moral boundaries, targeting pregnant women as well. In a bid to curry favor with the immensely wealthy second master Li Ming offered up Lu Shueli. Compared to the aging and fading Li Ming, black Jiez was far more appealing. The two were irresistibly drawn to each other's allure, a perfect match in their mutual attraction. The thought that the earnest Zhang Xiao had fallen victim to such a despicable creature filled Meng Xian with deep sympathy for Wang Quebec. "Rest assured, my brother, we shall avenge this grievance." Meng Xian had uttered such reassurances countless times before, yet this time, an audacious idea began to take shape in his mind. Though not fully formed, it promised to be intriguing if brought to fruition. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was time to leave work. Meng Xian followed Wu Wenbin out of the company. As for Li Ming and the others, they would come one after another. None could escape. Wu Wenbin, the old rascal, did not return home directly. Instead, he sought the company of a few companions, reveling late into the night, ultimately being dropped off at an upscale community by the riverside. Upon observing the community's standards, Meng Xian surmised that, given the current land prices in the Magic City, it was worth no less than 30 million. For a wage earner, affording even a bathroom in such a place would be a stretch, which only deepened his disdain for the corrupt old rogue. He was not even part of the organization as core. One could only imagine the illicit riches amassed by the higher-ups in the conglomerate. Wu Wenbin returned home alone. intoxication thick upon him as he sprawled on the sofa, belching from the effects of the alcohol. Xiao Ha, a spirited Siberian husky, trotted over to lick his master's fingers. With his wife and child having already emigrated, Wu Wenbin found himself alone with just the dog for company. In his inebriation, he had forgotten to feed Xiao Ha, and the dog, growing increasingly greedy, bit him, causing Wu Wenbin to yelp in pain. "Get off!" he shouted, kicking the creature away. A wave of melancholy washed over him. A dog was merely a dog, forever unworthy of being regarded as human. Soon, drowsiness enveloped Wu Wenbin's consciousness, and he surrendered to sleep. Chapter 12. The Theft of Memories. Meng Xian entered Wu Wenbin's dreamscape. Numerous bubbles floated around, while more settled at the bottom, forming an oceanic expanse. The vibrancy of this dreamscape paled in comparison to those Meng Xian had previously encountered. This could be attributed to Wu Wenbin's inebriation. Under the influence of alcohol, his thoughts were sluggish, and his mental acuity was significantly diminished. However, once Wu Wenbin succumbed to slumber, Meng Xian would seize his opportunity. He refrained from rushing into revenge, instead maintaining his composure as he meticulously examined the drifting fragments of memory. Such exhilarating memories of corruption and greed could not possibly be relegated to the depths. Meng Xian, undeterred by the substantial mental strain, employed teleportation to maximize his capture of Wu Wenbin's memories. He yearned to uncover all of Wu Wenbin's secrets. A pale blue figure appeared spectrally in every corner of the dreamscape, puncturing the vibrant bubbles of memory one after another. Upon extracting their secrets, the bubbles would recondense. Some larger bubbles fragmented into several smaller ones due to Meng Xian's impact, leading to a secondary fragmentation of memories. The consequence of this was the potential obfuscation of these memories, rendering them more susceptible to forgetfulness. Yet would it matter? Wu Wenbin, stripped of his masquerade like an exposed commoner, could no longer hide behind his pretenses, his false modesty laid bare. The truth, once revealed, was undeniably grotesque. His memories were saturated with manipulation, scheming, and sycophancy. The criminal facts concealed within could warrant a death sentence, not merely for economic crimes, but for murder as well. If Wu Wenbin were to discover that his memories had been thoroughly plundered during his deep slumber, one could only speculate on his reaction: terror or a furious outburst. Perhaps it would be the despair following an explosive rage. Humans remain powerless against supernatural forces. Meng Xian profoundly appreciated the advantages of being a specter. For the police, prosecutors, and even the disciplinary committee, extracting confessions from such a cunning old fox was akin to scaling the heavens. Yet, for an insider capable of infiltrating the dreams of others, it was as simple as dining. If only this ability could be lent to an upright officer, perhaps someone named Jiang Lang. This fleeting thought crossed Meng Xian's mind, but was quickly dismissed. Now was not the time for such reflections. Ah, so the mastermind was him? With a sweeping gesture, Meng Xian seized a bubble containing the transcript of a clandestine meeting between a prominent group leader and Wu Wenbin, among others, at a secret venue. The identity of this powerful figure surprised Meng Xian, yet also fell within the realm of reason. This individual's name frequently adorned official documents across various levels. Truly a person of authority. Yet, he was affable and generous, beloved by subordinates like Meng Xian, who viewed him as a pioneering leader driving innovation within the organization. The revelation was utterly unexpected. Inconsistency, a facade of kindness concealing malice, hypocrisy. These ancient words rang true. I was still too young, sometimes too naive. Meng Xian let out a cold laugh 3 times and continued to delve into the mystery, immersing himself in the thrill brought by this supernatural ability. A new series of bubbles emerged as his mental force forcefully penetrated the realm. After a while, he gasped softly. A stranger's face materialized within the fragments of memory. These memory fragments were not merely isolated images, but rather a composite amalgamation of texts, sounds, and inner thoughts. Memory was indeed 3-dimensional. Soon, Meng Xian discerned the identity of this individual, and he could not help but marvel at the naivety of his previous thoughts. It turned out that the mastermind was not a solitary figure. The depths of this matter were far beyond his initial assumptions. He smiled faintly and confidently declared, "In that case, I shall not let a single one escape." He continued to explore the next series of memory bubbles. The lecherous He Jiez had indeed reappeared. In the memories, he was never lacking in beautiful women, and there were no repetitions among them. As Meng Xian's investigation deepened, he acquired an increasing number of memory fragments, gradually piecing together the profiles and relational networks of Wu Wenbin's clandestine group. The scale of it left him secretly astonished. If he had handed Wu Wenbin's evidence to the police at that time, given the power of the forces behind them, the police would likely have only traced back to Wu Wenbin and Lao Tian, stopping there. Meng Xian chuckled bitterly, recalling a quip from the internet. Who dares to sue this official? Subsequently, he meticulously sifted through the majority of the floating memory fragments, convinced that he had thoroughly stripped Wu Wenbin bare. He felt that absorbing more insipid memory fragments would only induce disgust, and thus decided it was time to cease. After absorbing an overwhelming amount of negative memories in a short span, Meng Xian's spirit faced a tremendous impact. He needed time to digest this influx, otherwise, he would be plagued by negative emotions, adversely affecting his own state of mind. Although he was uncertain about the nature of this influence, he was reluctant to experiment with it. It was akin to a normal person spending an entire night poring over the notes of a deranged murderer, meticulously reading through the processes and psychological transformations of the killings. A normal individual would feel a suffocating pressure within their chest, and, if not released, it could influence their thoughts and worldview. If one's psychological fortitude was insufficient, they might even become the next murderer. The malevolence was akin to a plague, capable of infecting those with wavering will. However, just as Meng Xian closed his eyes to recuperate, the dream space began to stir. The dream space was enveloped in an eerie silence, a silence almost terrifying in its intensity. At that moment, the space began to crack, the eastern side collapsing, a foreboding sign of impending chaos. Alarmed, he realized he had lost track of time. Nearly 4 hours had elapsed. That old dog Wu Wenbin was likely on the verge of waking up. Meng Xian furrowed his brow. That old dog must have nearly metabolized the alcohol in his system and was now experiencing physiological reactions of thirst. It was simply put, he needed water. The dream was fragile in the face of physiological demands. It could awaken at a moment's notice. Would Wu Wenbin fall back asleep after waking? If he did not dream, there would be no dream space. He could not allow this to happen so easily. Meng Xian's gaze turned icy, his expression fierce. He looked towards the large floating object in the center of the space, which was none other than Wu Wenbin's consciousness. The fragments of memory no longer flowed into the visage beneath the cerebral aperture. The resplendence of the multicolored orb upon the forehead began to wane. The awakening was imminent. Meng Xian flew toward it, placing his hand upon the orb to sense its essence, and could not help but curse. It was merely a pleasant dream of promotion and salary increase. Such an affront was intolerable. The time for probing memories had concluded, and now the retribution would commence. "Ah, you wish to awaken, do you? Let me bestow upon you some indelible memories." Beneath the cerebral aperture, there were over 100 faces, each portraying distinct emotions. The neighboring visages bore expressions quite similar, indicating an overlap of feelings, yet with subtle differences. Meng Xian leaped among those faces that expressed the utmost agony. Curiously, the fearful countenance of the assassin, Tu Tianming, was rather diminutive, suggesting a greater rationality and formidable character. Deep within, there was no fear of death. If one fears not death, then why fear nightmares? Thus, the probability of memory fragments penetrating the fearful visage was minimal, resulting in its malnourishment, shrinking further, and becoming less susceptible to nightmares. Of course, this was merely Meng Xian's conjecture. In stark contrast, the cerebral space of Wu Wenbin was dominated by fearful faces, occupying more than 1/6 of the total area. This indicated that Wu Wenbin harbored a persistent fear within. It was no wonder that he often wore a fade of 4 smiles. He frequently experienced nightmares. Those like him, who harbor guilt, paradoxically lack a sense of security. The more wealth he amassed, the more unsettled he became. He evidently did not possess the kind of self-earned fortune that would justify a fear of such unscrupulous realizations. Hence, it was understandable that he had chosen to emigrate his wife and children, leaving himself an escape route. However, Meng Xian felt no pity for him. With time slipping away, Meng Xian hurriedly gathered over a dozen memories, all unfriendly toward Wu Wenbin, and forcefully stuffed them into the gaping maw of the fearful visage. To his astonishment, it refused to consume them. "Damn it, I will pry you open." The dreamscape began to awaken, entering a state of self-preservation. The faces ceased to consume. Meng Xian struggled desperately to pry the mouth of the visage open, forcibly shoving the memory fragments inside. Consume it." The fearful countenance resisted vehemently. Halfway through, the bubbles burst, scattering into several smaller bubbles that tumbled from between its teeth. Meng Xian was both enraged and astonished. He attempted several more times, all ending in failure. It was futile. The entire dream realm was in disarray, teetering on the brink of collapse. Meng Xian felt a force attempting to expel him from the space. "No, I must try once more." He did not relent. The thought of Wu Wenbin having ordered his assassination ignited his fury. That cold expression seemed to mock Meng Xian's audacity. For to Wu Wenbin and the organization, he was merely a troublesome rodent to be disposed of. Yet Meng Xian had yet to find a complete corpse. Rage consumed him. He could not afford to wait for Wu Wenbin to fall asleep again. He needed to unleash his wrath now. He swallowed 7 or 8 memory fragments whole, enveloping them with his mental energy, and with a roar, he struck the fearful visage with a punch, causing it to wail in anguish. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Xian forced his way into the mouth of the fearful face. Realizing the intrusion, it swiftly closed its jaw, clamping down tightly on Meng Xian. Meng Xian struggled desperately, caught in a predicament from which he could not extricate himself. To advance was to retreat. He incessantly transformed his form, pressing deeper into the abyss of his throat. Ultimately, a portion of Meng Xian's spiritual essence became severed from his being, stranded beyond the visage of a face, thus breaking its connection with his corporeal self. Whether that fragment of spirit dissipated into oblivion remained uncertain, yet Meng Xian could no longer afford to dwell on it. He had finally crossed into the realm of dreams. This was a collapsing dream, akin to a shattered mirror riddled with countless fissures, where distorted images abounded. Meng Xian inhaled deeply, releasing a shard of memory that swiftly expanded, instantaneously saturating the dreamscape. Let the journey commence. In the realm of reality, Wu Wenbin turned over, just beginning to awaken, when a sudden heaviness enveloped his mind. Consciousness seemed to return, yet an invisible hand seized him, rendering his body immobile. Chapter 13. Memories of Dreams. Wu Wenbin believed it was time for him to awaken. In truth, he was cognizant of the process of awakening. He was dreaming, fully aware of his dream state. This sensation was novel, and he yearned to extricate himself from a dream, yet found himself utterly powerless. He could not open his eyes, a clear indication that he was unable to command his own body. This was terrifying, a classic case of sleep paralysis. The term flashed in his mind, instilling a sense of dread. Half of his consciousness had returned to the material world, while the other half remained ensnared within the dream. His predicament resembled that of a slave, shackled and gagged with cotton, helplessly observing another version of himself performing in the mirror. That figure was indeed himself. He felt his own emotions, fear unmistakably, but was incapable of directing the actions of his dream self, left only to gaze in silent horror. To be precise, Wu Wenbin was not using his eyes, but rather his consciousness to perceive. In a sense, he was watching himself dream. What kind of dream was this? It was a simple one, a dream called memory. According to Meng Xian's understanding, human fear stems from thought. Emotions do not arise from nothing, but reflect the aftermath of human contemplation. As the saying goes, I think, therefore I am. But how does one conjure fear? There are 2 avenues: the contemplation of memories and the consideration of the unknown. The former pertains to fear of the known, while the latter concerns fear of the unknown. Meng Xian was no deity. He could not control human thought. However, he could steer individuals towards specific lines of thinking. The unknown is the most elusive of all, and Meng Xian's influence over dreams hinged on a critical premise. All scenes that appeared in the dream must be derived from experiences the dreamer had personally encountered, witnessed, or heard of, memories that had fermented in the mind, existing as tangible fragments of recollection. Meng Xian could not create something from nothing. Thus, for him, the most effective means to instill fear was to compel Wu Wenbin to reminisce. Fear arises from within. What could be simpler and more profound than frightening oneself? What is reminiscence? The retrieval of memories from the mind is termed recollection. Meng Xian inserted fragments of memory into the visage of fear, and amidst the nightmarish atmosphere he conjured, he abruptly changed his approach. Unlike his treatment of Tu Tianming, he chose not to distort the dream. Such distortion would merely engender momentary visual fright, whereas Meng Xian sought to elicit a deep, resonant shudder within Wu Wenbin's soul, a fear that would accompany him throughout his life, a haunting wail that would arise each time darkness enveloped the night. Typically, individuals cannot think autonomously within dreams. However, Wu Wenbin was an exception this time, with half of his consciousness remaining alert. Just as he was on the brink of awakening, Meng Xian's interference prolonged the dream's collapse. For Wu Wenbin, the state of sleep paralysis persisted, unable to rise or fully awaken. And thus, the memories within the dream commenced. Wu Wenbin sat alone at the edge of the critical care bed, the monitor's readings erratic and chaotic. His grandmother lay frail and emaciated, with an oxygen tube inserted. Her gaze vacant, struggling to expel the phlegm lodged in her throat, unable to cough it out. The caregiver, who used to come by occasionally to wipe her mouth, had seemingly abandoned her, leaving Wu Wenbin and his grandmother alone in the solitary room. His parents were arguing nearby. His grandmother was at death's door. Surprisingly, Wu Wenbin did not feel the profound sorrow he had anticipated. On the contrary, he found himself wishing for her passing. Observing her feeble state sent a chill down his spine. The family had exhausted all their savings in a futile attempt to prolong her life. "Do you not realize that I am to begin university this summer? I do not wish to labor through those grueling days of hardship," Wu Wenbin whispered, glancing furtively towards the door, acutely aware that should his parents overhear him, they would not hesitate to retaliate violently. He cautiously closed the door, his heart racing. "I overheard them say that another surgery was planned for today, a final desperate measure. But alas, my parents are arguing." "Huh, do you grasp the root of our troubles? Money. We're out of funds. Each day you remain in this hospital costs us an additional 600 yuan. We are broke, and no one is willing to lend us any more." Wu Wenbin silently screamed in his mind, his fists clenched tightly before relaxing. Drawing in a deep breath, as if making an irrevocable decision, he leaned closer to his grandmother's ear and softly uttered, "Grandmother, I am sorry." As he spoke, his trembling fingers grazed her nostrils, removing the oxygen tube. "Grandmother, as your grandson, I must convey a harsh truth. Without money, death is not a dignified affair," he stated expressionlessly, tightening the 4 drips valve. His grandmother's cough intensified, her discomfort palpable. Wu Wenbin stared at her, devoid of emotion. He felt no remorse for her death, but instead pondered if he, too, would one day meet a similarly tragic fate. "No, as long as I possess ample wealth, I can secure the finest hospital room, the most skilled doctors, and the most advanced medical equipment. I must become affluent. With wealth comes the ability to live with dignity. I am willing to sacrifice everything for fortune." His breaths quickened, the yearning for wealth overwhelming him. His grandmother's body convulsed violently, her head tilting as she closed her eyes and succumbed. The last flicker of vitality extinguished with her final breath. The monitor flatlined, emitting a piercing alarm. In an instant, Wu Wenbin hastily reattached the breathing tube and adjusted the 4 drip, aware that others would soon arrive. He squeezed out a few tears, grasping his grandmother's cold, yet slightly warm hand, and feigned sobbing. "Grandmother, what has happened? You cannot leave us. I do not want you to die." Sob. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. Wu Wenbin bowed his head, reflecting, "Who could possibly know that it was I who caused my beloved grandmother's demise? No, she was destined to die. I merely expedited her departure. I feel no guilt." From this day forth, no one shall know what transpired today. I shall bury this memory deep within, sealing it away, never to recall it again. At that moment, an empty voice resonated within Wu Wenbin's heart. Have you remembered? Who? Wu Wenbin gasped in terror. You are unaware that this memory has lingered in your mind, never forgotten. The voice was steeped in malice. Wu Wenbin trembled violently. You lie. The voice's cold laughter sent shivers down his spine. Hee, those who play with fire will inevitably face the consequences. Suddenly, Wu Wenbin felt his grandmother's hand firmly clasping his own. It was indeed his grandmother. She had awakened. How could this be? Wu Wenbin's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. He beheld his grandmother gazing at him with kindness, her face devoid of pain, radiating warmth, reminiscent of the days when she tirelessly cared for him, providing him with sustenance and love. In her eyes, there was no reproach, only compassion. In that instant, Wu Wenbin's eyes brimmed with tears. His heart ached, and he could no longer contain himself. Grandma, I was wrong. She remained silent, slowly leaning towards Wu Wenbin, her lips moving as if she wished to convey something. Wu Wenbin leaned closer. Grandma, what do you wish to say? Just then, his grandmother's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes bulging out. Wu Wenbin was paralyzed with fear. The eyeballs, tethered by veins, ensnared Wu Wenbin's neck as his grandmother's jaw opened grotesquely, her gaping maw engulfing him whole. Wu Wenbin was consumed by darkness. Had he plunged into an abyss of endless night? A flash of crimson light illuminated his surroundings, and Wu Wenbin found himself in a dormitory, his university dormitory from 30 years ago. Beneath his bunk, a quilt concealed something within. As he slowly unveiled it, a nauseating stench of blood and decay assaulted his senses. Wu Wenbin's stomach churned violently, and he could not suppress his urge to vomit. Lying on the bed was a newborn corpse. This was Wu Wenbin's own flesh and blood. He fell back onto his own vomit, frozen in shock. He and Tingting had indulged in a romance on campus, yet marriage was forbidden at the time. Their forbidden love had yielded a child. If revealed, Wu Wenbin's life would be irrevocably shattered. Tingting grew hesitant, but despite Wu Wenbin's urgings, she refused to terminate the pregnancy. Wu Wenbin made the final decision. Abandon her. He could not allow a woman to impede his progress. I have grown weary of your body and soul, he declared, resolute and heartless. Tingting, heartbroken, left alone with her pregnancy. Wu Wenbin knew that what he truly sought was a wealthy woman or a daughter of a powerful family to spare him 30 years of toil. Memories flooded his mind, and he could not bear to confront the lifeless infant. This was Tingting's revenge. That madwoman had given birth and then taken the child's life. Discarding the corpse upon his bed, she sought to humiliate him. Wu Wenbin noticed a gathering outside the dormitory door, a crowd of onlookers pointing and whispering. Their eyes were filled with scorn. Wu Wenbin clutched the dead infant and wept bitterly. What am I truly here for? He screamed within. Chapter 14. Dreamlike recollections. Faces of significant figures from Wu Wenbin's life materialized before him, encircling him with a haunting presence. Their smiles were devoid of warmth, their gazes piercing, as they called out his name. Wu Wenbin, I miss you. Come, join us. Amidst the terror conjured by these familiar, yet fearsome visages, Wu Wenbin's heart quivered, his throat constricted, rendering him mute. He yearned to flee, yet his feet remained rooted in place. The solid ground beneath him morphed into a mire, where countless pale hands grasped his ankles and calves, dragging him into an endless swamp. It was a chasm. I do not wish to go. Wu Wenbin screamed internally, unable to vocalize his despair. The more he struggled, the faster he descended. Gradually, over a dozen heads emerged from the swamp, each one belonging to the very hands that ensnared him. As he beheld their faces, realization dawned upon him. They were his own. He comprehended that it was his own self leading him toward oblivion. I am merely walking my own path, he lamented within. Another voice within him countered. Your path leads to hell. No, I am now affluent, reigning over my little domain. I shall continue to prosper. I believe I can ascend to heaven. For the key to paradise is forged in gold. You are mistaken. There is no heaven, only hell. When hell is not too fervent, that is heaven. You are mad. speaking nonsense. Huh, I am you. You label me mad, yet I am the madness within you. I am your other self. No, I refuse to believe it. Wu Wenbin clasped his ears, but it was futile. His other self continued to ramble incessantly in his mind. His heart felt tumultuous and restless, as if countless ants were crawling within it. Eventually, the mire engulfed Wu Wenbin's nostrils, and the luxury of breath became a distant wish. His gaze fixated on the sky above, yearning for a final glimpse of the heavens. Yet amidst the void, only those faces he had always avoided met his eyes. They had witnessed his most grotesque moments, and now they would witness his demise. At last he was consumed. The swamp was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. There was nothingness. In that inky void, Wu Wenbin endured the longest minute of his life. He shattered. Ah! Wu Wenbin cried out, awakening abruptly. Upon regaining consciousness, he did not check the dampness of his back, nor did he notice his breath was labored or that his pupils had constricted. He was oblivious to the fact that he had tumbled from a sofa. His heart raced at twice its normal tempo, his blood pressure threatening to rupture his veins. Yet, he cared not. He wished to move not a single finger, to think of nothing at all, for with thought, the dream's horrors would resurface. Outside, dawn had broken. Yet within Wu Wenbin's eyes, darkness prevailed. At the moment his dream fragmented, Meng Xian's mental strength surged dramatically. Meng Xian's spiritual body had received an unprecedented enhancement. Yet, he remained discontented. It still fell short of his expectations. He wished nothing more than to frighten the old dog into submission. A deep sense of regret enveloped him. Yet he was acutely aware that he had reached the limits of his capabilities. The dream memory kill was a newly acquired skill that would later become one of Meng Xian's 8 nightmares. It allowed him to invade the dreamer's consciousness just before their dream was on the brink of collapse, expending a tremendous amount of his own spiritual energy to prop up the fragmented dream with shards of memory. At this juncture, the dreamer lingered in a state of half-consciousness, dreaming with awareness. The content of the dream was, in essence, a recollection. You wish to forget, but I shall compel you to remember, he declared, forcing the dreamer to confront the most fragile part of their psyche. Given that the original dream had already shattered, the forcibly intruded memories could only be sustained by Meng Xian's own spiritual power, and with the dream space teetering on the edge, each passing second drained him significantly. Were it not for the fact that Meng Xian's physical form had dwindled to the size of a mung bean, he would never have allowed Wu Wenbin to awaken so easily. However, at the moment of awakening, the overwhelming terror unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy that far exceeded Meng Xian's expectations. Every sacrifice had proven worthwhile. The dream memory kill exposed the most repugnant memories Wu Wenbin wished to bury deep within, inflicting profound trauma upon his soul. Its destructive power surpassed that of a pure nightmare like two Tianmings. As this nightmare was a continuation of thought, it would not dissipate upon waking, but rather deepen its impact, gradually eroding one's will. From this moment onward, Wu Wenbin's values began to waver. He started to question his own worth. The most terrifying aspect of life is doubt, the doubt of one's own value. Yet Meng Xian remained unsatisfied. The outcome he desired had not materialized. Wu Wenbin had not perished. Dreams cannot kill. Meng Xian exhaled deeply, realizing that since he could not slay the old dog, he would have to subject him to nightly reflections of self-doubt. Meng Xian understood the principle of extremes breeding reversals. Damn it, he thought, observing the old dog's demeanor, fearing that after 3 or 4 nightmares, Wu Wenbin might achieve enlightenment, transforming from a butcher into a saint. Meng Xian would not engage in such a losing venture. He was no bodhisattva, lacking the lofty enlightenment to save the wicked, nor was he a party member. He believed in the principle of retribution, relishing in the satisfaction of vengeance. An hour later, Wu Wenbin finally emerged from his stupor. However, his face appeared aged and terrifying. His hair turned white. He picked up his phone and called the office. I need to take a day off. No excuses. He would not entertain any inspections today. After hanging up, Wu Wenbin lay on the sofa, silent for hours. His spiritual energy remained in a state of decline. A situation that perplexed Meng Xian began to unfold. His spiritual body was gradually, albeit slightly, increasing in strength. Though the increase was minimal, it was indeed occurring. What was happening? Am I not only able to absorb the excess spiritual energy of dreamers when their dreams are shattered? He pondered, bewildered. For Wu Wenbin had been awake for quite some time now. Is the harm inflicted by dream recollections of a lingering nature? How sophisticated. This implies that as long as Wu Wenbin remains in a state of despondency, his mental energy will continuously supply itself to him. Contemplating this, Meng Xian's previously dejected spirits were instantly lifted. He had long harbored a notion. If his mental strength were to expand indefinitely, could he not acquire other astonishing superpowers? Currently, Meng Xian possesses abilities such as invisibility, the negation of physical barriers, and the absorption of others' mental energy, all thanks to his spiritual form. If he still considers himself a mere specter at this juncture, it would be an egregious oversight. It is evident that the world cannot be inhabited solely by a singular ghost. The most formidable of Meng Xian's abilities lies in traversing the dreamscape and influencing dreams. While this power may appear modest at first glance, lacking the thrill of other skills, dreams profoundly impact human emotional fluctuations, with their ramifications far exceeding common perceptions. Consider how many individuals seek the counsel of masters to decipher peculiar dreams, speculating on fortunes and misfortunes. The thoughts of the day manifest in the dreams of the night. Most people regard dream content as omens, a deeply rooted belief ingrained over millennia. If harnessed appropriately, dreams can yield extraordinary effects. Meng Xian's gaze turned resolute as he confronted his capabilities for the first time. While dreams may not serve as a direct means to take a life, they possess the power to transform an individual, or rather, an entire collective's mindset. By manipulating thoughts, one can influence behavior. Through the medium of dreams, Meng Xian could implant his will into the minds of others. Why must I personally eliminate Wu Wenbin? Can I not devise a way for another to do so? A sudden clarity washed over Meng Xian. Previously, he had fallen into a fallacy, believing that possessing superpowers would enable him to mete out justice like a hero from American comics. However, the strength of his dreams does not lie in individual ferocity. What he requires is to establish his own influence. The formation of such power is a protracted endeavor, necessitating the search for allies among humanity. Yet, his current mental strength remains insufficient to realize his ambitions. He must enhance himself to the fullest extent. Moreover, he must endeavor to unlock as many capabilities of this corporeal form as possible. Casting a glance at the mentally exhausted Wu Wenbin, Meng Xian smirked momentarily, recalling the information embedded in his memory, before soaring away from the opulent villa. He set his sights on the throngs of the urban populace. Regardless of who they may be, as long as they sleep and dream, they are potential prey for a vampire of mental energy, destined to awaken with a scream from their nightmares. Chapter 15. The mess of the He family located in the French concession. The He family's mansion is an expansive villa, encompassing over 10 acres, complete with a garden and designed in a style reminiscent of Western European architecture. The He family has resided here since their fortune was established. The previous owner was Hatong. He Jianshu, the founder of the He Group, remodeled the villa to his own specifications, which, in the eyes of those who consider themselves old money, exudes an unmistakable air of nouveau riche. Yet, He Jianshu remained indifferent, challenging them with the notion that if they had the means, they too could acquire such a property. He Jianshu is a legendary figure in the business world. Born into a scholarly family, he faced a decline in fortune due to historical circumstances. In his youth, he ventured to northeast China for re-education, struggling to endure the hardships and almost fleeing. Fortunately, despite his humble beginnings, he possessed an undeniable artistic flair that caught the attention of a certain faction, leading him to join the county's cultural troupe, where he encountered a young woman of significant background. In his youth, He Jianshu was handsome and eloquent, standing out among his peers, and he quickly won the heart of the beautiful woman. They married due to an unexpected pregnancy, and through their unique connections, They secured initial capital to venture into Shenzhen, becoming among the first intellectuals to engage in business. He began by trading electronic products and later speculated on government bonds at low prices, amassing his first fortune within a few years. Subsequently, guided by a prominent figure's advice, he realized he should delve into real estate. This epiphany led to the establishment of Hay Real Estate Investment Company, marking the beginning of the Hay Group's rapid economic ascent, with assets multiplying exponentially. Today, the Hay Group boasts dozens of publicly listed subsidiaries, operating across various sectors including real estate, entertainment, sports, finance, and import-export, becoming a colossal conglomerate. He Jianshu ascended to the rank of the richest man, basking in glory as a national figure. However, history teaches that few wealthy individuals exit life on a high note. In the prime of his life, He Jianshu unexpectedly fell gravely ill. He engaged a team of Nobel laureates from America, who conducted consultations for 3 months and delivered a grim diagnosis: 3 years of medication or 3 months without it. The prognosis was dire. Now confined to his sickbed, He Jianshu relies on state-of-the-art medical equipment to sustain his life, expending considerable effort to utter each word. Beside his bed stands Sun Renjia, the family's chief attorney, who is 2 years older than He Jianshu, his hair now grizzled. He stands somewhat weakly, having been on his feet for over an hour. Though he yearns to sit in the enticing tiger-striped armchair in the corner, he refrains, for it has long been a rule that no one may sit until He Jianshu offers the invitation. This self-proclaimed emperor, Sun Renjia, muses inwardly, while outwardly feigning concern, secretly wishing for the demise of this tyrant, so he could collect his service fee for executing the will. After a prolonged silence, He Jianshu finally broke the stillness, inquiring, "How is Lan Lan?" Sun Renjia, startled, replied, "You are aware?" He Jianshu's tone remained unchanged. "I'm aware of everything that transpires in my household." Sun Renjia inhaled sharply, secretly acknowledging the efficiency of He Jianshu's informants. Nothing escapes his notice. A few days ago, the news of He Lanlin's near-fatal assault was meticulously concealed by the eldest son. Yet He Jianshu still managed to learn of it. "How is Lan Lan?" he inquired, his tone flat, which sent a chill down Sun Renjia's spine. The tyrant adhered to the principle of concealing his emotions, leaving his subordinates to decipher his disposition. Sun Renjia surmised his anger and hurriedly replied, "Miss Lan Lan has a deep gash on her face. She refuses treatment in America. Her familiar maid reported that her demeanor has changed. She isolates herself in her room, seldom ventures out, and spends her days online, consuming junk food while muttering incoherently. This has greatly worried your father. Moreover, I've heard she has been sleepwalking frequently these past few days." "Sleepwalking?" He Jianshu's voice bore a hint of curiosity, but he refrained from probing further, instead shifting the conversation. "What about that individual named Jiang Lang?" "Jiang Lang? Oh, you mean the detective who saved Miss Lan Lan," Sun Renjia recalled. The eldest son personally expressed his gratitude and offered a villa as a token of thanks, but he declined the offer. It is rumored that the eldest son has made arrangements with the young detective superiors, so it is likely that his career will flourish within a year or so. Truly, what fortuitous timing to have acted correctly. "Enough," He Jianshu abruptly commanded. Sun Renjia, caught off guard by the sudden dismissal, doubted his ears. Had he truly been ordered to leave after standing there for nearly 3 hours, with only a few questions posed? Did he think of him as a mere dog, summoned and dismissed at whim? "Depart at once." He Jianshu's glare brooked no dissent. "Yes." Sun Renjia bowed and exited. Alone in the opulent hospital room, He Jianshu's expression remained impassive, yet internally he was tormented. A pressing question lingered unasked. Who was the true mastermind behind the attempted murder of his cherished granddaughter? No, that was merely a petty accomplice. Who orchestrated this sinister plot? Who wished to harm his precious Lan Lan? He refrained from asking Sun Renjia, for he would not know. And even if he did, he would not dare to speak. Yet, He Jianshu knew the truth. His clandestine intelligence network far surpassed the imagination of his 2 sons. It was the foundation of his unyielding dominance in the business realm, grounded in an iron fist and deep understanding of both allies and adversaries. However, The more he uncovered the grim reality, the colder his heart became. The true perpetrator behind the assassination attempt on He Lan was none other than her own uncle. Hey Jesse. The familial discord had escalated to an irreconcilable level. Alas, He Jianshu exhaled a long sigh. He was troubled over who would inherit the vast, rivaling wealth of the He family after his demise. Even before he had taken his last breath, his own flesh and blood were already vying for his legacy. Such impatience made him question his ability to pass the mantle on to them. Oh, my empire! He Jianshu lamented. Should he seek a more suitable heir? Contemplating the prospect of bypassing his ineffectual sons to appoint another, he pondered whom to choose. After all, one does not easily share the fruits of their labor with outsiders. After a moment, he pressed the remote, and a stirring song about living for another 500 years filled the air, resonating with fervor. The tyrant's twilight had arrived. Meanwhile, over the Black family mansion, dark clouds loomed ominously, accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder. An ethereal figure, imperceptible to the naked eye, floated silently in the void, exuding an air of calmness reminiscent of Frisia. Meng Xian had finally arrived at the Black residence. The day after tomorrow would be my memorial service, attended by numerous acquaintances. Amusingly, as the guest of honor, I had not received a single invitation. If I do not stir up some commotion, it would seem disrespectful to those in authority. However, there is no rush. Let me seek some amusement first. He licked his lips, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He sensed the material world encroaching upon his spiritual power. Had this been yesterday, he would have hastily concealed himself within the dreams of a living person. Yet now, having acquired the power of dream recollection, his spiritual energy had been significantly replenished, equating his mental prowess to that of a boisterous 3-year-old. The 4 victims of the dream recollection massacre, upon the collapse of their spiritual strength, continuously fed Meng Xian's essence. He regarded these victims as sustenance, perpetually fueling his power, thereby augmenting his strength at every moment. Although this one-sided transfer of spiritual energy would weaken over time, and should the sustenance regain its vigor, the singular bond would shatter. Meng Xian had already devised a plan. If one instance of dream recollection was insufficient, he would simply pursue another. Among the first batch of sustenance he selected, aside from Wu Wenbin, the other 3 were deserving of their fate, leaving Meng Xian devoid of guilt. One was the assassin Tu Tianming, and the other 2 were the truck drivers directly responsible for his demise. These 3 were mercenaries of malevolence, and now fate had caught up with them. Trembling in their detention center, Cheng Longming, cherish these fleeting days of peace while you can. After muttering to himself, Meng Xian soared into the grand villa of the Black family. It was his first encounter with such opulence, and he was astounded. This was indeed the abode of the elite, immensely wealthy. The combined fortunes of thousands of ordinary citizens would scarcely suffice to match the valuation of this estate. Born a commoner, Meng Xian's essence had not transformed in death. Rather, it had grown darker. Wealthy individuals were truly detestable. His discontent deepened. Ah, that slick-haired fellow resembling Zhou Bobo must be the young Master Black Jiez. Beside him stood a half-aged gentleman with a side-parted hairstyle, clad in a meticulously tailored checkered suit, either a tailor or a lawyer. Intrigued, Meng Xian approached to eavesdrop, or rather, to listen openly. Lawyer's son, has my father yet to draft a will? Black Jiez pulled son Renjia into a corner, immediately posing this inquiry. Son Renjia, well aware of the esteemed title of the second son of the Black family, responded politely. The master appears to be in good spirits today and has not yet made one. The hopeful expression on Black Jiez's face faded, replaced with gloom and resentment. This old fool still hasn't he decided. The company is on the verge of being usurped by that blackjack. If you're to kick the bucket now, I'd be left to fend for myself. He unabashedly expressed his dissatisfaction with Black Jianshu. Son Renjia, wishing to steer clear of the familial inheritance turmoil, sought to make his exit. Suddenly, He Jiez seized him and posed a perplexing question. I ask you, from a legal standpoint, what if the old man were to suffer a blow to the head and a bastard were to claim his inheritance? Is it conceivable that this illegitimate child could inherit? Son Renjia was taken aback, for from the tone of the second young master, It seemed that He Jianshu had a love child outside his marriage, a fact he had never before heard of. This was indeed sensational news. Observing He Jia's earnest demeanor, he mused that he could not be speaking in jest. Such a time was certainly not suitable for frivolous remarks. After a moment's contemplation, Sun the lawyer replied, "In theory, as long as a will has designated an heir, regardless of blood relation, they may inherit." He Jie scoffed disdainfully and swept away with a flick of his sleeve. Sun Renjie stood there, staring at his retreating figure. When he overheard He Jie's mutter in anger, "The old man is even more promiscuous than I. There are bastards aplenty. Who knows where they are?" He Jie chuckled coldly to himself. None of those illegitimate offspring could be allowed to remain. The two men vanished in succession. "Oh, bastards?" Meng Xian listened intently to this secret, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He felt that this visit had not been in vain. Why not exploit this secret? At that moment, a maid's voice echoed from a nearby room. "Doctor, Miss Lan Lan is sleepwalking again. What should we do?" Chapter 16. The slumbering He Lian. Let us not dwell on the chaos within the He family. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others lament. Jiang Lang is akin to a fortunate soul, blissfully yawning as fortune descends from the heavens. Ever since that fateful dream, his luck has flowed like a perennial river, surging in waves that he can scarcely contain. Despite 3 years of diligent service, marked by courage and exceptional skills, he remains merely a commendable member of his squad. Excellence does not equate to promotion, a truth understood by those in the know. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Jiang Lang's career trajectory would likely unfold as follows. In his youth, brimming with fervor, he eschewed networking and superficiality, charging forward in the face of injustice, only to become a pawn, sustaining injuries while witnessing his junior colleagues ascend the ranks, while he languished in a cramped office, biding his time. In middle age, he would consider himself wise to the ways of the world, with a mouth full of unrefined words, yet an understanding heart, relishing the opportunity to impart wisdom to the younger generation, boasting of having mentored certain directors and having pursued notorious criminals relentlessly, sharing drinks with a select few trusted comrades. In his twilight years, fading away due to liver cirrhosis or gastric cancer, his personality marked him as a potential thorn in the side of the department. Yet this time, Lady Luck has favored him. One day, feeling restless and discontent, he wandered into a cinema square and inadvertently saved a girl. Upon apprehending the assailant, he discovered he was a professional killer with a trail of over a dozen lives claimed. The girl's family, eager to express gratitude, offered him a set of apartments. Uninterested in monetary gain, he feigned modesty and declined the offer, leaving them astonished. The ideal of a selfless officer, refusing rewards, truly exists in the real world. Suddenly summoned by a director with whom he had previously shared little rapport, their conversation flowed so freely that they nearly became blood brothers. The director hinted at promoting him to a section chief by year-end, initially appointing him as a deputy squad leader for training, with promises of eventual confirmation. The department's publicity team had already contacted a professional production crew to craft Jiang Lang's image, highlighting his professional ethics and personal charm, sculpting him into a new archetype of law enforcement. Colleagues, who previously held him in disregard, now seemed transformed. One who had struck him just the day before now eagerly presented half of their face, grinning and seeking playful confrontation. What could the flirtatious glances from the female officers of the transportation department signify? Happiness had arrived unexpectedly. Jiang Lang found himself in a solitary office, still grappling with the surreal turn of events. Everything began with that dream. He attributed all these occurrences to that peculiar dream. Perhaps others were oblivious, but he was acutely aware that it was that strange vision that led him to the cinema. Were it not for the recurring appearance of the name Tu Tianming in his dreams, he might not have paid it such heed. However, the insistence of a man's name in his dreams was indeed unusual. Jiang Lang believed he might have murmured names like Fan Bingbing or Lu Yin in his slumber, but never that of a man. Moreover, the incessant appearance of Tu Tianming's visage in his dreams was troubling. In retrospect, he recognized that the dream's depiction of Tu Tianming bore only a vague resemblance to the actual person. Having studied facial sketches in criminal investigation, Jiang Lang had committed numerous faces to memory and could nearly reconstruct the general appearance of anyone in his mind's eye. However, it is inconceivable that Jiang Lang could engage in criminal sketching in his dreams without cause. Without that dream, the subsequent events would not have transpired. It was that dream that guided me. Jiang Lang was never a staunch atheist. Since then, he has often sought sleep, even relinquishing his decade-long coffee addiction, in hopes of experiencing a similar dream again. Yet he has been met with failure each time. Surely, it must be divine guidance bestowed upon me. I implore you, grant me another chance. Just as Jiang Lang was lost in his thoughts, the phone rang. Xiao Jiang, the suspect in your case, 1-2 Tianming, has reportedly become depressed in the detention center. Jiang Lang was incredulous. Could a killer truly suffer from depression? He would rather believe that developers possess a conscience. After learning more about the situation, he concluded that the wily 2 Tianming was merely seeking an excuse to avoid a reduced sentence. However, given the gravity of his crimes, the death penalty was a foregone conclusion, and no amount of money would allow him to escape it. For now, there is no need to arrange for a doctor to assess him. I have ample experience with such individuals. Jiang Lang rubbed his hands together, licking his lips. He possessed 100 methods to make 2 Tianming feel the excruciating sensation of dismemberment without leaving a mark on his body. Yet, the leader on the other end of the line stated, "A forensic doctor has arrived at the bureau. You are to accompany them." A forensic doctor? What purpose could they serve when no one is dead? Jiang Lang questioned, perplexed. The leader chuckled. This forensic doctor specializes in psychiatry. Don't ask me how they were recruited. I find it curious as well. This individual is the youngest postdoctoral fellow from Harvard Medical School, seemingly just in their early 20s. They have been here for 3 months without a single case, and the young lady can no longer contain herself. A female forensic doctor. Jiang Lang shook his head, not placing much importance on the matter, and agreed to the request. Donning his trench coat, he proceeded to the detention center in a certain district. At the He family mansion, Meng Xian arrived in the bedroom of He Lanlan. There are bombs. They're about to explode. I must leave. Do not kill me. I do not wish to die. He Lanlan repeatedly uttered these 2 phrases. Strangely, while her body was in motion, her eyes remained tightly shut. She was sleepwalking. The furniture in the room was cushioned with suede to prevent He Lanlan from injuring herself. The 2 maids had encountered such occurrences before, after summoning a doctor. They gently held He Lanlan's hand, guiding her in circles around the spacious room. 100 square meters to be precise. Walking a few laps felt no different than being outside. Doctor, why does she sleepwalk the moment she lies down? This is quite frightening. You must cure her. Do not worry. With careful attention, there will be no grave consequences. The doctor replied, Alas, Miss He is still quite young. Her mind has not matured. She has endured severe trauma in a short span of time, which has affected her nervous system. Adjusting his glasses, he continued, In my estimation, the young lady has faced 2 significant shocks, the first being an assassination attempt, fraught with peril, especially as she was disfigured. The second occurred while she was unconscious, when an explosion in a nearby screening room jolted her awake. It is this latter event that has inflicted a profound impact upon her. Although she had awakened, her instinct for survival was overpowering. Her subconscious continued to perceive a looming threat, akin to a forceful endeavor that could not be restrained. During her slumber, her subconscious took the reins, and her body, under its dominion, exhibited a reflexive desire to escape her surroundings. What is to be done? Inquired the elder maid with concern. The doctor, uncertain within, pondered how to articulate the complexities of somnambulism, yet felt justified in his assertions due to the remuneration received for his musings. He confidently proclaimed, The mantra of healing lies in meticulous care and ample repose. Time shall heal the wounds. He advised the maid that if episodes occurred more than twice in a day, a sedative should be administered, and to keep a record of the frequency and variations of symptoms, nothing more. As the doctor and the maid exchanged words, unbeknownst to them, a nefarious spirit was watching them from within the room. Meng Xian widened his eyes in disbelief at the sight of He Lanlan. He had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Observing He Lanlin's physique, Meng Xian lacked the ability to see through her. Yet he could perceive the essence of her mental energy. He noticed a substantial pillar of psychic energy emanating from the dream space at the back of her head, cascading down her spine and branching out like a network of neurons, each terminal extending to her joints. The density of this network resembled that of human vascular systems. Somnambulism? Meng Xian mused thoughtfully. I must delve into the dream space once more. With this intention, he concentrated and transformed into a spiritual serpent, infiltrating He Lanlin's dream realm. This marked Meng Xian's second venture into He Lanlin's dreamscape. The first had been to prevent Tu Tianming from committing heinous acts, saving He Lanlan from a nightmare. Within the space, fragments of memories floated, mingling with the dust of sealed recollections at the bottom. The only distinction lay in He Lanlin's mental aperture, enveloped in a soft, cerulean aura of psychic energy. The content of the dreams resided within this aperture. Meng Xian observed vividly the events of that fateful night. From He Lanlin's perspective, fleeing the cinema to the moment of her assassination by Tu Tianming, culminating in the explosion of the screening room. The narrative had warped. Aside from the principal scenes and characters, everything else remained obscured, unsurprisingly, as the chaos of the moment likely rendered her memory fleeting. What captivated Meng Xian's attention was a diminutive figure resembling a young girl, slightly smaller than himself. Perched above the aperture of mental energy, the source of the psychic force that enveloped the aperture and governed He Lanlin's corporeal movements. It appeared that her physical form was manipulated by this entity. Intriguingly, how could a spirit control a physical body? Was it perhaps due to He Lanlin's own acquiescing to this influence? Meng Xian could not ascertain. However, he felt compelled to inquire, which spirit do you hail from? Before he could voice his question, the young girl, resembling He Lanlan, noticed the intruder and gasped, Who are you? And how did you get here? I am. Meng Xian found himself at a loss for words. He suddenly realized this was the first time he had encountered someone asking him a question since his demise. Previously, not a single soul had either questioned or even seen him. Reflecting on the matter, he realized it had been several days since he last engaged in conversation with anyone. I harbor no ill intentions, Meng Xian explained. The little girl retorted, You're lying. If you truly had no malice, why intrude upon the sanctity of my mental realm? I was merely a tourist, unaware that anyone resided within, Meng Xian replied, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. The little girl scoffed, declaring of activating self-defense protocols to expel the intruder. Meng Xian was taken aback. What? Self-defense protocols? Before he could finish his thought, fragments of memories within the dreamscape began to sink, clearing a space for battle. A tempestuous wind erupted as a multitude of pale blue strands of hair shot forth from the little girl, surrounding the bewildered Meng Xian. He felt as if the very sky had darkened, the pressure from the hair overwhelming. In an instant, the strands coiled around him like a dragon, ensnaring him completely. Wait. Meng Xian struggled to break free. The little girl offered him no chance to explain, her voice ringing out, Get out. With that, Meng Xian was propelled away like a cannonball, leaving the dream space behind. Chapter 17. The pursuit within the dreamscape. Meng Xian was utterly bewildered. For the first time, he encountered a presence beyond his own perception of the spiritual realm, akin to a virus meeting a white blood cell. The frustration was palpable. Previously, he had traversed the dreamscape unguarded, indulging his whims, treating the dreams of others as his personal possessions, pilfering fragments of memories, and distorting the dreams of others without a shred of remorse. It was only natural, after all. If a thief were to enter a gold-laden town devoid of guards and wide open, it would be remiss of him not to take something. Moreover, as his exploits became increasingly successful, his vigilance and adaptability waned. Meng Xian would not concede to being a thief. He acted under the pretense of purging evil and promoting good. How could he be treated as a criminal? Furthermore, he had genuinely saved He Lanlan's life. The physical education teacher had taught them that repaying kindness with malice was fundamentally wrong. Thus, Meng Xian resolved to re-enter the dreamscape for a proper dialogue. Once more, he transformed into a spiritual serpent, but upon reflection, That form was not particularly appealing. He harnessed his mental energy and morphed into a lively spirit rabbit, bounding through the air, and leaped into He Lan Lan's dream realm. In this second attempt, the little girl's spiritual awareness was heightened. She immediately detected Meng Xian. Her face contorted with disdain. Meng Xian quickly clarified, "I am not a villain. I once saved your life." "You're lying. How could I possibly know that?" The little girl retorted, dismissing his explanation with a flick of her hair, unleashing a torrent of mental energy. Meng Xian felt indignant. Her arrogance was intolerable. However, this time he was prepared. If she could wield her mental energy as a weapon, so could he. The spirit rabbit transformed into a pair of scissors, aiming for her hair. With a swift snip, the scissors did not cut through. Instead, they became ensnared. The hair coiled around the scissors and flung him out of the dreamscape once again. What disgrace! Regaining his original form, Meng Xian realized that although he could manipulate his mental energy to alter his shape, it lacked substance. Transforming into scissors was merely superficial. The blades were dull, rendering it less effective than becoming a simple fire poker. After a brief respite, Meng Xian steeled his resolve for a third attempt. This time, he adopted a strategy of evasion, essentially retreating when confronted, advancing when the threat receded, engaging in guerrilla tactics. This approach proved successful. The little girl could only lash about with her hair, and as he refrained from confrontation, she was unable to catch him. After all, their speeds were nearly instantaneous. Leaving her in a fit of tears, the subconscious-controlled spiritual entity began to destabilize, affecting the real world. He Lan Lan began to convulse, clutching her maid's hand as if seized by an epileptic fit. This alarmed both the maid and the doctor. The doctor struggled to maintain composure, having never witnessed a somnambulist exhibiting convulsions. Was this a rare complication? Sweat began to bead on his forehead. If anything were to happen to He Lan Lan, given the influence of the He family, his career in the medical field would be in jeopardy. The convulsions persisted for 5 minutes without any sign of abating. Rather than calling for help, she began to shout, "Don't run, get out," leaving everyone present utterly perplexed. The doctor decided to administer a tranquilizer. The doctor hesitated for a moment before resolutely making up his mind. The maid, oblivious to the situation, could only watch as He Lan Lan writhed in pain, nearly foaming at the mouth. Whatever the doctor commanded was to be obeyed. With the nurse's assistance, he procured a sedative, hastily removing He Lan Lan's trousers and administering the medication into her smooth, elastic skin. Within the realm of dreams, Meng Xian had already transformed into a mosquito, condensing his mental energy to the bare minimum, flitting about with glee. "Ha ha, come catch me," he taunted. "Don't run away, or I shall swat you." The little girl, with her fiery temper, was clearly an impulsive individual, as evidenced by the erratic memories that lingered in her subconscious. Such behavior is unwise, Meng Xian admonished like a caring older brother. Furious, the little girl suddenly retracted her control over He Lan Lan's body, flooding the dreamscape with her mental energy. In a visible burst of growth, the once 7 or 8-year-old girl rapidly gained over 20 centimeters in height within a minute. Her youthful visage transformed into one of mature allure, with sharp brows and crimson lips, her expression as cold as frost. The excess mental energy coalesced into a magnificent black garment, accentuating her statuesque figure, reminiscent of a queen of the night. Meng Xian stared in astonishment, murmuring, "The peach is ripened." The little girl, no longer a mere child, was now to be addressed as the queen. The Dark Queen's hair, propelled by the surge of her mental power, became increasingly fierce, intertwining to form a web that descended upon Meng Xian. "Flee below," he thought quickly, unwilling to be cast out of the dream realm once more. He could not endure the humiliation of being expelled thrice. The entirety of the dreamscape was ensnared in the queen's hair, with only one area untouched. Below lay an ocean of memory fragments, bubbling and swirling. To facilitate combat, the Dark Queen had allowed the previously lively bubbles to settle at the bottom, mingling with the sealed memories. Feigning a plunge into the network of hair, Meng Xian called out obediently and, under the queen's triumphant gaze, executed a graceful turn, his form morphing into that of a tiger shark, plunging swiftly downward with a splash into the sea of memory fragments. The Dark Queen's expression darkened. Her concern stemmed from the fragmentation of the memory fragments. Meng Xian had previously discerned that under violent impact, these fragments could shatter, leading to a secondary fragmentation. Should a third or even fourth fragmentation occur, the previously coherent fragments would become irreparably scattered. The effort required to piece together such diminutive remnants would be immense, and with the passage of time, these fragments would gradually fade and diminish, potentially leading to the irreversible loss of that portion of memory. In the dreamscape, the memory bubbles floated chaotically, colliding without logic. A normal occurrence, albeit infrequent. Yet now, the memory fragments were clustered tightly together, and Meng Xian became like a stirring stick careening through the dense thicket of memories, unaware of how many bubbles he had burst. These are indeed precious memories. The Black Queen essentially embodies the subconscious of He Lanlan, emerging only under extraordinary circumstances. For her, she represents the most primal and genuine thoughts of He Lanlan. He Lanlan is her, and she is He Lanlan. Thus, there is no room for Meng Xian to obliterate her memories. She soared out from the depths of her mind, liberated from the grip of the subconscious, and the figures above exhaled a collective sigh of relief. With a sweeping gesture, the Black Queen commanded the ocean of fragmented memories to part, creating a passage through which she pursued Meng Xian. At that moment, Meng Xian was also in distress, surrounded by fragments of memories that flooded into his consciousness, distracting him incessantly, akin to being force-fed carbonated beverages without the chance to burp. Foolish woman, you are allowing yourself to vanish. Without your support, the dreamscape will inevitably dissipate. Haven't you preserved anything at all? Meng Xian shouted behind him, casting a glance at the menacing Black Queen and sticking out his tongue. No way. You must depart from me to disappear. The Black Queen showed no sign of gratitude. Meng Xian cursed inwardly, realizing that communicating with the subconscious was indeed the most arduous task, as it lacks logic. Thoughts are logical, while the driving force of the subconscious is instinct, which is swayed by emotions. Her singular focus was to expel Meng Xian, the intruder, leaving no room for further dialogue. This girl must have road rage, Meng Xian maliciously speculated. As he continued to collide with the bubbles formed by fragmented memories, he made another discovery. These bubbles would split into smaller fragments upon collision. However, this was not an absolute rule. Sometimes certain memory fragments would merge. For instance, when two bubbles collided, they would initially split into four, but two of those might combine to form three bubbles in the end. The merged bubble would constitute a sequence of continuous memory fragments, although the two memories were not identical. Yet, the host would be unaware, and if she attempted to recall this segment, she would believe it to be a singular memory occurring simultaneously. For example, seeing a fruit tree in the park the day before yesterday and visiting a friend's home yesterday could merge into the recollection of seeing a fruit tree in the friend's yard. This phenomenon is likely a secondary combination of memory fragments, leading to confusion, colloquially known as memory jumbling. Meng Xian felt elated by his newfound knowledge as he fled, recognizing its potential to enhance his skills significantly. The Black Queen relentlessly pursued him. In the real world, He Lanlan's physical body, now devoid of the subconscious's control, fell into a tranquil slumber. The doctor instructed the maid and nurse to carry her to bed, wiping away her sweat as he observed her furrowed brow, which suggested she was having a nightmare. For the first time, he felt his understanding of medicine was superficial, telling the maid, "The sedative will take effect shortly. I will watch over the patient throughout the night." The maid nodded, realizing that with the doctor present, she had no choice but to stay, sighing at the impending ordeal. Time ticked away, second by second. Due to the asynchronous passage of time between the two realms, a considerable duration had elapsed in the spiritual world. Within the realm of dreams, Meng Xian initially fled desperately, yet suddenly sensed an incongruity. Why was it becoming increasingly effortless? The oppressive spiritual force behind him began to wane. "Oh, when did you cut your hair?" Meng Xian observed that the Black Queen's once cascading locks, reminiscent of a formidable weapon, had been reduced to a straight fringe. no longer enveloping him in their overwhelming presence. The Black Queen, too, had noticed her transformation, her expression shifting to one of panic. This is not good. My spiritual energy is rapidly depleting. The Black Queen realized her hands were diminishing in size, and not just her hands, but her entire form was shrinking, leaving her aghast. Suddenly, with a resounding pop, her opulent black coat, lacking the support of spiritual energy, disintegrated into mere dust. A flawless physique materialized before Meng Xian's eyes, nearly causing him to bleed from his nose, if he were capable of such a thing. The Black Queen exclaimed, clutching her chest as her entire body gradually shrank. Meng Xian perceived that the spiritual energy the Black Queen had lost was not only returning to the body of He Lanlan, but that a small portion was converging towards him. The Black Queen diminished further while Meng Xian expanded. As the once sundered ocean of fragmented memories, divided by the Black Queen, lost its support, it surged towards the center. Meng Xian and the Black Queen found themselves amidst a tsunami. A towering wave, hundreds of meters high, crashed towards them. At this moment, the Black Queen had transformed into a small girl of 6 or 7 years. The child clutched her knees, engulfed in helplessness and panic. "Fear not, dear sister. I shall rescue you." Meng Xian smirked mischievously, transforming into a majestic eagle and soaring with astonishing speed to the side of the little girl. His claws poised to seize her. Chapter 18. I shall manipulate you. The eagle emitted a shrill cry, its form beginning to twist and contort until, in the blink of an eye, it transformed back into a human figure. The petite girl was cradled in Meng Xian's arms, her delicate face adorned with a look of astonishment. Meng Xian flashed a grin, which he deemed charming and congenial, nodding gently as he whispered, "You are safe now. Remove your filthy hand from my chest." The little girl retorted, her voice sharp and ungrateful. Meng Xian shifted his position, chuckling, "Stop fussing with your flat chest. Where would there be anything?" Nevertheless, he kept his large hand more respectfully in place. Reflecting on the voluptuous figure of the Black Queen, Meng Xian swallowed hard, contrasting it with the innocent, unembellished form of the little girl. He couldn't help but click his tongue, pondering the vast disparity between the two. It seemed that in her subconscious, He Lanlan's perfect physique was far more alluring than reality, perhaps embodying the very essence of vain self-image. As Meng Xian soared through the skies with the little girl in his embrace, the bubbles below collided with a thunderous roar, erupting into towering columns of water. A myriad of fragmented memories, encapsulated in bubbles, were propelled skyward. The previously dormant memory fragments, ignited by this upheaval, began to soar, saturating the dream space with their presence. From the moment of He Lanlan's birth, every fragment of memory she possessed transformed into a plethora of bubbles engaging in erratic Brownian motion, crashing into one another in chaotic abandon. Memory fragmentation, memory confusion. In the tumult of collisions, a multitude of memory fragments generated even more. An escalation ensued, creating a vicious cycle of chaos. The little girl turned pale, realizing the gravity of the situation and regretting her rashness. What should I do? If this spirals out of control, my original memories will be utterly disordered. Then it struck her. As long as the dream space ceased to exist, this grand spectacle would be momentarily sealed away. By the time she reemerged, her mental strength would have fully restored, enabling her to re-establish order amidst the chaotic memory fragments. However, to her horror, she discovered that the dream space could not vanish. Oh no, I cannot control the dream. Whether as the little girl or the Black Queen, both were manifestations of He Lanlan's subconscious, a tangible embodiment of her inner psyche. The formation and dissolution of dreams are not subject to will. They are natural phenomena resulting from the physiological activities of brain neurons. The subconscious can significantly influence the content of dreams, but it is not absolute. The preservation of the dream space necessitates the continuity of the dream itself. In simple terms, as long as one is dreaming, the dream space will persist. Under normal circumstances, the little girl controlled the dream. Her absence would cause the dream's underpinning to collapse, leading to the dissolution of the dream space. At that time, The little girl's mental prowess would be sufficient to keep the excess memory fragments at bay, and without the influx of fresh memory fragments, the dream space would lack the raw materials to forge new dreams, consequently fading away. Yet the issue lay in the fact that the little girl's mental strength had drastically diminished. Following the administration of a sedative to He Lan, her subconscious was rapidly retreating, and her mental fortitude was severely weakened. Amidst Meng Xian's disruptions, all fragments of memory soared into the air. The current situation is that a multitude of memory shards incessantly collide with the mind's expanse. Within this cerebral domain, the insatiable emotions, personified as faces, ravenously consume these memory fragments, while the dream's iridescent orbs grow ever more resplendent. A new dreamscape has taken shape, the little girl laments, acknowledging that even her immediate disappearance would be in vain. The dream-weaving realm cannot be closed, and the collisions of memory shards will not cease. The predicament has become exceedingly dire. If left to run rampant, the essence of He Lan could suffer mild memory disarray or, at worst, severe neurological confusion, leading to madness. The little girl dares not ponder further, tears of frustration and regret streaming down her cheeks. Oh, woe is me. What shall I do? Just then, a warm current flowed into her from behind. The little girl felt her mental energy replenishing. The warmth coursed through her entire being, and she gazed in astonishment at Meng Xian. You are giving me your mental energy? Meng Xian, with one hand supporting her back and channeling his mental energy, casually tucked a strand of hair behind his ear and remarked, I told you before, I mean no harm. The little girl's mouth fell agape. Incredulous, had she truly misjudged him? In her eyes, all intrusions into her mental realm were akin to viruses, necessitating immediate expulsion or annihilation. Lacking the cunning of a subconscious mind, she found it difficult to adjust her perspective. Stop dawdling. Quickly leverage your home field advantage to control the movement of the bubbles, or else your essence will be rendered a fool, Meng Xian urged. Although the little girl remained wary of him, the precarious situation left no room for excessive contemplation. She nodded, attempting to assimilate Meng Xian's mental energy. With his active cooperation, her mental power swiftly regained strength. With her hands clasped and eyes tightly shut, a force more potent than mere mental energy radiated from her being. This force, formless and colorless upon its emergence, caused the bubbles within the dream-weaving realm to decelerate dramatically. Having witnessed this power before, Meng Xian was taken aback, asking, what is this force? Telekinesis, an elevation following the qualitative transformation of mental energy, she replied, clearly straining, as the exertion drained much of her mental power. How is it obtained? Meng Xian pressed, intrigued by this remarkable ability to manipulate the trajectory of the dream-weaving space. Innate, the little girl responded. Meng Xian was momentarily taken aback. Very well, further exploration could be conducted at a later time. The little girl commanded, and within the space, the once dull memory shards moved with extreme sluggishness, losing their vitality and beginning to settle towards the bottom. However, the vibrant memory fragments continued to float freely. What is happening? The subconscious is dissipating too quickly. My mental energy is insufficient to maintain control, the little girl exclaimed, opening her eyes and seeking Meng Xian's assistance. A sense of foreboding washed over Meng Xian as he inquired, what must I do? Mental energy. Provide me with mental energy, as much as you can, the young girl exclaimed in distress, immediately realizing that her words may have been excessive. The other party was an alien life form composed entirely of spiritual energy, and their mental power was equivalent to their very existence. To demand the expenditure of such precious life energy for her own benefit was rather selfish. Clearly, they could have simply walked away at the outset. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Xian nodded and declared, I can offer you more. However, I have a condition that I hope you will fulfill. At this juncture, the young girl found herself with no alternative and replied, I will agree to anything. A mischievous smile crept across Meng Xian's lips as he said, I wish to borrow your physical form for a while. The girl paused, then after some thought replied, Very well, I'm in. Overjoyed, Meng Xian regardless of the impure thoughts swirling in his mind, began to channel his mental energy into the young girl without hesitation. She absorbed it eagerly, akin to a black hole consuming everything in its vicinity. Within mere moments, Meng Xian's physical form diminished significantly. Alarmed, he realized it was not the time for regret, especially since the sustenance from the 4 dream memories intermittently replenished his mental energy. It is worth mentioning that a portion of the mental power he possessed had originally been absorbed from the Black Queen's overflow. Fortunately, after a while, the girl's absorption rate began to taper off, and the flow of energy slowed. "That's enough," she declared, her spirit invigorated. Her flowing hair once more spread outwards with astonishing speed, enveloping the entire dreamscape like a canopy. The strands intertwined densely, forming a celestial net. With a decisive command, the net descended, capturing the errant fragments of memory that danced in the air. The openings in the net were not static. A few lively bubbles escaped, while the dim and lethargic ones were ensnared tightly. As the net swept through, it cleared the space significantly. Once it settled upon the ocean of bubbles below, the dream realm gradually returned to its original stable form. Despite this, the losses were considerable. At least 6% of memories have become fragmented or distorted. Though seemingly a small percentage, one must consider the vast expanse of memories accumulated over a lifetime. The calamity had been ignited by her own actions, and the young girl felt a pang of sorrow, though at least irreversible consequences had been averted. With her telekinetic influence, no new memory fragments drifted near the void. The source of sustenance had been severed, leaving only the need to await the completion of this dream before the dream space would cease to exist. The crisis had been averted, yet she had promised to allow that intruder to manipulate her body. Should she honor her word? Who could fathom his intentions? She could not allow him to harm her true self. A sense of hesitation began to creep in. Where is he? The young girl searched for Meng Xian's presence. Right here, in your ear, came a voice from within. Startled, she exclaimed, "What are you doing in my ear?" "Dear lady, I am currently smaller than a mosquito. If I weren't in your ear, you wouldn't be able to hear me at all," Meng Xian lamented. Indeed, his plight was dire. The mental energy he had painstakingly accumulated had nearly vanished, and his body had shrunk to the size of a mere hair. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the little girl, who managed to stabilize the situation and alleviate the necessity for his mental fortitude, he would have faced a glorious sacrifice. "Alas, your antics are truly exhausting. I was nearly drained," Meng Xian remarked with a wry smile. The little girl, feeling a bit embarrassed, stuck out her tongue and said, "I can spare a bit of my mental energy for you." Meng Xian shook his head. "No need. Conserve your mental energy for that task." As he spoke, Meng Xian conveyed his thoughts to the little girl. After analyzing the pros and cons, and considering that it posed no harm to her essence, she agreed. "However, we must hurry. The subconscious is on the verge of slumber, and the residual mental energy will only last for about 15 minutes, the little girl candidly informed him. Indeed, her form was gradually diminishing. Aware of the urgency, Meng Xian solemnly nodded. Subsequently, the two of them instinctively turned their gazes towards the brain portal at the center of the space. The dreamlike orb radiated a mesmerizing glow. "Let us begin," the little girl declared, teleporting above the portal and settling down. Her hair infused with mental energy enveloped the portal, extending like a river network from the base of the dreaming space to various parts of He Lanlin's corporeal form. As Meng Xian observed that all was in readiness, he commenced the selection of suitable memory fragments, contemplating, "From here on, I shall take control of He Lanlin's somnambulism." Chapter 19. Somnambulism within an opulent boudoir. He Lanlin lay quietly on a goose-down bed, having just endured a fit of violent convulsions. She appeared to be in a state of serene slumber. Yet, the doctor and the maids dared not be complacent. Should anything untoward befall Miss He, they would bear the brunt of the consequences. Indeed, it is often said that what one fears is precisely what one encounters. In under a minute, He Lanlin stirred, her movements rigid as she clambered from her bed. Another episode? The doctor furrowed his brow, deducing that she had clearly slipped into another bout of somnambulism. Her eyelids remained steadfastly closed, unyielding to the world around her. Instantly, tension enveloped the room. At the doctor's signal, a maid took He Lanlin's hand, intending to lead her on a customary circuit around the room. However, an unexpected twist occurred. He Lanlin ceased her movement, shaking her head and stretching languidly instead. The maids exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by this deviation from her usual somnambulistic behavior. Could it be that the young lady had awakened? The elder maid, overcome with curiosity, reached out to tap He Lanlin on the shoulder, only to be halted by the doctor. Wait, let us observe the situation. After rising, He Lanlin stood motionless, her eyes still firmly shut. She remained silent, an eerie stillness pervading the atmosphere, as if she were a mere specter. Had she been possessed? All present held their breath, not daring to utter a sound. Cold sweat beaded on the doctor's forehead as he lamented internally, pondering how to proceed while under the scrutiny of his peers. Yet he was at a loss. Such matters had not been covered in his training. Perhaps he should summon his mentor, who was with Lord Hay. Yes, that would be prudent, but he feared it would cast him in an unflattering light of incompetence. No, for the sake of his future, he must maintain his composure and endure. Thus, this young and handsome physician remained poised, observing every minute gesture of He Lanlin, who, in truth, remained utterly still. The mantra became clear: if the adversary does not move, neither shall I. If the adversary stirs, I shall reevaluate my response. Yes, this was the plan. He bolstered his resolve, regardless of the circumstances. His calm demeanor instilled confidence in the maids. An eerie tableau unfolded, the entire room enveloped in silence, as three individuals fixated their gaze upon the young girl. Yet, none knew what steps to take next. Doctor? A maid ventured hesitantly. The doctor shot her a reproachful glance, his voice barely above a whisper, laden with admonishment. Just keep watching. The maid nodded submissively. Meanwhile, what of He Lanlin? She remained blissfully asleep. Within the realm of dreams, the little girl sighed in relief, grateful that no one had intruded upon He Lanlin's slumber. Had that maid given her corporeal form a gentle shake, or perhaps a pat on the face, it was likely that the girl would awaken, thus thwarting the grand design of somnambulism. After all, even the strongest of mental fortitude cannot withstand the disruptions of the physical realm. Unbeknownst to her, it was the young doctor who had aided her in this endeavor. Even if she were aware, she could scarcely afford to contemplate it, for she was in a state of frantic urgency. She incessantly urged Meng Xian, exclaiming, "Hurry! The fragments of the original body's morning routine have been exhausted. Have you not yet found the next one?" In the upper expanse of the dream construct, streams of minute light particles traversed swiftly, weaving through bubbles of fragmented memories. This light represented Meng Xian, moving at an extraordinary pace. At this moment, his physique had expanded several-fold. The ethereal energy emanating from the young girl had partially been absorbed by him, supplemented by the continuous provision of mental power from the four sustenance sources. Despite this, he had shrunk to the size of a fingernail. Nevertheless, this influx of mental energy was sufficient for him to squander for a short while. "Do not rush, just drag it along," he called out. The little girl stomped her foot and retorted, "If you're so capable, then keep dragging. My main body cannot just stand idle." "Young lady, refrain from using such crude language. Strive to embody the grace of a lady, or you may find yourself unmarried," Meng Xian replied loudly, discovering a useful fragment of memory. However, it was not the segment he sought next, so he tucked the bubble under his arm as a backup while accelerating his search. "Do you not possess telekinetic abilities to control the bubbles? Cannot you make them roll back on their own?" The little girl shook her head. "Telekinesis is not omnipotent. Even if I had it, I cannot achieve that now. Well, I feel my mental energy waning. If you cannot find it soon, I shall take my leave." Without her reminder, Meng Xian was already aware of the urgency of time. "How I wish I could manipulate the flow of time within the dream construct. Then I could search for the required memory fragments at my leisure," he mused, acutely aware of his limitations. In truth, his speed was considerable, yet the abundance of memory fragments was overwhelming. Sometimes a stroke of luck was essential. After a brief interval, he finally found it. Elated, Meng Xian hurled the bubble towards the little girl, along with several other memory fragments he would require. The little girl used her telekinesis to collect the bubbles. depositing them into the prearranged emotional visages. Once the memory fragments entered the mind's portal, the kaleidoscopic lights of the dream reignited. Main body. Follow the dictates of your subconscious and replicate the actions from the dream, she exclaimed. No sooner had she spoken than waves of electric-like tremors emanated from the mind's portal, connecting to the entirety of Hei Lanlan's physical form. Her body commenced its movements. Back in the realm of reality, after a brief silence, Hei Lanlan stirred. All held their breath, observing the next actions of this young lady. Slowly, Hei Lanlan turned her head, a smile gracing her features. Indeed, she smiled. Within the mind's portal, the joyous visages constructed a comforting reverie. Hei Lanlan's spirit immersed itself in the dream, and in this somnambulant state, her gestures, expressions, and even words echoed the simple actions from the dream. She laughed in her dream, and she laughed in reality. She spoke in her dream, and she spoke in the real world. The young lady has awakened, exclaimed the maid, overjoyed. However, they could not comprehend why Hei Lanlan smiled at the clothes rack rather than at them. Yet, they paid it no mind, as long as the young lady was well. That was sufficient. Bring the computer over, Hei Lanlan commanded. Yes. The maid had just agreed when the doctor raised his hand to halt her, scrutinizing Hei Lanlan intently, as if he had discerned something amiss. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, Miss Hei, why do you keep your eyes closed? Are they uncomfortable? Hei Lanlan responded with a smile. All right, thank you. It seemed as though she had not heard the doctor's words at all. The doctor felt overlooked. Miss Hei, you appear to, how should I put this? Please do not take offense. I sense something is not quite right with you. He furrowed his brow. Hei Lanlan's mouth opened wide, yet she remained silent for an extended moment, as if her robotic mechanisms had suddenly failed. Her expression became blank. The doctor and the maid exchanged glances, sensing mutual apprehension. Since Miss Hei had just awakened, her behavior was rather peculiar. What would be the cause? Could it be the sedative? The doctor recalled his own directive to administer the sedative to Miss Hei, and a wave of dread washed over him. What if the measures had gone awry? My goodness, it could be fatal. The doctor began to waver in his confidence. In the realm of dreams, Meng Xian urged, Hurry, I can barely hold on. What should I say next? The little girl was flustered. Hei Lanlan's current dream was comprised of recently implanted memory fragments, and under the control of her subconscious, the dream remained tethered to these fragments. This particular memory recounted an evening when Hei Lanlan could not locate her computer and asked the maid to find it for her. The normal progression of this memory would have a maid promptly bringing the laptop to Hei Lanlan, who would express her gratitude politely. However, plans often falter in the face of unexpected interruptions, and the doctor's unwelcome intrusion disrupted the rhythm. At that moment, Meng Xian had gathered over 20 memory fragments and approached the little girl. Understanding the situation, he realized that the little girl, being rather dense, did not know how to alter the memories to guide the dream's development. He declared proudly, Manipulating dreams is my forte. Leave it to me. You handle the transitions. Oh no. Shift the dream. The little girl nodded in agreement. Cut this dream, Meng Xian commanded. The little girl complied obediently. As Meng Xian examined the bubbles in his hand, he discovered one containing a memory of Hei Lanlan confronting a manipulative foe while overseas. This will do. He inserted it into a face filled with fury and then delved into her mind. Familiar with the process, he finally seized control of the dream. In the waking world, Hei Lanlan suddenly stiffened, exclaiming, You struck me just now? She directed her accusation toward a coat rack. The maid grew concerned, thinking, The young lady has lost her mind. You have the audacity to strike, yet lack the courage to admit it. Hei Lanlan sneered. The doctor hesitated, feeling guilty. Was she referring to the sedative? Timidly, he ventured. That injection was administered by me. Is that what you meant? Come here. Hei Lanlan commanded. Ah, so you were indeed referring to that. The doctor's heart raced. Approach me. I assure you I will not harm you. Hei Lanlan retorted with a cold smile. The young male doctor, perceiving the maid's eyes filled with both pity and amusement, thought to himself, I am a doctor. How could I possibly fear a mere young girl? You promised not to hit, he murmured softly as he stealthily approached Hei Lanlan. Within the realm of dreams, Meng Xian called out to the little lowly through the dreamscape. Halt the dream's operation temporarily until I give a command. The little lowly nodded in compliance, and the dream froze. Hei Lanlan maintained her eerie smirk, which appeared even more absurd in the doctor's eyes. Moments later, the doctor unwittingly positioned himself within Hei Lanlan's reach. Meng Xian bellowed, "Reopen the dream." The little lowly immediately restored the dream's flow. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The doctor covered his face, feeling a surge of indignation. Disbelief filling his eyes. Didn't Tiwi agree not to hit? Hei Lanlan retaliated with another resounding slap, delivering a forceful blow that left him seeing stars and utterly disoriented. "Wretched creature, deceitful harlot, begone. Do not let me see you on my territory," she cackled maniacally. The doctor was left completely stunned, overwhelmed by immense humiliation. His cheeks swollen and throbbing painfully, his pride severely wounded. Feeling utterly wronged, he thought to himself that he had never endured such treatment before. He could no longer remain there, crying out as he fled the room, Minter, please intervene. I'm being bullied. I wish I were dead." The maid was thoroughly awakened to the situation. She had not anticipated that the young lady could be so ruthless, nor had she expected the male doctor to be so effeminate. Meng Xian, however, had no time for reflections and promptly issued a new command. "Cut. The old dream ceases. A new dream commences." Hei Lanlan inhaled deeply, a smile emerging as she swiftly flipped her demeanor, as though she had not just been the assailant, and gently said, "Bring me the computer." The maid stood at attention, no longer daring to voice any dissent. "Yes, miss." Hei Lanlan smiled. Throughout, she had kept her eyes closed. Yet now no one dared to question this. Chapter 21. Dr. Peter Watson refrained from revealing the true condition of Hei Lanlan, as his intuition informed him that this particular case was exceptional enough to warrant his careful observation. As a dual master in both the fields of neurology and clinical surgery, he possessed a relentless pursuit of knowledge. Having been confined to this place for 3 months, indulging in culinary delights, he found the monotony unbearable, day in and day out. He was tasked with the tedious diagnosis of an elderly Eastern tycoon, whose fate seemed impervious to even divine intervention. He was denied the simple pleasure of exploring the Bund, Huaihai Road, or Uniqlo, leaving him to succumb to a state of ennui that compelled him to resort to antidepressants for solace. The more capable one is, the more prone they are to addiction. Thus, Peter found himself addicted to these medications. Were it not for his remaining sense of contractual obligation and medical ethics, he would have long since brought an end to Hei Jinshu's life. However, the prospect of an intriguing patient was not one he could easily dismiss. He had already gleaned the details from Su Lai. Amazing, a true marvel. Peter was exhilarated, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a new continent. Somnambulism, or sleepwalking, is often accompanied by nonsensical utterances, with ample cases to support this. Yet, who has ever witnessed a somnambulist capable of conversing with a lucid individual? This was unprecedented. There had been instances of sleepwalkers committing violent acts, which were later attributed to other mental disorders or outright fabrication to evade legal consequences. Hence, when Su claimed he was assaulted by a sleepwalker, Peter was initially incredulous. From a professional standpoint, somnambulism is a disorder, a sleep disturbance manifesting in the actions of a patient in a state between wakefulness and sleep. Peter pondered, what then does this liminal state of consciousness truly entail? The academic community has yet to reach a consensus on this matter. A sleepwalker is unaware of their condition, indicating that they cannot be fully awake. If they're not awake, what then propels their physical movements? The brain? No, it must be the mind. Furthermore, the actions of a sleepwalker often lack explicit meaning, or the meanings are so obscure that they elude the understanding of observers. Experiments have shown that when informed of their actions during sleepwalking, even the sleepwalkers themselves struggle to comprehend the motivations behind their behavior. Currently, research on somnambulism is confined to 3 fundamental questions. What are the causes of somnambulism? What effects does it have on the nervous system? Conversely, how does the nervous system influence somnambulism? These inquiries can be succinctly summarized. Humanity remains woefully ignorant of somnambulism. Unfortunately, our understanding of nearly all aspects of the mental realm remains superficial. The mind is intangible and elusive. Its study necessitates a black box approach, inferring mechanisms from observable phenomena, a method fraught with potential inaccuracies. With these thoughts in mind, Peter's gaze toward He Lan grew increasingly profound. It was a straightforward proposition. If the young girl were merely feigning sleep, it would amount to a mere childish prank. Initially, he had assigned Su Lai to oversee He Lan's condition under this assumption. Yet, conversely, if she were genuinely asleep, that would merit deeper contemplation. What indeed governs this young girl's every word and action? Setting aside professional theories, Peter was firmly convinced of an avant-garde hypothesis, one that lacked mainstream acceptance. He believed that within the human body exist two distinct life systems, the primary self and the secondary self. The ego, in its essence, exists as a subjective entity, often subdued by the dominant self, seldom manifesting. Peter has provided a profound observation regarding the ID. Within every individual lies a hidden devil. Allowing the body to be a vessel for this devil is a most terrifying prospect. Regardless of Peter's tumultuous thoughts within the dark realms of his dreams, Meng Xian has successfully conjured another dreamscape. Peter Watson, as Meng Xian's initial adversary in the material realm, found their first encounter devoid of sparks. Ignoring the esteemed physician's scrutiny, He Lan embarked on her performance. "Dear Grandpa, I have something to share with you," she stated with a smile. At that moment, the dream unfolded a scene where He Lan was engaged in affectionate conversation with her grandfather, skillfully orchestrated by Meng Xian to allow only this single utterance to escape her lips. This simple phrase instantly piqued He Jianshu's interest, prompting him to lean in attentively. In such moments, brevity minimizes the risk of error. Too many words often lead to misfortune. "Mentor?" Su Lai tugged at Peter's sleeve. Peter hushed him, refraining from offering any conventional medical advice. A physician's role is to heal, yet he now occupied the position of a researcher, one who does not wish to see the ailment ameliorate, at least not until the underlying causes are fully understood. He stood aside, signaling Su Lai to document the proceedings. Although Su Lai was not particularly talented, he was far from the least capable, possessing a quick wit and an understanding of the shifting tides of circumstance. While he was unaware of Peter's precise intentions, he recognized the mentor's burgeoning curiosity toward the young girl. Fortunately, he was well prepared. With a sly grin, Su Lai activated the camera on his newly purchased watch, a device designed for discreetly capturing images of beautiful female patients. High definition, long-lasting, and inconspicuous. He Jianshu's stern demeanor softened, the creases of his face relaxing into a semblance of a smile. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "What does Lan wish to convey to dear Grandpa?" He Lan hesitated, choosing her words carefully. "Boyfriend." Upon hearing this, He Jianshu exclaimed, "Boyfriend? Oh, cool. Cough. Allow me a moment to recover." His chest heaved as he stabilized, then joyously proclaimed, "My Lan has grown up and now has a boyfriend. Splendid, splendid indeed." Simultaneously, Peter trembled with excitement. They were truly communicating. This was no dream. He was witnessing the exchange between a somnambulist and a conscious individual. Although Su Lai had previously mentioned it, witnessing it firsthand delivered a profound shock. The young girl before him was being guided by an unknown force. The ID, this was indeed the ID, a distinct life system, separate from the ego. Modern psychiatric theories were destined to be overturned. This was an achievement surpassing Freud. Peter's breathing quickened. He Lan's mere 2 sentences had sent him into a euphoric state. He struggled to suppress the urge to abduct He Lan and transport her back to Norway, his eyes fixated on her every movement, fearful of missing a single gesture. "Speak. Say more, please," he fervently urged in his mind. Meng Xian calculated the passage of time, realizing it was nearly an end. "Very well, the final step awaits." Black Lan mechanically raised her arm, lifting the photograph in her hand. This action seemed to consume all her remaining strength. In a feeble whisper, she managed to utter, "It's the person to photograph. You look closely, look." Her voice gradually faded, ultimately trailing off as if it were a final testament. With a slight tilt of her neck, she became utterly lifeless, sending a wave of shock through those present. He Jianshu bellowed at Peter and Su Lai. What are you standing there for? Quickly, see what has happened to my precious granddaughter. Peter snapped back to reality, exclaiming in surprise at the abrupt turn of events, just as he was engrossed in his research. He shoved aside the obstructive Su Lai and meticulously examined Lon Lon's breath, eyelids, and heart rate. He first let out a sigh of relief, only to shake his head in disappointment and inform He Jianshu she is merely asleep. Only then did He Jianshu relax, instructing the maid, do not wake Lon Lon. She must be exhausted. Let her return to rest. The maid complied, gently wheeling Lon Lon out of the room. Peter immediately abandoned his genuine patient, He Jianshu, to follow behind the wheelchair. Professor, could it be the effect of a sedative? Su Lai whispered. Peter, lamenting the fleeting nature of his dream research, shot an indignant glare at Su Lai upon hearing that he had administered a sedative to Lon Lon. So it was you who caused this trouble. Su Lai silently cursed himself for his indiscretion. A minute earlier, within the dream space, the little girl's form rapidly disintegrated, with a portion of the lost spiritual energy returning to her essence, while another flowed towards Meng Xian, who absorbed it openly. Well, I fulfill my promise. I must take my leave now. Next time we meet, I want to be so chatty, the little girl said to Meng Xian. Meng Xian understood that the little girl could not entirely lower her guard around him, yet he believed this encounter was still benevolent. He smiled and nodded, clasping his fists in a gesture of farewell, until we meet again. As the little girl watched Meng Xian teleport away, her previously concealed apprehension became evident. As an embodiment of her subconscious, she sensed a threat emanating from this man. This threat stemmed from the very ability to manipulate dreams. I can never relinquish control of my body to another will again, she resolved firmly just before vanishing. After the collapse of the dream space, Meng Xian emerged from Black Lon Lon's body, returning to the material world. Gazing at He Jianshu on the hospital bed, he pondered thoughtfully. The plan can commence. Let us call it the illegitimate child project. He chuckled wickedly, sitting cross-legged and stealthily hovering 3 feet above He Jianshu's head. Above 3 feet, there are deities. Meng Xian intended to become that deity of dreams. He Jianshu commanded someone to bring the photograph of Lon Lon's South boyfriend for close examination. The young man appeared ordinary, lacking any remarkable features, leaving He Jianshu puzzled as to what had drawn his granddaughter to him. Perhaps he is a rising star. However, he is just another name I've never heard of. Or maybe he is some wealthy heir from a conglomerate in my family's presence. He is just a penniless wretch. Or perhaps some charming scoundrel, a frog aspiring to court a swan, would be unworthy of Lanlin's regard. Should she ever take a fancy to such a character, I would not hesitate to ensure he met a fate befitting his ambitions. After scrutinizing him for a considerable time, I committed the visage of this young man to memory. If He Jianshu so desired, with a mere command by dawn the next day, a comprehensive dossier detailing the young man's origins and even the records of his nocturnal habits would be assembled and presented. The old man's underground influence is formidable, to say the least. Nevertheless, since Lon Lon has chosen him, there must be a rationale behind her preference. With this thought, He Jianshu rubbed his eyes, feeling a growing fatigue. His emotional turmoil throughout the day had been considerable, and given his current physical condition, it would be unwise to exert himself further. Perhaps a brief respite would serve him well. Who knows if this old frame would awaken again after slumber? With a self-deprecating thought, He Jianshu gradually closed his eyes. Chapter 22. Fabricated Memories After a Prolonged Wait. He Jianshu finally succumbed to slumber. However, sleep does not necessarily equate to dreams. Rather, it often signifies a restless anticipation. At last, a faint, multicolored orb began to materialize slowly from the back of He Jianshu's head. This dream was disordered and insubstantial. Nevertheless, there was no room for selection. It would suffice. Meng Xian, with a hint of disdain, entered He Jianshu's dreamscape. This time, the objective was not to manipulate the dream itself, but to delve into the fragments of memory. Each individual's mental space bears a certain resemblance to others. After observing for a moment, Meng Xian's attention was swiftly captivated by several vibrant bubbles. These bubbles hovered around the cerebral void, poised to enter the emotional visages of those present. Transforming his right hand into a net, Meng Xian deftly ensnared the bubbles. Upon examining them with his mental acuity, a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. His initial conjecture proved accurate. The memories that emerged prior to He Jianshu's slumber, particularly those concerning photographs, resided within these fragments. He had secured the most crucial material. Meng Xian felt a surge of exhilaration. After enduring countless trials to commandeer the physical form of He Lian, his aim was to imprint the visage of the individual in the photographs into He Jianshu's consciousness. As long as He Jianshu beheld the images, forming memory fragments, Meng Xian's objective would be fulfilled. This heralded the successful completion of the most pivotal phase of Meng Xian's clandestine progeny scheme. Yet, mere possession of the memory fragments was of little utility. Meng Xian needed to refine them into a more useful form. However, the question remained, how to process them. He required additional memory fragments to complement his findings. With unwavering diligence, Meng Xian scoured the mental expanse, and after scrutinizing a plethora of memory fragments, he substantiated a certain adage imparted by a close confidant. Nearly all successful men tend to engender offspring with other women. The extent of He Jianshu's success was mirrored in the multitude of women who bore his children. As a titan of commerce, He Jianshu harbored myriad clandestine secrets, particularly coveted business intelligence that his competitors yearned to acquire. Yet this time, Meng Xian sought the Achilles heel hidden beneath the veneer of this commercial giant's affections. He discerned that He Jianshu was quite the libertine, rivaling, if not surpassing, his son, He Jiesi. The offspring of a rodent excel at burrowing, and, similarly, the progeny of a libertine are adept at navigating through life's complexities, Meng Xian mockingly observed. An abundance of memory fragments corroborated the notion that He Jianshu led a rich private life, never lacking in female companionship. His aversion to protective measures resulted in numerous illegitimate offspring left scattered in his wake. Intriguingly, all these bastards were female. While daughters could be cherished, they were not deemed suitable for inheriting the family legacy. Doing so would merely serve to adorn another's dowry. Despite amassing wealth through his wife's lineage, He Jianshu's perspectives remained profoundly antiquated. Consequently, he refrained from acknowledging any of his illegitimate daughters. Through a clandestine intelligence network he established, codenamed Black Veil, He Jianshu maintained surveillance over these daughters' whereabouts. Occasionally, he would masquerade as a friend of the mothers, engaging with the children, free from the burdens of responsibility. Providing generous allowances periodically, Meng Xian meticulously sifted through thousands of memory fragments associated with these illegitimate daughters, selecting those cherished memories that held the utmost significance for He Jianshu. He Jianshu possesses an exceedingly twisted character, reveling in the shadows as he clandestinely observes the essence of his life gradually sprouting and flourishing. Should any aspect become flawed, he coldly discards it, shifting his focus to a new subject. This cycle continues, preserving only the most beautiful fragments within his memory. These cherished recollections number approximately 300, involving 4 illegitimate daughters. Meng Xian seized one of these fragments, temporarily sealing the remaining bubbles within the corporeal form constructed from his mental essence. With a throw into the sky, he followed with a powerful punch. Boom! The memory fragment instantaneously shattered into 2 smaller pieces. Again, Meng Xian relentlessly struck twice more, further fragmenting the 2 bubbles. For memory shards, boom, 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 boom. Another quartet of punches. 8 memory fragments. Meng Xian fully harnessed his teleportation abilities, relentlessly bombarding the memory shards with all his might. 16 memory fragments. 32 memory fragments. This process repeated several times. When the original memory fragments decomposed into 128 exceedingly minute shards, the disintegration ceased. Regardless of Meng Xian's onslaught, these fragments merely sustained damage, losing the potential for further division. Not only did they cease to fragment, but these minuscule memory shards exhibited extreme instability, possessing an attractive force that caused them to merge upon contact, resulting in a phenomenon of reorganization. observing these tiny memory fragments. Meng Xian noted that the information they contained had dwindled significantly. Any further stripping would lead to their complete collapse. The volume of information dictated the size of the memory fragments, and these minuscule shards represented the ultimate limit of minimal information, having been divided as much as possible. In the spirit of a naming enthusiast, Meng Xian designated these tiny memory shards as fundamental fragments. The fundamental fragments exhibited considerable instability. The original memory fragments had transformed into 128 fundamental shards, with the protagonist of the original memory, the illegitimate daughter Zhang Qian, occupying 40 of those fundamental fragments. These shards required obliteration. A wicked grin spread across Meng Xian's face. Apologies, Zhang Qian. Your father may soon forget you. After all, he is not a good man. Subsequently, Meng Xian extracted the memory fragments related to the man in the photograph. Employing the same brutal method, he shattered these memory fragments, yielding a plethora of fundamental shards. He selected the fundamental fragments containing information about the photograph subject. The rest, deemed useless, were cast into the vast expanse of the dream space, left to merge with whatever memories they encountered. The fundamental fragments of the photograph subject were combined with those of the illegitimate daughter's memories, now devoid of their protagonist. Gradually, the two began to merge. Meng Xian concentrated his mental energy, compressing these fundamental fragments together while meticulously expending effort to perfect their fusion. After a few breaths, a brand new memory fragment finally emerged. Freshly generated, the bubble radiated a dazzling brilliance. Meng Xian regarded it with the meticulousness of an art connoisseur, his face betraying an uncontainable excitement. The new fragments of memory recorded are fundamentally indistinguishable from the original, save for the protagonist, who has been transformed from an illegitimate daughter into a completely unfamiliar man. With the change of person, can it still be considered the original memory? No. Meng Xiansheng has vividly crafted the memories of He Jianshu, a clever deception, a masterful sleight of hand. I have successfully forged memories, Meng Xian exclaimed with exuberance, his abilities having evolved once more. At this moment, he was entirely consumed with the implementation of a whimsical plan for revenge, unaware of the extraordinary powers inherent in this skill. Haha, Wang Ke, if you knew that through sheer misfortune you had become the illegitimate son of He Jianshu, a potential heir to the He family fortune, would you not go mad? Ha! How amusing. Meng Xian's eyes glimmered with madness. Soon, he calmed his excitement and carefully stored away this newly formed fragment of memory. He began to forge the next segment of memory. Only by successfully fabricating a series of memory fragments could that usurper, Wang Ke, form a coherent recollection in He Jianshu's mind, thus becoming a tangible and vibrant entity truly existing within He Jianshu's memories. As Meng Xian had obliterated the memory associated with the photographs, He Jianshu would forget the recollections from before sleep. Instead, he would be confronted with the shocking realization, good heavens, I actually have an illegitimate son. Hundreds of memory fragments needed processing. It was a daunting and time-consuming endeavor. Meng Xian hastened the pace, exerting his mental energy. Simultaneously, within a district detention center, Jiang Lang found himself stuck in traffic for 3 hours, finally arriving at his destination. Perhaps his good fortune had been exhausted, for upon entering the detention center, he encountered nearly 100 men and women, dressed rather simply, squatting in corners awaiting registration, while the on-duty officers busily recorded details, escorting individuals in small groups to their cells. After a considerable time, someone finally approached him. Jiang Lang did not feel anger. He mused that it was likely just a routine crackdown on illicit activities, something he had grown accustomed to. Those who had yet to be released from the detention center clearly lacked sufficient connections. Ah, Officer Jiang, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting, a junior leader said. Expressing his regrets, Jiang Lang shook his head repeatedly. Oh, it's quite all right. Please take me to C2 Tianming. Certainly, right this way. The individual has already been taken to the interrogation room for examination, the man explained. Dr. Yang? Jiang Lang furrowed his brow, recognizing her as the legendary forensic psychiatrist, a woman in her 20s daring enough to examine a vicious murderer alone, Was it bravery or folly? Just as the two departed the lobby, they heard a lewd man clad only in shorts and draped in a bedsheet lamenting to the officers, "My esteemed police brothers, please do not let this information go online, or I will be dismissed from my position. Ultimately, we are all part of the same system. Let us show some leniency. We shall meet again in the future." The on-duty officer glanced at the identification card, and upon a swift inquiry into the system, it was as if he had stumbled upon a new world. He called out to his colleague, "Xiao Zhao, this is astonishing. We have discovered a comrade from the traffic department engaging in solicitation." The lecherous man turned a ghastly shade of green. The other patrons, witnessing his plight, exchanged glances filled with schadenfreude, suddenly feeling a tad less unfortunate in their own predicaments. "You're Zhang Biao, correct? Since you're one of us, why not call your superior to vouch for you? Make the call." The officer proceeded with the protocol. Zhang Biao was overwhelmed with a torrent of frustration. If he dared to call his superior, he would not still be here, having left the station in haste. Regretting his loose tongue, he lamented that he should have enlisted a dubious friend to bail him out. Now, with the information set to circulate online, this naive young officer would ensure that his superior would be informed. It was over. His secure position was at risk of being lost. His greatest ire was directed at the so-called master who had interpreted his dreams, proclaiming that dreaming of resurrection foretold great fortune, that visions of explosions signified booming success, and that dreams of incontinence indicated the purification of truth. All these omens had converged into one dream, suggesting immense wealth within a month. It was precisely this misguided belief that had led Zhang Biao to seek amusement in unfamiliar high-end establishments, only to find himself in dire straits. The on-duty officer, recognizing Zhang Biao's demeanor, understood that the young man was thoroughly intimidated. He silently reminded himself not to become a negative example. With no bail in sight, he resolved to conduct matters in accordance with official procedures. Jiang Lang, unfamiliar with Zhang Biao, regarded him merely as a pitiable fool and continued deeper into the precinct. Inside the interrogation room, a bespectacled woman in a white lab coat awaited his arrival. Chapter 23. Jiang Lang and Yang Shiwilian. Jiang Lang, the name of the chairman, and Lang, meaning a prodigal son. Yang Shiwilian, the snow of the snow lotus and the lotus. The two introduced themselves. Jiang Lang scrutinized the other, instinctively observing the stranger's features and physique due to his training in criminal sketching, which aided in memory retention. He had once recognized a wanted criminal with a shaved head at People's Square, causing quite a stir in the police station. Standing at an impressive height of 1.70 meters, Yang Shiwilian's figure, though obscured by a white coat, exuded elegance. Her graceful strides transformed the loose garment into something reminiscent of a fashionable trench coat. With an oval face, blunt bangs, and a ponytail, she wore light makeup that accentuated her delicate brows, crimson lips, and pearly teeth. Despite the glasses perched on her nose, the brilliance in her eyes was unmistakable. This was indeed a beauty, and it appeared that the title of the department's most stunning woman was about to be challenged. However, the indifferent expression on her face, paired with a slightly raised chin and a sidelong glance, emanated an air of superiority that suggested a desire for distance. Jiang Lang's mischievous thoughts took a turn, pondering the stereotype that alluring women must lack intelligence, their brains seemingly supplanted by the fullness of their bosoms. With a slight smile masking the awkwardness of having openly scrutinized her, he dismissed his biases against attractive women as trivial. In truth, Yang Shiwilian was also assessing Jiang Lang, her thoughts far less intricate. She simply noted that this police officer possessed a delicate visage, suggesting a lack of combat prowess, rendering him not her type. Indeed, Jiang Lang's appearance did not align with his fighting skills, leading many to mistakenly believe he was a man living off others. "I've been waiting for you. Come in," Yang Shiwilian stated brusquely, entering the interrogation room without awaiting Jiang Lang's response. He was taken aback by her abruptness but chose not to be offended. Jiang Lang adhered to his first rule of survival. It was better to engage in a rational discourse with a tiger than to argue with a woman. Upon entering, Jiang Lang was immediately struck by the oppressive atmosphere, nearly causing him to shudder. What had become of him? He was astounded. There, slumped in a chair, was Li Ming, handcuffed. In truth, the cuffs mattered little, as he appeared utterly defeated, languishing in his seat with a despondent expression. His eyes were mere pinpricks of pupils, surrounded by a sea of white marred with bloodshot veins, suggesting he and T slept in over a day. Jiang Lang shook him, but there was no response. He remained rigid. Are you pretending in front of me? Get up. Jiang Lang believed Tu Tianming was feigning, and with a disdainful snort, he kicked him from the chair, sending him crashing to the floor. The impact elicited a muffled sound, followed by a few coughs, revealing his discomfort, yet he displayed no further reaction. How can you treat him this way? I will file a complaint with the bureau, Yang Shuilian exclaimed incredulously, staring at Jiang Lang in astonishment. If this were America, you would be suspended for abusing a suspect. Do you think I don't watch Hollywood cop movies? Spare me your nonsense, Jiang Lang retorted dismissively. His irritation at Tu Tianming was palpable as he sneered. This scum only deserves to have a worthless bullet, worth 30 cents, lodged in the back of his head. As she spoke, disregarding Yang Shuilian's protests, she grasped Tu Tianming's hair and lifted his head, bringing his ear close to her lips as she threatened. Your acting is commendable, but it is essential to know when to stop. With a resounding slap, she forcefully pressed Tu Tianming's head against the floor. He writhed in pain. Oh, this is outrageous, Yang Shuilian exclaimed, equating Jiang Lang's actions to those of a madman. The commotion attracted the attention of the small leader who had accompanied them. Upon opening the door to assess the situation, he shot Jiang Lang a cautionary glance, signaling him to calm down, and promptly closed the door again. This comrade, your behavior is grossly unworthy of your position. I, in the capacity of a physician, command you to assist the patient to his feet and reflect on your actions. Followed by an apology, Yang Shuilian stated with utmost seriousness. Jiang Lang rolled his eyes at her, finding it amusing, and pointed at the lifeless Tu Tianming, declaring, This bookish fool is a criminal, unworthy of being called a patient. Yang Shuilian shook her head. Firstly, patients are not defined by their status. Secondly, until a verdict is reached, he is merely a suspect, not yet a criminal. Lastly, even if he is deemed a criminal, the most that can be taken from him is his life. No law can strip away another's dignity. Jiang Lang found her words amusing. A murderer is not a criminal, but a saint. Talk of dignity with the souls he has slain. Seeing Jiang Lang fall silent, Yang Shuilian assumed she had made an impact. Adjusting her glasses, she softened her tone and advised, In truth, you appear to be a good police officer, one who abhors evil and distinguishes right from wrong. Unfortunately, your methods are misguided. This requires gradual change. For the first time since their meeting, Yang Shuilian smiled, her charming dimples appearing as she continued. I perceive that your mental state has been persistently tense and agitated. While this may boost your enthusiasm for work, it can overwhelm your nervous system and incite violent tendencies. If you are willing, I could offer you a free treatment with my professional psychiatric equipment. A simple jolt would suffice. You are the one in need of treatment, Jiang Lang admitted, acknowledging her point. He recalled his second survival philosophy. Do not allow a woman to elaborate on complex topics for more than 3 sentences, or one would inevitably become ensnared. What did you say? Yang Shuilian asked, having not heard him clearly. Jiang Lang hastily shook his head. I said Dr. Yang is right. My temper is too volatile, and I need some medicinal mushrooms to quell my fire. Having just returned to the country a month ago and frequently accessing foreign websites, Yang Shuilian, oblivious to Jiang Lang's crude remarks, genuinely believed he had been swayed, which made her quite pleased. Jiang Lang, knowing he was a man of action while she was merely a novice in rhetoric, decided to skip irrelevant discussions. Since this female forensic expert was present, he resolved to inquire about the specifics. Yang Shuilian responded, I have been here for 3 hours, spending that time with him. During this period, he has alternated between crying and laughing, but more often than not, he appears dazed and rigid. His blood pressure and heart rate are both low. Without access to EEG equipment, further assessment is impossible. However, it is reasonable to conclude that the patient is in a state of extreme despair, clinically presenting as severe depression, with a significant potential for suicide. Jiang Lang, indifferent to whether Tu Tianming was genuinely depressed, was intrigued by the delicate forensic expert who had spent 3 hours alone with this deranged murderer. Her resilience was indeed commendable. Let be. It is better not to provoke her in the future. What do you think we should do next? Jianglong inquired. If Tu Tianming is truly depressed, it will undoubtedly impact the sentencing. Yang Shuilian assisted Tu Tianming to sit on a chair. Noticing his continued state of despair with no signs of improvement, she sighed and remarked, "His condition is quite severe. I cannot make a definitive judgment. We need to consult an expert. Do you have any recommendations?" Jiang Lang asked. Yang Shuilian pondered for a moment, realizing that there was likely no one with greater expertise in the vicinity than herself. Suddenly, a figure came to her mind. If he were to intervene, diagnosing depression would be a mere trifle. She smiled and said, "I recommend someone. He is an authority in the field of psychiatry, a member of the Royal Norwegian Academy of Sciences and a Nobel Prize laureate in medicine, Professor Peter Watson. He is also my mentor. The key is, he resides in this city. If we can persuade him to assist, it will undoubtedly be resolved." Jiang Lang's eyes brightened. He thought that with such an esteemed individual involved, no hidden agendas would escape his scrutiny. Even if Tu Tianming's illness was genuine, curing him would not hinder the imposition of a death sentence. The two reached a consensus and promptly decided to contact Dr. Peter. At that moment, Tu Tianming exhaled deeply, appearing as though he had lost half of his soul, murmuring, "I have truly erred all these years." "Oh, so you're not mute. Say it again." Jiang Lang clapped Tu Tianming on the shoulder. Just then, Tu Tianming, seemingly fueled by an inexplicable surge of strength, suddenly stood up, catching the agile Jiang Lang off guard, nearly knocking him over. Instead, Tu Tianming seized Jiang Lang's wrist with a grip as fierce as a steel clamp, leaving 10 red marks. Jiang Lang was momentarily stunned, preparing to retaliate when Tu Tianming, amidst tears and snot, cried out, "Do you know that killing is wrong? Do you know? Jiang Lang shouted back, "Of course I know." Tu Tianming, in an emotional upheaval, retorted, "Then why didn't you tell me sooner? Damn it, you are truly unwell. You ask me? Go ask your mother." Jiang Lang yelled, "My mother?" Tu Tianming faltered, his emotions plummeting to despair as if recalling some profoundly sorrowful memory. Releasing Jiang Lang's wrist, he covered his face and wept uncontrollably. "I have no mother. I killed her. It wasn't intentional." Jiang Lang and Yang Shuilian exchanged glances, unsure how to handle the situation. Nevertheless, as Jiang Lang rubbed his painfully throbbing wrist, he began to believe that Tu Tianming had indeed lost his mind. At the very least, his psyche had shattered. What force could transform such a cold-blooded professional assassin into a pitiful creature, weeping and wailing? With Jiang Lang's limited experience, he found it utterly incomprehensible. After a heart-wrenching bout of crying, Tu Tianming suddenly let out a great cry, his breath faltering, collapsing to the ground. "Is he dead?" Jiang Lang gasped in shock. After examining him, Yang Shuilian patted her chest and shook her head. "He is not dead. However, he has fainted from crying. His condition is dire. His mental strength has been depleted. His body can no longer endure the strain and is instinctively protecting itself by inducing sleep." Jiang Lang felt a slight sense of relief, not because he wished for Tu Tianming's demise, but rather because he did not desire it to occur within the confines of the interrogation room, especially with himself present. After all, one could never definitively ascertain the truth. Almost simultaneously, within He Jianshu's dream manifesting space, Meng Xian suddenly sensed a dramatic surge in his mental power, as the energy expended in fabricating memory fragments was instantaneously replenished. What was happening? Could it be that some vital resource had unexpectedly flourished? Uncertain of the details, Meng Xian could only speculate broadly. Yet this was an unforeseen delight, and he did not dwell on the particulars. He readily embraced the opportunity. He released the more than 300 meticulously crafted memory fragments from his being. The protagonists within these fragments had all been transformed into Wang Quebec. Meng Xian turned his gaze towards the realm of imagination, noting that the current dreamscape was beginning to wane, signaling the approach of a new dream phase. He chuckled mischievously, thinking to stoke the flames further and create a dream of personal recognition. A minute later, a serpent of mental energy, cradling several carefully fabricated memory fragments, soared into He Jianshu's realm of imagination. The visage chosen this time embodied an emotion most unlikely to be associated with a merchant: trust.